1v1 $1,000 tournament powered by Brawlhalla. I'm 18more2000. I'm going to be casting with my good friend there, Graffiti. Graffiti, how you feeling right there, my man?
I'm feeling pretty good. We had 2v2s yesterday, and that was I had a lot of fun going through the bracket with you for that. We had like some movies of sets. We had some really cool game 5s. We had some surprising 3-0 updates. No, upsets. I mean, bracket is constantly updating. I don't know. I'm going for that. But still, 2v2s yesterday was a movie of a tournament. I am expecting really no less. I've had my expectations set pretty high off the 2s, and also even going through the bracket before the stream even started, we noticed some pretty interesting updates. I guess applies here now as well. We've noticed some pretty interesting turn of events, and we might have to bring some of those up depending how the bracket goes for the next few minutes of our lives. And actually, speaking of which, AJ, my good friend, my pal, my buddy boy, what sets are we doing right now?
Well, we got some amazing sets coming up. For our first matchup that we're going to have on stream, we're going to have Luna versus Pierre. Then we're going to go ahead and have Java versus Megd. Then we'll have a really good match, Impala versus Hardymj. And then we're going to have Cutie versus Fakie. So we're going to go and do Luna and Pierre first. As you guys can probably see on screen here in a minute, Luna is seed number 1. He's also PR number 1 in this event. And there you're going against Pierre. Pierre is a very powerful 1v1 player, also a very powerful 2v2 player. We've seen them in a variety of different events. Between these two players, they have a lifetime score of 4-2. So Luna has won 2 sets over Pierre compared to them facing each other in tournaments. We see Luna's gotten a variety of different top 32s, a variety of different top 8s as well. Also, Pierre having 27 top 32 placements and 4 top 8 placements overall. So Pierre with that lovely $18,000 earnings as well. So, hey, I mean, these players are going to go at it. How do you feel about the matchup, though, Graffiti?
I mean, bringing up their history is definitely interesting because they are both Moose Wars champions, or at least not legends of this series, and they have been coming back time and time and again, month after month after month after week after week after week, day in, day out. They've been in here for, I guess, as long as I've known. They've been playing in these tournaments longer than I've been casting them for years at this point. So bringing up their history is definitely pretty important to note, but the recent history also especially, because for a while they were kind of at that same level of like a top 20, top 15 ones player before Luna, throughout the course of sometime like in fall of 2021, went through this just insane training arc and became the Luna that we now know and love today. Pierre, though, had a pretty nice run back to try and bring Luna kind of, I guess, back down when Pierre had that insane run with, I'm pretty sure it was Lucian. They had a really, really tense grand finals bracket reset sometime, and I'm pretty sure autumns of 22, right before BCX, and Pierre is looking to get the run back of that. I'm pretty sure Luna won that, and is, I mean, it's just another reason why he deserves that king title under his name. But still, Pierre's been making some pretty surprising appearances every now and again. Yeah. And I mean, of course, I feel like it's going to depend a lot on the character pick. I feel like Pierre and Luna are 2 players people don't give really enough credit for being such versatile players. We see Luna play quite a few different things, and now the Taros that we used to see him play all the time, we almost sometimes completely forget that. He's such a versatile player, and he's been really opening up some new doors and pulling a bunch of stuff out of his pocket. That's something that Pierre's been doing for a very long time, but that's also something that Luna has also been doing for a bit of a time, just maybe not really quite at this level. Maybe as both of the pockets are very deep, but maybe some of the stuff kind of deeper in the, I guess, like the back pocket, Luna wasn't quite ready to bring out onto like a Moose Wars or a Galaxy Cup, so it needed a little bit more time in the training room, a little bit more time in ranked. But still, Luna has actually really been showing off a pretty impressive character pool as of recent, although I would say both of their character pools are just equally impressive. You just kind of have to look in different spots as for good examples of how much to run to open up and like take different routes if one of them is blocked.
Yeah, for sure. And with that being said, I mean, we're getting the players ready to go. They can go ahead and start whenever they like. I think we're just waiting on Luna at this current moment. But yeah, I mean, Luna, I don't know. I think if we're going into this matchup, Luna is definitely the boss, so to speak, of this matchup, where they went into Winters, they got top 3, right? And then they went straight into the Winter Royale and won the Winter Royale, which is why they have the in-game title, the King, that Brawlhalla has introduced for the Winter Royales, or the overall Royales of the year. So Luna definitely has a lot of things hanging on the back of him, so to speak. Pierre's coming in here. He's been fantastic. He's seed number 9 in this event, one of the best players in North America. And they are trying to go ahead and say, you know what, I want to make upsets. I want to be able to go ahead and go further. I want to get into more top 8 scenarios and hopefully win a tournament. So we'll see what happens. But yeah.
So Luna did get top 3 in Winters, did win Royale, did have the regime that he did last year. However, I raise you this. I think Pierre is locking in a level 69 default Bodvar, which I feel like, okay, yeah, no, Pierre, I'm tempted to ask if this is even a button check, but this is not that kind of tournament. Pierre is locking in for our first game of the day, a level 69 default Bodvar. I wish I was making that up.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he sees the view in which of how Bodvar is being played. Maybe he feels like the hammer and the sword are really, really good right now. But we'll definitely have to see going into this. But we're 10 seconds in. Pierre's prioritizing that hammer. And looks like Lucian is going to be choosing those guitars there. Oh my god, those downlights are coming in clutch.
Pierre is immediately respecting Luna's guitars, having a bit of a difficult time spacing some of this out. And there's been a few times Pierre would willingly throw themselves off stage, and although that wouldn't really quite work, because Luna has been pretty good at capitalizing off of some of those encounters over the course of the past few weeks. But still, now that Luna's guitars again, you can see Pierre is kind of backing off of a lot of that stage control, letting Luna really take the wheel, and then just snatching it away from Luna whatever chance that they can. This is after some very, very close engagements. Pierre has a very good chance to take that first stock away from Luna. But still, this is only, what, a sixth of the game even done? We're both on fresh slates of our second stocks, but still, Luna whip out the blasters. I think Pierre is more scared about the guitars than blasters, because now that we got blasters, Pierre's here to play.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Pierre definitely likes the range compared to those guitars. I mean, Luna has been popping off with those guitars, and I think Luna's gonna weapon start Pierre a little bit, swap back over to them just because they feel how comfortable they are on them. The neutral light comes out, and misses jump side air, tries to follow up with some neutral lights here and there, lays that lovely double down signature knockout on the Pierre. And now Pierre's down to that final stock, and I think Luna's like, yeah, guitars are catching him off guard. I'm gonna continue playing them.
Yeah, guitar is definitely the pick, as Pierre was a lot more confident to try and approach and close that gap. And you can see Pierre is not even really taking much space on stage, while Luna has guitars, is just waiting for the off-stage play with hammer, choosing to play with sword. I wasn't keeping a careful track of the weapons, but Luna doesn't even really have blasters, still has guitars doubled down. Maybe feels a little bit more confident about sword, or I don't know, it's kind of hard to tell how Pierre is approaching this, or maybe he's just messing with us. Maybe he's making it difficult for,
as we say that, I mean, Luna comes in with this fantastic knockout there on the Pierre in the first game, taking game number 1, and got some very, very nice knockout options. And the thing that I remember from this game was the double down signature option as well. So we'll have to see if they go ahead and use that in game number 2. It seems like it was working out pretty decently well. And but Pierre now still sticking with that Bodvar, not swapping to any other character. He's gonna go ahead and try and see if they can use the hammer a little bit more. That hammer was catching Luna off guard a decent amount though.
Yeah, and especially on Demon Island, where you're a lot more, the moment you step off stage, the floor is a lot closer to you, if that makes any sense. There's less space to fall to get KO'd, and therefore less space to send someone downward to KO them, and that's great for hammer. That might be a little bit more, you could even see, Luna almost completely overcommitted, and just SD'd off of running out of jumps trying to chase Pierre. You can see Pierre trying to step up his shmovement a bit. I like this shmovement we see coming out from Pierre, but still very careful to try and approach Luna. Luna knows you're scared of my guitars. That's exactly what I'm going to do, and is just hitting every single opening that he can find. But I don't know, maybe... I still can't rule out the possibility that maybe Pierre's messing with us. Like, Pierre's one of those players with a sense of humor, and sometimes knows when to not take stuff too seriously. Maybe he's looking to, like, troll the first 2 games and then come back for the reverse 3-0, which I'm living for that if that's what he's doing.
Yeah, and with that being said, man, I mean, we're going into this. Pierre feels very comfortable, gets that fantastic gravity cancel side signature, cleans that first stock up, and Luna is now going to try to do the same thing. Goes a little bit unarmed, gets that side light, picks up guitars, like, I'm not going to risk it. I'm going to go with the weapon, knock you out. But Pierre's movement, dodging that first signature, but could not dodge that second one. And Luna comes in with that guitar down signature knockout option.
Still perfectly even. Pierre has been keeping a pretty even game this entire set. Luna is just only able to capitalize off of just a few more things than Pierre has been able to get. You know, extend his punishes a little bit longer, but Pierre has been getting the odd, honestly, he's been playing these off-stage engagements fantastically. Maybe he's not trolling, I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit of time to get the download during that first game. You can even still notice he was very, very hesitant to try and approach the stage during the first game. And now, I mean, he is here to tango. He is not afraid to step up to bat. Luna with blasters, though, that might change how Pierre spaces this out. But regardless, that is going to have to wait until his last stock. He got some work in, you know. Luna's on that last stock and with a little bit of damage there, that yellow, but Luna immediately evens that out.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Luna with his guitars has been able to even things out a lot better. But as I said, as we're going into this game, with this game going, Pierre's been using those weapon throws and those sword siders very, very well, to the point where now Luna's low on their final stock. And we're seeing a Luna trying to do something on Pierre with a neutral air. Neutral air again, weapon throw. Picks up his blasters, gets the side leg, getting his down lane, a recovery. That does not knock out though, because we are on Demon Island. So now both players in the red on their final stocks, trying to get a knockout option. And Luna with a dare into side air on the Pierre. Pierre's no more jump options. And Luna goes in with the fucking fantastic unarmed 2-piece recovery knockout there on the Pierre, taking game number 2 to their name. I mean, look at these replays here. I mean, look, Pierre he jumps off his options on that second stock into his final stock. Gets the dare, side air, gets it clean, weapon throws, gets the gravity cancel down like into unarmed recovery. That was clean, Graffiti. I mean, I have to see what they expect going into game number 3. We'll have to see.
I mean, game number 3, we could really only be just a few seconds away from a 2-1, because that last stock was sudden death, and the only reason that Pierre lost that was because maybe they could have used their options a little bit better, survive just a little bit longer. You're going to see Luna doesn't even quite have Pierre red that much anymore, and is getting more and more brave with each new minute of this set. Look at how many times Pierre runs out of options, how many times Pierre just goes for these bold ground pounds. And Luna, either with a misinput or just some kind of unfortunate miscalculation, Pierre is going to take that in stride. I'm a little surprised by the map change, because Demon Island, I would say, kind of hurts Lucian while benefiting both for a lot. The hammer, fantastic off stage, especially when you're that close to the floor. And also, guitars and blasters have some pretty good recovery options off the top, but Luna able to send Pierre down. There was a point in time during that last game, Luna was not able to KO with Blaster's recovery. That's probably exactly why Pierre picked Demon Island, but this map change is, I'm a little curious to see what Pierre might have been thinking for that. I'm just going to close eye on this little boat bar over here.
Yeah, for sure. And now we're going into this second minute here. At this moment, Luna is just really controlling Pierre's movement with those guitars, and Pierre just didn't have any more jumps after all those movements he did, allowing for Luna to kind of get him into the orange. But now Luna side air weapon throw knocks out Pierre's second stock, and Luna has come back from a decent disadvantage compared to the beginning of the game.
Luna is under control. The reads are connecting, and he's going for a lot more creative stuff. You can see Pierre is actually back to where he initially started this set, just trying to bait something out on over the edge or try to reverse a ledge guard with hammer against Luna's guitars. And looking like Java chases so far down below the stage for that Sair and still makes it back. Don't tell me that didn't look like Java game.
It looked
Pierre's
a little
taking
bit,
some notes.
but right now we're going into game number
Oh my
3.
God.
Pierre's
Wait,
just trying
he's
to take it to his name, but I mean, with how Luna's been, with all the weapons he's been playing very, very well with edge control, and Pierre's been getting caught off guard, but as soon as he gets platform control, he's like, hi there, you're not going to be able to do that. Makes things even. If you're Pierre right now, you really want to go ahead and get the stock knockout as fast as you possibly can, because you don't want to have to deal with Luna off the ledge.
Still is getting a considerable amount of chip damage, but Pierre is so far getting the better of the damages and is opening a lot more KO options for himself. We see a field 4 DLX connecting, but it will not be enough. The map change comes back to bite him on Demon Island. The Qatar recovery probably would not have KO, but it will on Apocalypse. That will be a very swift game 3.
Yeah, for sure. Fantastic gameplay from both of these players overall. I mean, Pierre had that one stock-ish lead in the beginning, and then as soon as Luna did a lot of his edge control on all the maps he's been playing on, overall, I mean, he tried going for that down signature there, right, with those guitars, and got that recovery knockout. So a lot of edge control, a lot of center control, so to speak, on the maps there. So hey, props to Luna on winning 3-0, and Luna will be advancing into the winner semifinals we'll be having a little bit later.
Luna with a confirmed top 8 spot. Gonna be feeling pretty comfy up there. We will be going to our next set, which should be pretty interesting. Java versus Megd. I'm pretty sure Java and Megd actually teamed together for a little bit, especially when Blue Guys kind of started playing the game a bit less and less, and Megd needed a new teammate. New teammate, and Java was one of the people that Megd teamed with for a little bit. I forgot if it was during like a few communities or a major or two, but the two of them developed some synergy to be able to get a considerable way through a bracket here or there. So they are definitely very downloaded to each other's gameplay. But now that I'm saying that, Megd has also been on an insane improvement arc, this training arc. Java's definitely finding his way back, because when Hammer was gutted in one of the more recent metas, that kind of bit him in the ankle a bit. So we had to try it with different characters. And although we did top 8 at BCX, his performance in a lot of other places, you can tell, was different without Hammer. And so now that we just saw Pierre prove Hammer's got a good chance of being right back. Maybe not where it was originally, but back in a pretty comfy spot. So both of these players have definitely changed a bit since they've last teamed together, and they've developed synergy with each other. Megd kind of slowly on the rise to becoming one of the best players in the world. I mean, like I said, also top 8 at BCX, and I'm pretty sure almost made it to the Royale. While Java, his best friend of the Hammer, I think is on its way back, and we might see another Java match. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know, but we'll definitely have to see. I mean, and you brought up a good point. Java and Megd have teamed before in twos. They kind of know each other's play styles a little bit. So I think this is going to be a lot more closer of a game than most matches that they may have faced, just because of their experience together as a team. But also at the same time, that, I mean, like you said, Megd has been absolutely popping off when it comes down to his gameplay. He was crazy at BCX and all that. So, I mean, we'll definitely kind of have to see what happens going forward, but it should be a really, really good matchup to see. But it looks like Java is playing Alucard, and Megd is going to be playing the Val.
So not too much of a surprise from Megd. We've definitely seen this Val every once in a while. I'm pretty sure this was actually one of his most picked characters in BCX, especially past top 32. But Java with the Alucard, I mean, this sword makes sense. They're both secondary weapons, and they're not too difficult to learn. So I don't have doubts Java will make this work, but I'm not sure if I've seen him play Alucard. I mean, who knows? I am now deathly curious to see how he plays this.
Yeah, for sure. And with that being said, I mean, we'll have to kind of see what happens, but we're going to game number 1. Java with the sword and orb, and Megd with the sword and gauntlets. Let's see how they use these weapons on this map, which is going to be small Fortress of Lions here. And with that being said, we're going into game number 1.
Java with sword, Megd with gauntlets. Both these players having earned each other's respect already. Just like I said, they are very accustomed to each other's gameplay. They fought each other in bracket many times and also teamed together. They're not even really going for much of an introductory dance of trying to download each other. They're just trying to space each other out. Be careful of how they know the other one's going to approach. If I know how you're going to approach, I'm going to stay away, clear away from those lanes and maybe try to pick something you're not aware of. So a lot of them, a lot of the hits that we have coming out right now are just some stray sword hits and maybe whatever Megd can chase for, whatever Java can respond with. Java picks up orb. Let's see what he's been working with. Java, I don't think has showcased an orb legend on a stream anywhere in a long time. I know he's been messing around with characters a bit the past year or so, but still, this is something I don't think a lot of people have seen, but also not a lot of people have played against. That little orb combo going to surprise Megd and going to keep the game even, but a side light, D-Light Sarah going to send Java off the edge. Can he make it back? Java is one of the most comfortable and confident and bold players off the stage, so of course he's able to make it back. Java Megd around a little bit. There comes out the D-Sig, dodges away instead of fishing for a Sarah or something. Megd's able to find his way back, both running out of options. Megd's able to find his way back to stage.
He is, and Megd now has this neutral central platform control that he needs. Java doesn't have a weapon, and Megd's going to try to maximize on it with that silent recovery. That lands fantastically, and Megd has a little bit of a lead, and we're kind of seeing this matchup here kind of showing how Megd's been playing overall over the past few months. I mean, Java, yes, being a higher PR, Megd has already beaten Java in previous events and stuff like that. I believe also at ECX. So I mean, if you're a Megd, you definitely feel very comfortable going into this. But if you're Java with the Alucard, I mean, trying something new, trying something that you can counter Megd with in a tournament as well. So orb and sword we're not used to seeing, but they play orb very, very well with the Greg. He's a silent in the jump side air knockout, and Megd goes down to that second stock.
Megd's main tactics is to try and slow down the game and just make it it's difficult for you as possible. Use the space around him as a weapon. Java is looking to respect that strategy, play that game against him, but also beat him at his own game. So Java keeping the pace of the game somewhat slow, but still slowly pulling ahead is something that is actually very exciting to see, as Java still doesn't quite have Megd ready just yet. Megd's adjusting their margins, so Java's gonna have to find another way to make some of these large orb strings work. Megd just still trying to find new lanes to approach Java from. A lot of these punishes that we know Megd so well for are not quite coming through. He's not even able to punish the end sig, but still Java doesn't have Megd red, and Megd can't react to or find a way around Java. Both these players have a huge obstacle, but Megd is able to cancel that Ensig from coming out. And although Java's running out of options, that orb dare against the side of the stage is going to send. Megd touching down on last stock is having a very difficult time against Java, because I mean, look at this. I feel like Alucard fits right at home on a stage like this. It makes a lot of sense to see him here. Java has a home field advantage.
Yeah, for sure, and right now, for sure, absolutely. And right now, I mean, they're really showing that there with that orb. They're knocking Megd into the yellow of that final stock. They're trying to knock him into orange or red, but Megd is kind of spacing things out. They don't really want to approach Java off that corner, and especially with how Java plays, even on Bode Bar. You don't really want to bring Java off ledge. And Megd respecting that, getting that sword knockout option on Java's second stock, and now making things one stock off.
Megd, weapon starving Java, is able to pick up sword and keep the game even. Java, now unarmed, is having a very difficult time to find an entrance. Can't find a door anywhere in this castle. Still, the orb is going to be a pretty good key to unlock the secrets, and I don't know, maybe get Megd a KO color. You can start to see Megd starting to get a little bit more nervous about coming back to stage, but I don't think he's even going to be able to. Java is able to take game 1 and is not even red on their last stock. I think that was actually looking really good for Java. Although they were down on last stock, they didn't get down to red. They played Megd's game, but then I outplayed them at their own game. He chose to say, like, okay, if you're going to slow down the game a bit, I'm going to let it slow down, but then still win over you. That is a massive accomplishment.
Yeah, for sure. And especially, I think this weapon or this character change overall has been definitely benefiting Java. I think it's catching Megd off guard in certain points that Java's kind of realized. And it's like, yeah, I want to go ahead. I want to win the top 12 matches, go in the top 8. So they're willing to do whatever they can, because no matter what, yes, they're close friends. But when it comes down to the end of the day, they want to get in here and win the event. So they're definitely showing that right now. Megd is trying to use that neutral control as much as they possibly can, but Java is just reading him originally in last game with the Alucard, but now Megd is going into game number 2. He's like, no, now you're at a half stock disadvantage within the first 45 seconds.
Megd's spacing is already starting to look a lot better. He's also starting to use a few more of these signatures. That's gonna make that's gonna cause some zoning. That's gonna be difficult for Java to make his way out of, and also add some new threat ranges Java has to be aware of, and that's pretty taxing. That's pretty taxing on your mind in such a mental game, and that's gonna cause Java to lose that first stock. Yeah, no, Megd's spacing is looking so much better this game, and that is exactly what he needs to bring this on home. Look at that. And is also starting to have Java red a little bit, saying, okay, I saw how you were approaching, I saw how you were punishing last game. I kind of know what you're doing. I kind of know what your whole song and dance is, and I'm starting to learn that. I'm starting to know every single note, every chord, and Java needs to maybe try and find a key change so that Megd doesn't have him downloaded, and I think Orb will be a pretty good way to switch things up. Java's starting to get pretty damaged on that second stock. Orange is not really a good color for him right now. Red is probably not a good color for Megd either. Java is chasing so enthusiastically off stage with Orb, mind you. Gets the KO off stage with Orb, a weapon we don't usually give credit for being an off-stage weapon. Java is still just holding forward to the side of those blast walls.
Yeah, for sure, and they're definitely trying to keep a little bit there, and I think Java just feels a little bit more comfortable off the ledge. Megd feels a lot more comfortable on the platform just because they can land a lot more combos. Java's trying to really approach that with some satellite side airs and trying to get some damage build up there, but I mean, Orb doesn't fully rely on platform like other weapons as well, like Greatsword, for example, that relies on a lot of its damage build up with some sort of platform control. So I think they're willing to go a little bit more in the air and kind of let Megd try to really approach them, and Megd does, gets that side air. Java goes to the right side, left side, and just falls over to the left, comes back to platform. Megd gets that jump side air knockout, and Java's down to their final stock here.
He is starting to instantly speeding up the pace of the game. Java was not ready for that, and Megd is on the verge of overlapping Java. You can even see anything that Java tries to throw out is not quite connecting. Megd is hungry for this 1-1, is going to keep on fishing until he gets his lunch. Java fighting back though, showing that he's going to have to pay for his meal if he really wants it, but double delay. We saw him show that off in MSI a little bit, proving why he was able to get second place among such a vicious competition. Java runs out of options, can't make it back. Megd protects the edge from Java and lets the offstage king fall down to a 1-1. Megd strikes back.
Yeah, he didn't like the way that kind of went at him in game number 1. He came into game number 2 with a new mindset, going ahead. It's really focusing on sword gameplay overall with that 480 damage on sword and kind of not going too risky off ledge compared to what they did in game number 1. They did go off edge a little bit, but even Megd just had that corner control. Said, you know what, I'm going to jump side air you, and then Java's not going to be able to come back to the platform. And Java barely missed hitting Megd on that final stock too. If he would have hit him, he would have had a jump. So game number 3 And 1-1, no character swaps happening right now. I think both of them are very comfortable with where they're at. I don't blame them, to be quite honest. So yeah, we're going on the Fortress Alliance here, and maybe we see a little bit more platform use from Java.
Java is back on his home field advantage, though.
Indeed, he's on the Castlevania base map there. So yeah, you're 100% right. And we'll kind of see what happens here with how Java uses that. I mean, they probably grabbed one of the skulls from one of the local places around Castlevania, but we'll have to see how well it does, because right now Megd's sword is coming in with a double-sided and launches Java into the red. Java comes back but gets a little bit too aggressive, and Megd comes in with the Val signature into a weapon throw. And now both players are back. Java does not have a weapon. Megd's going to take full advantage of that. Weapon starving Java gets the jump in there. And we'll try to get this knockout option while weapon starving Java. Oh, he's going to clip him. I thought he was going to go right for a clip on Java there as well. But that side comes in and Java's out of that first stock.
You can tell just how downloaded they have each other, how they're trying to bait out attacks they know they regularly go for, and just the way that they space each other out, the way that they're always trying to be ready for the next punish. They, D-Sig into Sair into a side sig would have been a phenomenal way to maybe not revoke that first stock from Megd, but still make the rest of this game a lot harder. But still make this answer right back, bounce back, and show Java a bit of a taste of his own medicine. Java has been pretty trigger happy with some of these N-Sigs, but none of them quite connecting. That Sair's going to connect, but Megd up 2.5, like a stock and a half actually. Java is going to be really fishing for that KO. D-Light recovery not going to be not going to connect, but still Java a D-Light in a recovery. I mean D-Sig in a recovery. That would have just been an excellent way to close out that stock, but still not enough. Megd, I'm not sure if we'll be seeing a Megd 3 stock, but this game, Java's going to have a lot of work to do if he wants to close this game out in his favor and regain the show why he was able to win on the stage in the first place. Removing that first stock from Orb there against the side of the stage, just like he did that one time in the first game, will be a good way to start, but there's 3 more parts other than the beginning. There's the middle and the end, and he's already kind of getting close to his end.
Yeah, he is, absolutely. And I mean, this is just I mean, here's the thing, Megd was up like 2 stocks at one point. Java's starting to make a comeback, but he needed to do that a lot earlier. Now we're seeing Java in the red of that final stock, and Megd just sending these sword combos back to back to back. And Megd takes this next game to their name, and I mean, Megd just feels a lot more comfortable. They've been able to adapt against Java's Alucard, and hey, it's coming down to realistically just having that center control, and if Java wants to win, he might have to take that away from him. So we'll have to see. I mean, look, Megd is just knocking off of the sides, not even focusing on the ceiling at all either. Like, hi there, sword combo side airs. It's a lot of sword knockouts, but currently right now scores 2-1 in favor of Megd, and while Megd did 500 damage there, he also primarily did a lot of that with swords. So we might see Java try to weapon start Megd a little bit to make sure he doesn't pick up that sword. We'll have to see. But focusing on weapon starting Megd, focusing on really making sure that the platform control does not go over to Megd again, because Java's losing terribly hard while being off the edge at this current point in time. Yeah,
Java weapon starving Megd is going to be pretty crucial into his strategy, and another key pivotal point in Java's approach into this is that you can tell he was starting to get a little impatient, starting to really rush down Megd and put himself into Megd's threat ranges more often. And this is something that I will say every single time the man's name comes up. He has such a good mental. You simply cannot break him. You just have to play his own game against him, and only sometimes does it kind of go well. Megd's mental is kind of on another level compared to a lot of other players. You just simply cannot break it. Java is shifting around his mental a little bit. His approach, you can start to see the game is a little bit less explosive. These colors are changing a bit less and less. Maybe not. Megd is still hitting a lot of these hits. Maybe Java is still starting to aggress and try to throw himself onto the Val but still nothing much is coming out of it. I don't really blame him for not swapping characters, because he just plays this game just a little bit better. He could bring this to a much more even game. He could bring this to a game 5 right here if he plays the next few minutes of Brawlhalla of his life correctly. So that is what is on the line for this Alucard right here. Orb combo going to be a good way to come close to the KO. The N6 still doesn't connect. One of these days, that'll hit. One of these days, Java, it will. Orb Dare gets the side of the stage. Usually been a really good option, but Megd knows to be aware of that. But Java quickly dodges out of the Sair, has Megd downloaded, but can't dodge his way out of the recovery once the dodge is burned. Megd is pretty damaged on that first stock, so Java's going to be fishing for that, but still, you never know how Megd can treat this lead.
Yeah, for sure. And I think right now Java's kind of giving too much respect to Megd spacing. I think Megd is kind of been given this overall control, and Java's just really worried about getting too aggressive against Megd. And I can understand that to a certain degree, but now he's got to be a lot more aggressive, just like he was, to go and make some amends there. So Java's going to really have to take that center control from Megd if they want to go ahead and win this game.
Megd plays his own game.
Yeah,
he doesn't play Brawlhalla. He plays Megd Brawlhalla. You have to play that game against him.
Well, I'm actually happy to see that.
Ooh,
Megd's being a little bit more aggressive, and we're seeing that now. I mean, we're used to him being like, okay, I'm gonna try to bait you into a knockout option and stuff like that. But Megd,
oh my
being
God,
aggressive, and Java is out of that second stock, trying to make it more into their favor, trying to win this set 3-1. But at this current point in time, you have to get through Java's final stock if they want to go and do that.
That is a huge statement too, because we just said earlier, Java, one of the most comfortable and confident players off stage, probably in the entire world, and Megd just has some huge offstage plays like that against a player like Java. That's a huge statement to the rest of the bracket.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, right now, I mean, this is going to be interesting. I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, Megd is doing very well with this control, and Java just can't approach it. He's just having such a rough time. He's trying to catch Megd off guard, but Megd is just prepared for a lot of the things Java is throwing out, these side airs, and he's not really doing anything unique, and Megd is just prioritizing his own attacks and getting the damage in. Oh no.
Spacing, really try and come out. Java putting so much mental energy, so much effort into his spacing for every single attack, every single frame. But Megd walks away with a 3-1. Find himself top 8 winner's side. Java still has a very good chance of making the top 8, but has to make it through the lower bracket. Play twice as many games and probably be just a little bit more stressed than he would have been if he was able to continue with the winner bracket. So that is the first half of winners quarterfinals. What's the second half looking like?
Well, right now, I mean, overall though, I mean, if we go back to this previous game with this 3-1, I mean, Megd just had center platform control. Java just had a rough time dealing with the medium range attacks that Megd was throwing out. And I mean, realistically, Java we know for playing hammer and sword, right? That's what we know them for. That's what chat would know them for, right? So if you're Java, I'm kind of surprised not to see that long range gameplay, even if it's not hammer. Like if you see blasters or anything like that, that might have gotten Megd a little bit. But Java was very focused on playing the Alucard. Props to him. And I mean, Java just had to play sword as much as they can. They tried doing stuff with Orb, but they did 79 damage with Orb. So anyways, you're indeed correct. We are down 2 games in the winners quarterfinals. And we're getting ready for our next matchup, which is going to be Impala versus Hardymj. And I'm happy to see this matchup. I really am, just because of the fact that I remember talking with Hardy, and he's like, okay, at least for the lower side of the bracket. I talked to him today, and he's like, yes, I get to face Anonymous, because for those who don't know, Anonymous and Hardymj play Greatsword. So Hardy wanted to prove that he was a better Greatsword player. So he did that. He beat Anonymous Alex to go and get here. But now he's got to prove himself of beating Impala, who's second seed in this event, by the way, and has to really show what he's made out of. And right now, I believe we can go ahead and see their stats coming up. And yeah, I mean, if you see the screen here, overall though, Impala getting 2 gold medals, 1 silver, and 15 top 32 placements. And then with Hardymj, he's gotten 20 top 32 placements, and both the players have 6 top 8 placements. But overall though, Impala won BCX. That's the thing that happened in person.
No, that is the biggest elephant in the room right now. Yeah, that is like that. Yeah.
So I want to see if he pulls out that Kaya. I do. I don't know if he swapped characters just because of where the meta is compared to BCX. Because I remember Bo was the main thing people were prioritizing on. It's like, oh, Bo's insane right now. But overall though, Impala's improved so much leading up to BCX. But now we have Hardymj come back into the swing of things because he was originally competitive banned up until after BCX. So he got unbanned in November. So now he's coming back trying to show his gameplay here and try to get his PR up because he was like PR, 70 something if I recall. So we have that. So, but seed 2 versus seed 7. But Hardy did get a really good placement in Winters as well. And if I pop that up, Hardy got 17th for his first tournament back. So, hey, we'll see what happens going into this next game. But we're just waiting for the players to hop on in, and we'll go ahead and get on started. I think we're just waiting on Impala right now.
That title underneath Hardymj's name that we're seeing right here, that BCX Finals 21 is also a pretty important thing to bring up, is that before he was competitive banned, was still a pretty high level player. I know we said that is, I think currently somewhere around like PR 60 or 50, but there was a point in time he was a top 10 level competitor, and I'm pretty sure made it to top 12 of BCX 21 when it was still like just that regional online. So Hardymj definitely has one hell of a legacy to look back upon, but Impala as his recent achievement, I mean, like, how many times can we say he won BCX before it got old? Because guys, he won BCX. So how many, that is such a huge thing to stand up to the current world champion. Impala also almost made it to the Winter Royale. I'm pretty sure getting out at 4th, just barely missing by 1 spot off, just a few minutes, just 1 game off.
Yeah, for sure. And it's gonna be overall, I'm happy for this matchup though, because we haven't seen Impala playing a Moose Wars in a bit, at least when it comes down to on stream here. So I like seeing him here. I like seeing him play. I believe the last Moose Wars that they played, I'll have to see if I can find it, but I mean, they're both powerful players here, so we'll see kind of what happens. All right.
Hardymj's played in many a Moose Wars, though. I feel like he fits right at home here. He's part of the regulars here. I've seen his name a bunch of times here. I'm happy to see him every time.
I like how Hardy's in the lobby while we're getting Impala to swap his name real quick. He's in here saying, can you also make sure that you say that I am the better Jaeyoon than Alex? He's very proud of beating Alex in top 32, so it's kind of funny. I'm reading Jazz. Like, can you make sure you say
Hardymj is a better Jaeyoon than anonymous Alex.
Yeah. Okay.
I only did that for the joke. I only did that for the bit. You can take that out of context as much as you want, but I said it right.
He's gonna clip that shit now. He's gonna put that. He's gonna put that on animated like MP4 frame that you can get, and just have it replay on audio. But yeah, they can go and start.
Wearing not a bad fit for that too. It was gonna be clipped and put a bunch of places. I'm happy I don't look that bad today.
Yeah, we're going to game 1. Impala's playing that Kaya. I'm glad to see it. They're rocking that 1v1 World Championship 22 title, and they're ready to get things going. All right. With that being said, we're going to game number 1, and we got Hardymj on that Negan crossover. The thing that he's kind of known for now. I think he's kind of known for being on that crossover, and really showing like, hey, this is mine. We're gonna make sure that we can clarify it's my setup here by beating Impala, and he's trying to do that. But Impala with the spear 3-piece combo right out the gate on the Hardymj, landing very well.
Impala definitely took a... Oh no, Impala using the Spirit D6 skill check roll a bit to respond to the facts in the back that Impala was actually not able to get some hits during the whole introductory dance of this game. However, Impala is starting to show Hardy closer and closer into that red KO collar. The crowbar sword coming in handy. Can he finish off this stock, or can he at least bring it to even? One of those questions already answered, one of which yet to be answered. Hardy being, I'm pretty sure that is the sidelight starter into a recovery, almost like a Russian mafia. That is, Hardy is pretty creative with some of these ways he tries to connect greatsword attacks, but a bow D6, tried and true method. Impala is going to take the first stock in the set, upgrade it in. Raydish touches back down on second stock with the sword, and then like to push Impala off, maybe bring a bit closer to the edge. Is still willing to tango on arm, that unarmed almost sending off the top, but it ends up being towards maybe not. I was confident Hardy would have been able to take that. Just barely is able to grab the edge again. Impala fakes the weapon throw. Hardy doesn't fake that weapon throw. Lets that recovery connect. And Impala touching down on second stock. Hardy barely even touched on his second. Nice.
Yeah, Impala kind of showed his words there and basically said, hey, I'm gonna knock you out of this first game, or this first round there, or stock, I can't speak. And then Hardy's like, I'll make amends for it. Makes it even. But as soon as Impala comes back and is given that center control of the map, Hardy goes down into the orange. So he's going to try to go ahead and get Impala off the side of the map. Is actually just able to knock him into the orange. But I mean, that side control, Hardy is very good at doing with greatsword, because usually you don't expect greatsword to go off the ledge. You expect it to be more of a center platform-based weapon. So definitely doing very well with that. Oh, Impala's highest bow signature knocks out Hardymj's second stock, and I mean, this is definitely a very good matchup so far.
Raydish is still able to make some of these greatsword chains connect, maybe not as long as he's looking for, because Impala is still ahead just a little bit by damage, especially when to see when the restocks are probably going to Hardymj is probably going to be able to reset Impala back down to his last stock sometime soon, but maybe not. Impala is keeping Hardy at bay with a lot of these light attacks. We don't see that many signatures coming out from Impala. We could be seeing a bow dare come out here to try and make this a little bit more difficult for Hardy, since it spikes downward. Hardy is actually having a much more difficult time finishing up the second stock. Is only able to do it a few seconds later than he probably could have spared with the sword deal at recovery. Has quite a bit of ground to come up for. Greatsword covers a lot of space, so maybe he's able to come up cover some ground with the size of the greatsword alone, but still he's a lot of work to do. You can immediately see his movement stepping up, starting to put in some footwork training to use, but still Impala's damage lead right now is it's looking a little scary.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, Impala has that half stock lead, and he's got the range with bow. He's gonna try to weapon starve Hardy. He's able to. There we go. We're seeing it again. I think Hardy's like, okay, I'm just gonna let this happen. I'm gonna go ahead and try to attack Impala, and Impala is like, you don't even have an option to approach me. Comes in with that bow two-piece involving the recovery knockout, and Hardymj loses their final stock here. And if we go over the replays here, I mean, overall, Impala's signatures have been catching Hardymj off guard the most. I mean, that one signature with bow, then comes in with the neutral signature, knocks out Hardymj second. And then overall, Impala just had this half stock lead and just took advantage of it with that bow recovery.
3, 2, 1.
Raydish choosing to go right back to small Brawl Haven and picking up greatsword first. Maybe he's able to get a bit of an early damage lead. What Impala did is that Hardy was able to get a bit of an early damage lead, but Impala just came back from that and created a lead of his own and then rode the whole game off of that. So I think what Hardy might be looking for is to either not let Impala get ahead that much in the first place and try and make us that any lead Impala tries to get, he's able to balance out, or maybe to try to keep a lead of his own. He had a very difficult time keeping that lead in the beginning, and Impala just kind of let that health deficiency snowball out of Hardy's hands. We do start to see Impala running out a bit of options due to Hardy's ledge guard, and Impala is choosing not to actually chase too far up off the top of the screen. Hardy is not getting skill checked today, not after last game, nuh-uh. Impala is able to pick up bow. That's going to be pretty good for the KO, as Hardy is having a bit of a difficult time. D-Sig almost sends yet again. Bow going to give Hardy another jump. I think Impala just let Hardy recover back to stage. Impala is able to grab up Spear, though. Hardy might have a bit of a tough time trying to get the KO into Spear, but who knows? Maybe he's able to get it. Unarmed into Spear is going to be a lot more difficult, though. There we go.
Yeah. And I mean, realistically, Hardy was trying to be a little aggressive because he saw that weapon spawn. He wanted to go ahead and grab that. But Impala just reading those dodge-ins and getting that knockout. So Hardymj is able to pick up a weapon once he comes back, though. Launches Impala off that ledge. Gets the neutral air. Doesn't go for a recovery just because of how long it takes to build up. And right now, I mean, at the moment, Impala with the weapon throw there. Oh, Hardy barely touching that corner to a point where Impala couldn't knock him out of his second stock. He might be able to here in a minute. Oh, it's going to be close. And we'll have to see, but Impala's going to try to do it. Picks up Spear. Side light, down light, recovery. Hardy's in the red. And oh! That was close.
Hardy almost put everything into that one. Is actually using his dodges a lot better. Impala cannot find the KO, and Hardy is being a bit more bold with some of these commands. He's going real deep for, is able to get the dodge out. Hardy evens out the stocks, but still, look at this damage lead from Impala. Impala has this ability that you don't see from a lot of players, is that he's just able to grab a damage lead, especially a bit earlier in the game, and just the whole game ride off of it. It's very difficult to encounter, especially when this Kaya in particular is able to pull this off consistently. Clock in, clock out.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, I mean, Hardy's just trying to get this Gimp knockout there onto Impala off that ledge. He really is trying to get risky now, just because he knows the situation he's in. He is down almost an entire stock. He's willing to bring Impala off that ledge and face him off ledge. And I think Impala's like, no, I need platform control for my bow. I need to be able to land both specific combos and get these signature options on you. And Hardy's like, I'm not trying to fight that right now. And at the current moment, I mean, Hardy gets that neutral signature, gets that jump side air, tries to get the weapon throw attack, misses that ground pound. And Impala gets knocked out by Hardymj of their second stock, but that's only second stock off of Impala there, Graffiti.
Hardy made it look like that he whipped that down light. Although that was a really clever play on the edge from Hardy to end up with that downlight finisher, still Impala is able to bring himself one game away from winner semis, and 3-0ing Hardy would be one hell of a way to accomplish that. Still, Hardy has some fight left in him and is switching over on to an Ulgrim pick, and not even the map change. Changes off of Greatsword before he's willing to change the map. Hardy really looks raw even, doesn't he?
Well, I think they both do it too, just because of the fact that there's no platforms on it. You don't have to get caught off guard by them. And I think now Hardy's kind of trying to go over to a pocket pick, so to speak, because he's realizing that Jane's not working and just trying to use that lance to their advantage. He's having a rough time landing his attacks. This is a character that we don't usually see them on, right? And Impala might just try to maximize on that at this current point in time. I mean, Hardy's going in for these two-piece combos, and remember, there was definitely a quote that was going around the Brawlhalla community. You gotta make sure that you land all your attacks. And realistically, you kind of have to, just because of the fact that if you miss a light attack, a heavy attack, whatever,
no,
you have a lot of recovery frames. Hardy was just saved by Lance neutral air.
Impala is choosing not to hold that D-Sig for much longer to not skill check Hardy, so we could be seeing him maybe revert back to that first game and try to hold another D-Sig and really hold that for longer. So we do have bow. Maybe we see a bow D-Sig, especially for the KO. Now would be a good time to throw that out. And gravity cancel Enzig against the side of the stage is able to reverse Hardymj's edge guard, especially since that there probably would have not I don't think there was another way to come back from that. I think that was the only way to come back from that. Impala bet the entire stock on that, and it worked. Hardy is starting to get really hungry for this second stock of Impala, but it is not coming through. It is not connecting. Impala is up a stock and a half on Hardy, on the verge of a 3-0. Hardy is able to make that a little bit easier, turns a stock and a half into a stock, but still, you can see him pause for a bit. He needs a bit of a breather. He needs to be able to mental reset whatever he can get. He has to play this last stock like his life depends on it, because his bracket life does.
Oh yeah, definitely leads to the winner's side, and he's just trying his best to make it a little bit more easier for himself. And I think he's somewhat coming back pretty easy compared to what he was, but I mean now it's a whole stock disadvantage just because Impala knows the matchup against Lance so well. And as I say that, Impala shows that and gets that final knockout option onto Hardymj, and Hardymj is out 3-0 to Impala, but Impala just did so well overall with the center control with that bow, even with spear. I mean, it was a mixture of both those weapons. And look at that grounded cancel signature that lands on Hardy's first stock. Good grief.
This early stock right here. Look at the upper right corner. Look at Hardy's health right now. Look at that.
Double dare.
And then just barely dodges out of that. Perfectly times the spot dodge.
That was so clean. He did come back pretty well though on that during that final stock, but just couldn't come back enough. Oh my gosh. But I mean, yeah, that's what happened. Very nice job by Impala. Congrats to be going into the winners semifinals coming up here, and hopefully we see Hardymj back in the loser side of top 8.
So we have gone through some pretty interesting sets so far. We've seen Luna 3-0 Pierre's Odevar. We've seen Megd take a 3-1 over Java. We have just seen Impala 3-1 Hardy while Hardy was trying out Ulgrim. And if you noticed, if you're good with numbers, which I'm not, so thank you for noticing, that is 3. And what does quarter usually mean? 4. AJ, what is the last set that we got coming?
Absolutely, and we have our next matchup, which is going to be Cutie versus Fakie. And I have to say, based off of how Fakie did, I need to see him higher. I need to see him higher in general, because in before he could get in the top 32, he had to face Phazon. He beat Phazon. Then he faced Jetbeam and beat Jetbeam, who's seed number 6, and is now facing Cutie. But here's the thing though, Cutie beat Raydish to get here. 2-1 there, Graffiti. So Fakie, Cutie are already having upsets already, because Cutie's seed 14 in this event. So if you're them, you gotta be like, oh, we're gonna get somewhere. And it's the seed 14 versus seed 22 for top 8 winner's side. So I'm happy for both of them, and I can't wait to see how these players do. I love both their play styles and stuff like that. So it'll be really dope.
Fakie and Cutie I kind of put in the same boat of like this new age, this new wave of players that we have coming in. We've had semi-pros who have been like little local legends lurking in community little brackets here and then again, finally breaking into these big tournament top 16s, these top 32s and majors and big communities like these. Or that they've just really only kind of been starting to really commit their time and slowly improving. Fakie and Cutie are part of a very, very welcomed new age, new wave of players who are up next to the bat. And are they heir to the throne? Hard to say, but I won't count them out just yet. For our first game, we got Fakie still sticking with the scythe. We got Cutie I feel like I've seen Cutie on quite a few things. Cutie also knows some scythe on his own, so Fakie's gonna have to whip out some surprises to really catch Cutie off guard. But Cutie on spear might just be able to outrange him. I would say character swap, character picks so far might be, what, AJ, what happened?
I just saw, like, the first start off, Fakie tries to grab the weapon, and he's like, no, you're gonna get side signature with unarmed. I'm willing to be that aggressive, and it kind of sets the preset of, okay, Fakie's got to be a little bit more careful of Cutie's aggression, and the way over here, like, all right, well, that just happened, okay.
Oh, wait.
Oh, Cutie coming in with a double dare knockout with spear, and Fakie's already out of the first stock. Okay, well that just happened, and Fakie now picks up bow, and I think both of these players are playing bow, so who's gonna really have the advantage? And Fakie's gone crazy with scythe in the past. We've seen him do that in ones and in twos, but right now, I mean, Cutie's just went crazy, but Fakie's starting to come back.
Fakie is trying to be very careful and making, knowing that, like, okay, I just lost my first stock, and in an unfortunate way, can't lose another one, especially not like that. Playstyle immediately changing. That's the type of in-game adaptation that we like to see. This isn't character swaps. This isn't map swaps. This isn't like changing your mental entirely. This is just adapting while your hands are still mashing about the keyboard. That side sig could be a pretty good way to try and bring the game close to even. Look at how much Fakie has slowed down the game. Cutie started off triumphantly and is still looking to try and storm on in his way to a 1-0, but still Fakie's ability to try and slow down the game and say, like, okay, I'm not making the same mistakes again. Instead, I'm gonna take that first stock. I'm even out stocks, a little damaged on my second. You know, I'll work with it.
Okay.
I'll work with it.
I mean, now Cutie's up by 1 stock though, so you definitely know Cutie's feeling very, very comfortable going into this 3-minute or getting into the 3rd minute of this game here. And I don't know, I think now we're gonna see Fakie scythe a little bit more. I think they're going to be a lot more risky with that scythe, but you gotta be careful Spear's range too, because Spear just has an insane like comboing ability off the ledge.
Looking to finish out this game. Fakie could take this stock right here and even it out, but I'm not really sure how much is having. As you can see, Cutie still kind of has Fakie red. Even when some attacks don't completely connect, Cutie still generally has the right direction of where to aim, but Fakie aims that unarmed dare in the right direction to clash out Cutie's second stock. Cutie still just needs the KO, especially on these D-Sigs, these N-Sigs, picking up Spear especially. All it would take is doesn't actually have the read anymore. Fakie is adjusting quite nicely. That's something that we like to say from our players, right? In-game adaptation, changing your mental in between stocks, or hell, during if you have to. Fakie is still just trying to space out Cutie. Cutie with a bit of a skill check, not quite gonna connect. Fakie still desperately needs to clutch out this game. And as we have both of our players dipping into sudden death, a bow nair is not quite gonna send, but showing just how damaged both these players are. A grounded end light does send, however. Cutie with Cutie cancels what probably would have been one of the best comebacks that we have seen today.
Yeah, and look at the double dare into Fakie just not having more jumps. That was very, very clean. Very nice job coming out of overall of Cutie, man. And Cutie has been, that spear and that bow has been catching Fakie off guard, and Fakie can't be aggressive as he usually is. He's just not able to land the options. But now that we are on Miami Dome, can they do that? We'll have to see.
Right now, yeah, the map change is pretty interesting, especially consider, but it probably will work out now that I'm realizing that Fakie actually really likes this map. And a lot of the games that Fakie has had, and a lot of the cool plays that we've seen Fakie circulating around Twitter, if you scroll through the Brawlhalla channel, top clips, have been here on the Dome. So Fakie probably feeling pretty confident with his home field advantage now, but we know what can happen to a home field advantage. Cutie can just take this away from him. But Fakie, I'd actually say that Fakie's performance last game, although that first stock was very unfortunate, it's the fact that he kept it even after that first stock is what is so promising about his performance. But I think we have an exact repeat of game one, because look at the game state right now. Cutie taking another early stock, and Fakie now has to answer back. Fakie now has to spend the rest of the game picking up the change that fell out of his wallet of an early lead.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Fakie, Fakie has had a rough time in the beginning of the last game too, if I recall. I think Cutie had this lead in the beginning, or the beginning first half, and Fakie just has a rough time balancing that out a little bit. And And I think these platforms are actually catching them off guard a little bit. They're actually not using them a whole lot. And Cutie's like, okay, I'm expecting to do this, this, and this. It comes in with that spear combo. Fakie comes in with the backward dare reversal, and he gets dare knockout on Cutie. So, yeah, I think Cutie is doing really well. I think Fakie is trying to take the advantage as best they possibly can, but they're kind of only maximizing on what Cutie's missing rather than going for their own stuff. They're going for their own stuff there, but they're just having a rough time following up with what they need to do.
Cutie for a while had Fakie red, but still doesn't quite have him red, or maybe at least only really has him red on bow. That weapon throw. Cutie has to burn his dodge for that. Cutie choosing not to chase any farther, slapping with the Sarah and a weapon throw. Fakie's still gonna make his way back from that. Cutie picking up bow, trying to pull everything out of his pockets to try and make this work. Bow Nair gonna put Fakie on, I'm pretty sure, oh, not quite bracket stock, but still gonna be just a few minutes away from being in the lead in the set, but still Fakie could even this out. We saw how well he was able to bring that last game to sudden death despite even burst efficiency, and we've seen just how confident Fakie is able to feel on Miami Dome right here. Cutie still has Fakie red quite well though, so Fakie is gonna have to keep up with the way he's adjusting, adaptationing, and also using his dodges in a way that Cutie would not be able to guess. You could start to see some of the attacks are starting to whiff a little bit more from Cutie, but an NSIG is going to put Fakie in a pretty difficult spot right now. Look at the score at the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, for sure. And you definitely do not want to be where they are currently at the moment, and Fakie's just having a rough time really trying to find options against Cutie. I mean, yes, they're maximizing, but they're not doing it very well to the point where they're getting a lead. And Cutie overall, even from the beginning of that game, had a one stock lead and really held it going through that entire game. And Fakie's got to be very careful going to this game number 3 to not let Cutie do that in the beginning. And Fakie actually swaps off the Mutant and goes over to Hattori.
Fakie off Scythe is going to be pretty interesting to see, but who knows? Maybe the Mutant was just not quite enough. You could start, Cutie is immediately going for that early lead. Cutie is an early lead player. You get that first stock, and then the rest of the game just kind of comes after that. Honestly, I can't. It's a pretty solid way to play. Fakie is stepping up to bat, though, toe to toe with this Kaya, and I don't see a substantial early lead just yet. Maybe I'm calling it too early, but I think Fakie Hattori is actually not a bad swap.
No, Fakie's doing a lot better going into this next game, and it comes down to if they can be consistent with it and if they can get this first stock knockout, because I have a feeling it's going to mess with Fakie a little bit unless they're going to be able to knock them out. Oh, especially after that, but that first recovery didn't land. That sword combo landed, but didn't have enough force to knock out. And you know Fakie's really not happy about that, but he gets the signature knockout either way and takes that neutral control over Cutie, and Cutie's just having a rough time dealing with the change.
Fakie taking a pretty nice lead. Cutie is actually whiffing a lot more of these attacks, especially since Fakie's approach has got to be pretty different when you're on a different character, 2 completely different weapons, very different stats, and just a different way to approach the gameplay overall with such big changing variables. Also a different map. Cutie is, I mean, doesn't have a hard time hitting that D-Sig to close out that first stock, but still, Fakie was in a pretty tasty lead for a some amount of time right there. Cutie still has a bit of a lead, but is whiffing in ways that Fakie is capitalizing on really well, and is really not looking the healthiest for Cutie. Really enough, still has the lead though. We might start seeing some whiffs less and less and less, but Fakie is still able to keep Cutie at bay and really cut any bleeding Cutie is able to inflict, and is not able to grab as much of a lead. Fakie doing a pretty good job of preventing these big leads, is going to be one hell of a savior in keeping this bracket run alive for him. But now we're getting in sudden death on second stock. Who's the first one to go?
Yeah, and right now, I mean, if you're going to be in this matchup here, Fakie's like, all right, let's go and get this second stock knockout. He landed very, very nicely. And this is definitely a change of pace than what we saw in the first 2 games. So Fakie with this character swap did well, but can they take this game over Cutie, and they're trying to use the spear to do that. Bow is a thing. Bow comes in and gets it there. Nice job coming in from Cutie. And then Fakie's like, okay, I'm back on square one. I'm on my final stock. I'm going to try to use this sword a little bit. I'm going to try to bounce it back and forth. And sword combo, nice job. Tries to do recovery, realizes it doesn't have an option, just falls back from it. Nice, misses that there, but lands that side air, and Cutie is just getting read by Fakie. The recovery comes in. That weapon throw was not read. Oh, a sword combo comes in. Fakie has the spear, gets the side air. Cutie's launched off the side, but is not knocked out yet. Oh, he's able to touch that ledge, get that recovery, pick up that weapon, and now have a spear versus spear situation.
Cutie has done such a good job of having Fakie read almost this entire time, but
Nice.
Fakie is able to answer back. The Hattori is looking quite solid, and that is one hell of a message to send to this Kaya right here. You have beat me twice, 2 different maps, and I was trying to change my playstyle whichever way I can to try and accommodate you, to beat you at your own game. But now all it takes is to just swap the character. I'm able to take it back. I'm able to slow your momentum. I'm able to pull stuff out of my pocket that you were not expecting. Boom, pocket sand.
Pocket sand indeed. All right, we're going to game number 4. Let's see how it goes. Will the pocket sand come back out again? We'll have to see. But at the moment, Fakie's still in the Hattori. He is comfortable as heck with that character, especially with unarmed. And it comes down to how well they use it. I'm surprised we didn't see a couple different dares here and there. The helicopter ground pound, it's useful, but it's got a lot of recovery frames. So I think Fakie's going to try to not use it a whole lot unless they know it's going to land. Like, for example, that recovery that they landed with it. But at this current point in time, neutral leg comes in. A lot of back and forth though, and I mean, realistically, Fakie's just controlling the crap out of Cutie right now, and Cutie's just trying to really approach and get some damage build up.
I mean, the speed stat on Hattori is pretty formidable. So Fakie's movement definitely stepping up to answer the call. That's benefiting him quite well. Cutie has to burn the dodge to try and go for that end sig, cover his head while he recovers. Fakie uses a spot dodge to cover himself through that D-light, and then as the D-light brings Cutie closer to Fakie, converts the spot dodge into a gravity cancel D-light into the recovery. That is just expertly timed. Fakie's fed up. They're done with this BS. They really need this game 5. You can start to see their sword is starting to outplay Cutie's spear. You'd think that, with a longer range and being able to cover some of the same lanes and options, spear might kind of have sword outclassed, but Fakie is making it look like complete the opposite, as Fakie is only just losing his first stock while Cutie has been on second stock and is approaching KO color on that. Fakie, pretty tasty lead. Really digging for this game 5.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, I mean, they're trying, Fakie's really trying to go for it. He does not want to go into the loser side of this bracket after the people that he beat in this tournament. I definitely wouldn't want to go down there if I were him, and you don't want to lose to seed 14 of this event. Both you guys have been going crazy, but it's been relatively back and forth, and Fakie comes with a downlight recovery, has a half stock lead over Cutie, and Cutie's having a rough time adapting against Fakie's Hattori. Really is.
Fakie is still just kind of dancing around, knowing that, okay, I'm close to KO color. Cutie could even this out very shortly, especially since they've gotten the read on me pretty nicely earlier, so I shouldn't get too confident. Fakie's movement, yeah, no, the speed stat on Hattori. I was timing out that D-Sig for the skill check. It's pretty nice. Using the speed stat on this Hattori quite nicely to build up a pretty comfy lead. End-light after end-light after end-light. We're going to start to see Fakie go for a KO option here or there. It's going to be recovery, Sarah into weapon throw. Not quite going to be it, but
Wow.
Cutie decides it's not worth the mental energy to recover. Fakie has proven their worth, and I'm going on to, like I said, the scythe. Actually, Cutie going on over the scythe to try and close out this game 5 with Fate. This is a character pick that has brought Cutie to some pretty tall heights in a community or two in the past few months. This Hattori from Fakie is as big as a surprise as this reverse 3-0 could be if he's able to make this all connect. As we're touching down on Demon Island, both these players know this could be my last game in winner's bracket. I could not make it to top 8 after this.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very big deal for both of them. They want to be on winner side top 8. They want to be guaranteed at least 5th in this tournament. So basically, they're trying to get that position. They don't want to have to go into the loser side bracket and have to go and face another player to get into top 8. But right now, I mean, Fakie and realistically, Cutie swaps over to that Fate, that Scythe and Orb. And here's the thing, Fakie knows Scythe very, very well. And I think they're very comfortable against it because look how aggressive they're being now. I mean, they're willing to be that aggressive against Cutie, and I think just because they know the Scythe speed, like spacing and Orb, and that's a double recovery knockout by Fakie.
Fakie one step closer to the reverse 3-0. Cutie now picking up Scythe. We're gonna have to see how well this is able to manage. Fakie has not fought Cutie's Scythe, at least not in a while. And so who knows, Cutie might have some surprises of his own to try and come up against this Scythe master himself, and he does. Gravity cancel Delight with the active input being sent into closer to the wall, and that's actually pretty good for a KO option, especially when using it at a gravity cancel. So as Cutie is juggling Fakie quite nicely, he's able to even up the damage, but Fakie is able to turn it back in their favor. This whole game has been back and forth. Fakie takes a lead, Cutie reverses it. Fakie takes a lead as he sends Cutie down a bracket stock. But keep your eyes on this Cutie right here. He could very, very easily reverse the lead, as we do have Cutie's been pretty good with getting some KO options opening for the Scythe. As we can see, another one out, and Nair drops, letting Cutie rock on another day. Fakie's having a hard time getting back to stage.
This is what Cutie wants, and he gets that Orb Cider knockout on the Fakie, making this one stack all in game number 5 in the lovely quarterfinals of King's Crusade 1v1s, and they're just trying to find some type of option against each other. We're seeing Cutie go into the yellow of that final stock. Fakie trying to really space themselves to be able to land these spear combos without running into the Scythe like range to get comboed. And right now Cutie's in the orange and starting to go into the red of that final stock, and Fakie's still in the yellow.
Fakie might start looking for some KO options, especially considering the floor of Demon Island is not too far to travel. But as Cutie keeps up these juggles with the orbs and is pushing Fakie into a difficult spot, and is also pressuring with these N6, this is very, very difficult for Fakie to space out. But they're both starting to whiff some of their KO options. Fakie choosing to switch for sword, maybe Daylight recovery is better than Daylight Sair, but his sideline Sair will drop from Cutie. Fakie with some more Daylight's not quite going to be it. Cutie with the Sair on the side. Can he finish the ledge guard? Fakie dodges in past the Sair for Sair of his own and dribbles Cutie to close out a reverse 3-0.
And that was down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. It was down to the final stock of game number 5. Congrats to Fakie on winning that set. I mean, overall, though, I mean, they had that overall center control going into first stock, knocked Cutie out first, then comes in, gets that neutral signature with Hattori on the Cutie, and then Cutie was being very aggressive with that orb, and they kept on missing their attacks, and Fakie maximized on it, got the dare into a sword combo recovery. Fakie, that's how you win your set, brother. Congratulations on that. And there was only 20 damage difference between both of these players, man. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was a very, very insane set, and that was what you call a fantastic quarterfinal. So Fakie definitely deserving to get up into the winner semifinals here in a little bit. And then we hope to see Cutie come back in the loser side top 8. So that was awesome, man.
The battle of the new age players. Fakie comes out on top, and my goodness gracious, what a nail biter of our set. That is actually going to be it from me right here. We're gonna bring in another caster to take my seat, bring y'all a little bit closer to the elusive grand finals. Gonna take out some of the lower bracket, but let me actually update y'all what's going on in the lower bracket, so maybe we have a little bit of context going in. So to recap, we had Luna 3-0 Pierre, and so now Pierre is in lower bracket and won a game 5 against Anonymous Alex. So we will be seeing Pierre in top 8. We saw Java take 1 game off of Megd, but then Megd taking the next 3 off of that. Java now in lower bracket, actually losing out to Raydish. Raydish has been on the receiving end of an upset this tournament and is making his way back from that, saying, hey, you know, I didn't deserve that. That should not have happened, and I'm coming my way back to you. We also recently saw Impala taking a 3-0 on Hardy. Hardy in the lower bracket is literally just as I'm saying the sentence, closing out this 3-0 on Phazon. We're just waiting for the bracket to update, and Cutie and Fakie. I'm pretty sure Fakie just sent Cutie down to fight against Raydish to get into top 8, so that is going to be pretty exciting. Most of the names that we saw in quarterfinals are still in top 8. So thank y'all for giving us a bit of time out of your day. We'll be back shortly. AJ, if there's anything else you want to say before we close on out.
Yeah, I have something to say. I mean, also, I have to say props to Phazon. So what happened was Phazon on the winner side lost to Fakie and went to the loser side. And what he did was, not only did he beat the people all the way up until top 32, but he also beat Snowy and Clem to face Hardy. So we may not have Phazon on stream, but he beat some powerhouses in the 1v1 side of things. So props to him. And then also Raydish beat Jetbean and Java. So there's definitely going to be some interesting matches coming up in the loser side of top 8. But like Graffiti said, we're going to go and take a small 5-minute break here to make sure we get some new casters up on screen. Let me know who gets that Moose Wars avatar on screen. I'm interested to see. And from there, we'll be giving away Moose Wars avatars throughout the rest of the top 8 as well. So keep an eye out in the bottom right corner of the screen. But with that being said, don't go away. We'll be right back in about 5 minutes.
Chance to take that first stock. We're nervous about coming back to stage, but I don't think he's even going to be able to. Java is able to take.
No.
Spear, but maybe he's able to get it. I don't know how good this spear is going to be. There we go.
Yeah.
So we do have probably Lucy from D6, especially for time to throw that out. And gravity cancel Ensig again. Unfortunately, the fact that he kept it moving after that first stop is really so promising. That's what I think we have inside the game. As you look at the game state, right? This is almost the same time. But Fakie is able to. So let's start. Fakie darts in past the Sarah, where Sarah is all and dribbles Cutie. There's a very good chance to take that first shot. We're nervous about coming back to stage, but I don't think he's even going to be able to. Java is able to. Maybe he's able to get it. Oh no, Unarmed into spear is going to be a lot more difficult, though. There we go.
Yeah.
Longer. So we do have bow. Maybe we see a bow D-Sig, especially for the KO. Now would be a good time to throw that out. And gravity cancel Enzig again. Very unfortunate. It's the fact that he kept it even after that first stock is what is so promising about his performance. But I think we have an exact repeat of game one, because look at the game state right now. Fakie read this almost this entire time, but Fakie is able to. It's not quite going to be it. Side so ledge guard Fakie dodges in past the Sarah for Sarah of his own and dribbles Cutie. This is after some very close engagements. Pierre has a very good chance to take that first stock away. Color, you can start to see Megd starting to get a little bit more nervous about coming back to stage, but I don't think he's even going to be able to. Java is able to take.
Oh no!
Spacing. A tough time trying to get the KO into spear, but who knows? Maybe he's able to get it. Unarmed into spear is going to be a lot more difficult, though. There we go.
Yeah.
Longer. So we do have bow. Maybe we see a bow D-Sig, especially for the KO. Now would be a good time to throw that out. And gravity cancel Enzig again. Very unfortunate. It's the fact that he kept it even after that first stock is what is so promising about his performance. But I think we have an exact repeat of game one, because look at the game state right. Fakie read this almost this entire time, but Fakie is able to. It's not quite going to be it. Side so ledge guard Fakie dodges in past the Sarah for Sarah of his own and dribbles Cutie. This is after some very close engagements. Pierre has a very good chance to take that first stock away. Color, you can start to see Megd starting to get a little bit more nervous about coming back to stage, but I don't think he's even going to be able to. Java is able to take.
Oh no!
Spacing. A tough time trying to get the KO into spear, but who knows? Maybe he's able to get it. Unarmed into spear is going to be a lot more difficult, though. There we go.
Yeah.
Longer. So we do have bow. Maybe we see a bow D-Sig, especially for the KO. Now would be a good time to throw that out. And gravity cancel Enzig again. Very unfortunate. It's the fact that he kept it even after that first stock is what is so promising about his performance. But I think we have an exact repeat of game one, because look at the game state right. Fakie read this almost this entire time, but Fakie is able to. It's not quite going to be it. Side so ledge guard Fakie dodges in past the Sarah for Sarah of his own and dribbles Cutie. This is after some very close engagements. Pierre has a very good chance to take that first stock away. Color, you can start to see Megd starting to get a little bit more nervous about coming back to stage, but I don't think he's even going to be able to. Java is able to take.
Oh no!
Spacing. A tough time trying to get the KO into spear, but who knows? Maybe he's able to get it. Unarmed into spear is going to be a lot more difficult, though. There we go.
Yeah.
Longer. So we do have bow. Maybe we see a bow D-Sig, especially for the KO. Now would be a good time to throw that out. And gravity cancel Enzig again. Very unfortunate. It's the fact that he kept it even after that first stock is what is so promising about his performance. But I think we have an exact repeat of game one, because look at the game state right. Fakie read this almost this entire time, but Fakie is able to. It's not quite going to be it. Side so ledge guard Fakie dodges in past the Sarah for Sarah of his own and dribbles Cutie. This is after some very close engagements. Pierre has a very good chance to take that first stock away. Color, you can start to see Megd starting to get a little bit more nervous about coming back to stage, but I don't think he's even going to be able to. Java is able to take.
Oh no!
Spacing. A tough time trying to get the KO into spear, but who knows? Maybe he's able to get it. Unarmed into spear is going to be a lot more difficult. There we go.
Yeah.
Longer. So we do have bow. Maybe we see a bow D-Sig, especially for the KO. Now would be a good time to throw that out. And gravity cancel Enzig again. Very unfortunate. It's the fact that he kept it even after that first stock is what is so promising about his performance. But I think we have an exact repeat of game one, because look at the game state right. Fakie read this almost this entire time, but Fakie is able to. It's not going to be it. Side so ledge guard Fakie dodges in past the Sarah for Sarah of his own and dribbles Cutie. This is after some very close engagements. Pierre has a very good chance to take that first stock away. Color, you can start to see Megd starting to get a little bit more nervous about coming back to stage, but I don't think he's even going to be able to. Java is able to take.
Oh no!
Spacing. A tough time trying to get the KO into spear, but who knows? is. Maybe he's able to get it. Unarmed into spear is going to be a lot more difficult, though. There we go.
Yeah.
Longer. So we do have bow. Maybe we see bow desig, especially for the KO. Now would be a good time to throw that out. And gravity cancel Ensig again. Very unfortunate. It's the fact that he kept it even after that first stock is what is so promising about his performance. But I think we have an exact repeat of game one. Just look at the game state, right? Fakie read this almost this entire time, but
Nice.
Fakie is able to. It's not quite gonna be it. Seraph side. Here's some ledge guard. Fakie
Nice.
dodges in past the Seraph for Seraph his own and dribbles Cutie. This is after some very close engagement. There's a very good chance to take that first stock away. Color, you can start to see Megd's kind of getting a little bit more nervous about coming back to stage, but I don't think he's even going to be able to. Java is able to take.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Moose Wars King Crusade 1v1s powered by Brawlhalla. I'm Megd More 2000, and today I'm going to be casting with another good friend of mine, Acerch. Acerch, how you feeling right there, my man?
Hi AJ, I am feeling very excited. I think this tournament is going to be a lot of fun. We're going to be casting all the way through it, so we've got a little ways ahead of us, and I'm excited because this is a very stacked event, and I'm looking at the winner side and the elimination side, and it's just names on names on names. Each of these games are going to be very good. I am very excited for each one, particularly our first matchup that we've got Luna and Megd, which is a classic in the last one. I think it was the winners finals, and it was very good. That set does not disappoint, and although Luna tends to have the upper hand, hasn't lost a set since mid-seasons, I'm pretty sure, it still is going to be tight because Megd is way too good to go down without a fight like that. So I'm very excited for that.
I am too, and here's the thing. I mean, when it comes down to Luna and Megd, Luna's gotten 4 gold medals, and when it comes down to tournaments, Megd hasn't gotten 1, unfortunately. However, they both have Moose Wars championship wins when it comes down to our Moose Wars events that we had. But overall, though, this is the notorious matchup that we've seen. If I recall, I believe it was, I know Luna just won the Royale recently, but there was one big matchup. I don't think it was BCX, but I think it was was it mid-series or mid-series championship, I think, where they were in grands or the winners finals, I forgot.
Yep. Yeah.
And Luna won that one. So I still think Megd is going to come in here. He's improved a lot over the past, I would say, few months, especially right after BCX, and I want to see how his gameplay really goes against Luna. And Luna's kind of swapped from different characters too, so maybe we see that Lucy come out of them as well, and then see how Megd really approaches that.
Yeah, definitely. Ever since mid-seasons, I've been following Megd, hoping for a gold medal to come out in one of those majors. It's been my prediction for each one, for autumns, for, well, yeah, even BCX and then winters. I've just been hoping that Megd would finally climb the mountain, but one day, I know it is coming. I know I'm going to be rewarded for my patience. So, and the set between those two mid-seasons was very good. It's always good between these two. And you can never tell with characters. I mean, even based on their previous games, they could just switch at the start of the set. Who knows? The two always keep it tight and interesting. If I had to take a guess, I think I'd say we're going to get Demon Island pretty much every game because both those players seem to be very comfortable on it. Definitely looking forward to what is most likely going to be a whole 5-game set here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very close between both these players. I mean, they're ready to go. Megd is going to be playing on a Val that we know them for, especially recently, has been really focusing on that Val, while Luna has been focusing on Lucian. Yes. I like how I mixed Luna and Lucian's name up together. However, I will say this, Luna is rocking that Winter Royale Championship title, the king.
Is that what that is?
North America.
I'd never seen that before. That is
Yeah,
so cool.
Yeah, he won. So with the Winter Championship Royale that happened, 8 players from all across the world were invited to this round robin / 1v1 matchup. And that's why he's the fucking king. Luna with the 0 to death onto Megd within the first fucking 15 seconds.
Yeah, that Megd
That's
definitely just
why.
got woken up. A little jolt, a car battery just shocked him into life. Megd was not ready for the start. He doesn't look like he's ready to continue either. Megd already taking so much damage on the second stock, and Luna's barely been touched. Luna just moving around with these guitars. It looks like he doesn't care, throwing out different options, and Megd just can't seem to win neutral yet.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, and here's the thing, Fakie been doing very well with the neutral control in previous games, but I think Luna's guitars have been like insane to counter as well for a lot of players. So I think Megd is starting to approach it a little bit better, trying to, but Luna is just getting this overall very close range battle over Megd, and that's what Megd is really good at. But especially with how fast guitars can be, it's very hard to do so, but is able to pick up Gauntlet to get that silent recovery knockout to make things at a 1-stock disadvantage for Megd.
In this situation, you need to build up damage here as Megd. Even if you don't win the set, you have to give yourself some confidence that you will be able to win these neutral matchups. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
That is exactly how he lost his first stock, and he takes Luna's. And all of a sudden, AJ, we have ourselves a game.
I did not expect that to happen. I don't think Luna expected that to happen. And Megd is trying to dethrone this king in game number 1, man. I mean, I'm thrown off. That was only a minute 40, and we're already down to the final stocks and 2 insane posts by both players. And I don't know. I think it comes down to this neutral control, man. I mean, you're going off ledge, and we're seeing both these players off ledge, and they both have a rough time coming back. So
it seems so weird that a lot of these starts are just determined by 1 or 2 hits and a weapon throw, which usually between these two, it's just the neutral wins. Dealing recovery, not going to do it, but Luna putting up so much damage with his blasters, clearly showing a ton of control on the weapon that he's been so cut off for so long. He doesn't have any options though, with the exhaust recovery, barely able to make it back. Such a great option select there. Megd still with a lot of control in this situation, holding center stage with the sword. Both players all of a sudden very nervous. They both know 1 hit can deal it, recovery, gonna do it. And Luna barely scrapes out that win. It started out so great for him, but it got scary in the middle.
it did, really it did. And if we even go on the replays for that too, I mean, the exchanges from both these players were insane. I mean, Luna came in with the neutralite or the silent into neutral air dare, and the weapon throw removed Megd's final jump to come back, knocking Megd's first stock out, and then Luna Greg gets a down recovery, and then Megd goes down to the final stock, and then Luna does the same thing. That downlight into recovery, Megd is running into a lot, so he's gonna be very careful of the range of that downlight.
Such an aggressive and fast-paced game. I mean, it barely 2 minutes, I think. It was so fast, which is not what you would expect between these two players, particularly Megd, which means that Megd wasn't able to play his style of situation to play. He might try to force that better in this game too, where he switches off of Demon Island, sticks to the characters, but Luna already with a lead with his blasters, pushing him out a little bit. These nairs and sayers are how Luna is getting it done, building up nice damage on the Megd, who just can't seem to win neutral so far. Finally able to push him around, but a little bit of a hill to climb already starting in game 2. Ensei gonna knock him high, not gonna finish it, but still so much damage onto Megd. Megd able to punish, no dodge, another D-like ground pound. All of a sudden, Luna in trouble in there, gonna give him the options back, and Luna right back to neutral. But the game still has become pretty even.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of back and forth, and Megd was able to make amends for a little bit, but then Luna comes in with his blasters, launches Megd off that ledge, tries to go off for an off-edge down signature, and Megd punishes it twice, and Luna is out with that first stock within the minute mark.
The adaptation from Megd very quickly. Luna was going off stage a lot in that first game, which is not something you would generally expect at like the highest level from anybody with Java, and in the second game, Megd punishing for it. Just waits for Luna to throw something out and able to clean up the stock off of it, building up some nice damage, a little bit of extra credit, starting to build into quite the lead for Megd. Luna dare Sarah will do it. Surprisingly able, just one of those weird percents where Luna is able to get that with the blasters, opts to sticks to the guitars to build up damage, maybe make this game even. Already fairly even, just a couple hits, even with this 2-attack or 3-attack Lucy, and it's still nice damage from the guitars. And Luna just a little bit behind, picking up the blasters, and Megd with all the stage control at the moment, trying to fight his way back in now, but Luna just seems to be really good at playing these distances with blasters that are exactly where you want to be, but all of a sudden a little bit of an overcommitment off stage. Finally able to make it back. Luna commits so hard and is able to make it back. Such a scary situation for Luna there, able to make it back somehow.
Yeah, Megd was about to punish Luna off ledge, but as soon as that happened, I mean, Luna was about to counter punish him as well. So, coming back to that platform, Megd's like, you know what? I'm just going to take advantage of this foul side signature with Gauntlet, and goes back to sword. It's like, maybe I could do some sword combo, maybe downlight into a sword combo recovery, right? But then Luna goes too far down and knocks themselves out of that second stock, and Megd just followed through and made sure that those certain points landed.
So much off stage in these two games. Not what I've been expecting. And a little bit of flub from Luna, losing his options, not ready for it, but can still turn this into an even game. But Megd, this is exactly where he wants to be, with a tiny lead that he can just stretch out for much as possible. But Luna able to even up the stocks, cleans it up, and Megd now has to play an even game, which is definitely a worse situation than it was just a couple seconds ago. Able to pick up a weapon fairly quickly. Just a lucky weapon spawn for Megd there, spawned basically on his head. Megd starting to build up the stage control. Luna trying to hold it back, not expecting Megd to go off stage very much. Luna creeps his way in. Oh, we know just one or two of these guitar hits can turn into a very nice string, but Megd so far has done so good at avoiding them. The spacing and the walling out with sword is exactly what you want to be doing with guitars right now. Where Luna just can't seem to do anything. He's just not able to find any hits, and Megd, these tiny little end lights and nairs just pushing him away. Luna trying to play, even in center stage, it feels like he's playing from behind. Down so much damage. Megd now pushes him off stage. Luna has to be able to recover here, makes it back, but throws out a D-sig, gets punished for it. Not a big one, but still the damage on the side sig is going to do it. Megd cleans up the second game, makes it even as we go into game 3.
Yeah, you know, Megd feels very, very happy about that situation happening. He did not want to go into a 2-0 deficit here over Luna, because, I mean, him now being at this situation is going to make things a lot better for him. And overall, though, I mean, he gets 337 damage with sword. Kind of kept it more so with the sword than the gauntlets. I think that this came down to how Luna was reacting to it. And overall, though, I mean, really kept his edge guarding against Luna. Luna was going off ledge there for a little bit, right? We saw that. And then I think was being risky, a little bit too risky. I think Megd punished that. So we're going to game number 3. Let's see what happens here on Small Fortress of Lions.
Yeah, Megd immediately picks up the weapon. Just seems to be doing really good with that so far. I think he's prioritized this not getting weapon starved and weapon starving Luna for most of the games very well. Although Luna with the guitars has built up some damage, still fairly even for both players. Throws out a side sig and gets knocked off stage for it. Not much of a punish, just a little bit, but still Megd kind of in the position that he wants to be in, just from center stage, just pushing away just a little bit, building up this damage, death by 1,000 paper cuts, if you will. It's exactly the way that Megd wants to play this game, and Luna has to be able to get some nice strings, a couple moves in a row. It's nice so far, catches the dodge and able to get a nair. That's the ability of guitars. When you see a dodge, you can just run at them with some kind of aerial, and not able to find a read with a neutral signature, and Megd back in center stage. Luna somehow finds his way in.
I do find it kind of funny as well. We're not seeing it right now, but Megd has been trying to go at the left center part of the stage, right? He does not like that platform, and we saw a couple like over the past couple events, whether it be 2s or 1s, where he gets really weak around that platform option, because there's a lot more options that Megd has to cover, and he has a rough time against them. So I think Luna's sticking on the right side of the map, realizing that platform catches Megd off guard. He's able to there knock out Megd's first stock, but I think if Megd can kind of control the situation a little bit more, he'll probably bring him to the left side of that center map.
Yeah, definitely agree. Luna has some of the best platform movement in the game. If you watch him, he can just fly around and using that to his advantage, right where he wants to be, and they start to push away from it. Luna still holding center stage with quite the lead. Megd recovery not going to do it. Not the position you want to be in. If you're Megd, daily recovery will finally clean it up. Pretty high ceiling on this map, and Lucian with the high attack or high defense, not able to survive in that situation. And Megd, he's weapon starving, able to clean it up and still holds from the platform. The weapon spawns on him, but Megd moves away, not realizing, and Luna able to pick it up and build some nice damage with these blasters. Doesn't need too much, but blasters with already high damage on their attacks, it's starting to build up quite the lead. The neutral signature. Megd gets sent up quite high, not going to KO, but the recovery will do it. Gets caught landing onto the platform, and Luna starting to run away with the third game.
Yeah, he is, and I think this comes down to just the options he's going for, and I think Megd, at this current point in time, he's going in with those gauntlets, but that sword's what's catching Luna off guard. I think he's jumping around a lot more because he realizes that. I think he's gonna approach whenever he can, do that neutral light, weapon throw, there we go, and picks up that sword, and he's gonna go for those Val signatures. Luna knows these signatures too much and brings Megd off ledge. It knocks Megd into the yellow, almost trying to get him a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a rite of passage in this game if you're playing against a Val. You have to know the spacing of that sig when you're on the wall, in particular, because it gets thrown out quite a bit. But not caught, man. It's a rough position for Megd right now, getting hit so much already into the orange dealer recovery. Not gonna do it. Very surprising. Quite a high ceiling on this map, and the defense of Lucian. Luna, just a little bit of breath of fresh air, surviving so much, and these dares are working so much. Luna just playing around at this point, knows he has quite the lead. Megd is going to take it and put us into even stocks, but still so much damage onto Megd on this final stock. Luna in such a great position. Weapon spawn, no weapon start from Megd now, which you want to see if you're him. Not building up this damage either, just one hit, but finally Sared off stage, and Luna looking for a solid edge guard, gets neutral signature, and able to make it back. That was scary for Luna.
Yeah, and I think Megd's like, I want you off edge now, but I need my jumps first. He goes back, grabs his jumps, goes off ledge. Luna knows what Megd's trying to do. Jumps side airs. I think he thought he was going to double jump. Oh, Luna with the downlight recovery, and that catches Megd once again, and Luna is up a game over Megd once again here, and that downlight recovery has so much control over different parts of the map whenever they're on the corner, and Megd just can't find a way of countering it.
Yeah, gets caught doing an aerial from the wall there, and just a really tough position to be in. I think Blaster is one of the best weapons at ledge trapping people because it's so far away, and you can do a lot of other moves after a light attack. You can delight, and if it misses, you can still find an in-light, a side light, a jump Sair, anything, and Megd just gets caught there, poking his head over. And as we get started in this game 4, Megd down 2-1, back against the wall, not where he wants to be, and not with a weapon either. Finally picks one up. Fairly even at the start, but Megd seems to be so far playing his game, just playing a little bit of stage control. Luna gets a nice hit, but only one more follow-up. Spot dodge not punished. A bit scary for Megd there. Could have gotten sidelight Sair, and that is a lot of damage. Megd playing fairly even so far, finally able 3 hits connect in a row. Megd, Luna just doesn't want to dodge, doesn't want to burn it, knows these gauntlets can do so much if you're able to catch a dodge. Would just rather take a couple hits. And oh man, what good platform movement! Dashes off, neutral six the other way, barely on, and building up quite high damage onto Megd. Megd can still turn this into an even game with just a couple hits because it is Val, but man, Luna playing so good so far in this first stock.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, I mean, Megd does not want to go and lose this matchup. They don't want to go lose their side. And yeah, Luna says, you know what, you might be going down there. Goes and knocks out Megd's first stock. I mean, this is going to be a really, really close game number 4, especially with Megd. It's where he's at. He's going to want to play that extra 110% if he can. But Luna is just weapon starving Megd to the point where he's having a rough time doing anything.
Luna's movement is so good. He just moves around the platform. Like, it can be scary to play against sometimes. You just never know where he's going to be. Megd definitely no slaps on the movement either, but he's playing from behind on the second stock because Luna is just building up so much damage with these blasters, walling out Megd so effectively. Megd finally able to build up some nice damage. Catches his landing, dealing Sair, maybe gonna get a nice ledge trap here with the sword. Very good weapon for it, but Luna, Sair from the ledge. Sightseeing will drop because he does it so low, but Megd all of a sudden is such a great position to be in. He's downlighted, no recovery. Luna dropping everything, drops a recovery too. Megd has survived 4 different KO attempts at this point. Such a scary position to be in. This is how you make a comeback right here, because this should be a last stock situation for Megd right now.
Yeah, and I think Megd at the moment is like, uh-oh, I need to come back to this ledge, try to do something, and not get downlighted into recovery again. I mean, that's the thing that Luna's been catching him off guard with, and now that Luna's not even on platform, Megd can really approach him the way he needs to, and Luna goes down to the final stock.
This should be Megd on final stock right now, but Megd somehow just stole that stock away from Luna. Luna with no options actually just keeps earning and jumping, getting nared for it. Megd just a breath of life after that second stock. And weapon stars, the weapon spawns are so good for Megd right now. Luna in so much trouble, taking a lot of damage already to the orange. Another weapon spawn on Megd's head. Megd finally will go down, but such a lead built up with all that extra credit, and Megd in such a good position right now.
Yeah, if you're Megd, you're feeling comfortable, but not as comfortable as he would be with a 2-2 situation. So I think he's definitely going to be trying to do something with that going into this final stock, and I think Luna really gave it to him. I mean, he missed those options back to back to back to back, and he missed it that side air again. He didn't do the jump right afterwards, or didn't do it long enough. And Megd's trying to bait him into different things with his recoveries. Oh, but as I say that, Luna comes in with a neutral air, misses the follow-up, and it's sidelight again. He's letting Megd do this.
Yeah, the comebacks with guitars just sneak up on you. All of a sudden, you start in white, but you just get hit a couple times. You can't win neutral anymore, but Megd starting to build up some momentum of his own. Already has Luna in the KO percent. Just 1 or 2 strong hits from this sword will do it. Nair, it's a scary position to be in. The recovery is not going to do it. Luna almost stole that stock away. Not able to get it there. The D-Light recovery is
Oh my god.
Luna caught spot dodging. What a game 4 as we move into a game 5.
Yeah, you know, Megd's like, I shouldn't have won that, but I won it. Just because the amount of options Luna was really throwing at him. I mean, we saw 4 options on second stock towards the end of that stock. Then on the final stock, I saw at least 4 that he could have punished. And he went for and just missed completely. So if you're Luna, you gotta be like, okay, when I'm throwing my attacks out, I gotta make sure they land. And Megd especially did that towards the end of that last stock with the Gratikill downlight into recovery.
Yeah. Moving to a game 5, Megd with some nice momentum building from that last game. Just Luna with the drops and Megd able to capitalize off of it. It's kind of the situation you want to be in, but this isn't. Getting no recovery. Oh, barely able to make it back. Somehow it slips all the way through. I thought Luna had that for sure, and Megd another breath of life. Luna just can't seem to finish these stocks out. What a great position he was in before, and now Megd building up damage, catches the dodge with the gauntlets, hunting with these nairs, trying to build up the true combos of the nair and light, and hopefully trying to catch a dodge that can turn into 3 or 4 hits. But all of a sudden, these sidelights, these D-lights building up quite a bit of damage. Luna was in such a good position so much earlier, and still in a good position, should be able to clean this up. The Sair, no? Megd able to make it back, somehow gets a touch there. Luna just can't clean up these stocks. Somehow Megd has just slipped through on all of these and is now building up damage. This is just 3 hits because Megd should be done.
And I guess it's just the ceiling of, oh, Megd touch? No shot that signature makes him touch the wall.
Oh my gosh.
Luna got the punish, but I'll have to go through that because that should not have touched. I've never seen that before land like that. I will say this though, I mean, I always imagine Luna and Megd are almost in a Discord call screaming at each other when they're facing each other, just because the way Luna is dropping these attacks and how Megd is able to punish. I could just imagine Megd playing like some sort of loud audio going through the Discord call. Because I mean, look at this. I mean, things are even. It's Luna's dropping things he doesn't drop.
Quite an uncharacteristic set from Luna, and not an uncharacteristic set from Megd. All of this stage control, all of these little paper cuts, the end lights, the nairs, it's exactly the way Megd wants to play this. Still pretty much an even game, which is pretty interesting considering the fact that Luna dropped quite a lot of KOs early in this first game, but Luna is still able to bounce back from all of that, which is a testament to the mental that Luna has on him. Just able to make it back from all of that and not get in his head. But no dodge here, able to make it back, will get it back, but Luna in pretty tough position. Not where you want to be, getting ledge trapped by the sword. Catches the jump with the sword Sair. Megd D-Light Sair, no options on Luna. This is probably going to be it as Luna goes down to his final stock. Megd is hurt, could go to KO %, but this is exactly the weird spot you want to be. This could be the set determining point, because Megd could lose this stock and it could turn into an even game, or Megd could hold on to it forever, as Megd loves to do with these stocks, and all of a sudden Luna could watch this game slip right out of his grasp. He was looking so good at the start of this game. Could have had a gimp on him twice, and Megd's already building up damage onto Luna. This is not what you want to see if you're Luna or a Luna fan. Struggling so hard to find this. They're gonna send him off stage, double dare.
That's gonna knock out.
Is gonna finish it, and Luna, we might have ourselves a game here.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be very, very close here. This is game 5, ladies and gentlemen. Luna can come back here. It might be close because of how Megd does with these final game situations, but Luna needs to be able to land these attacks. He keeps on dropping. Darren into neutral light, double neutral air. Okay, coming in, knocking Megd into the orange, but I don't know. He's going to land every single attack if he wants to win, and he's missing those attacks. Luna going too far down, is able to dodge up. I'm waiting for Megd just to do a Val side signature, just catch him off guard.
Yeah.
Look at Luna's spacing.
Yeah, Luna really does not want to give us this thing. Starting to turn this into an even game. The GC daylight so risky. NC not gonna do it, but Luna in such a good position. Megd no weapon. GC Enlight catches a dodge in with the reverse Saren. Megd is done. What a comeback from Luna.
Player 2.
Luna beating Megd 3-2 with that reversal of that final stock. Congratulations to Luna. But man, we really thought that was going to go into Megd's favor in game 5. Overall, a lot of back and forth. Luna got the first 2. Megd got the second 2. But shit, look at that touch.
How?
That should have f***ing touched off the corner. I've never seen that. Look at that. And he knocked him out. He didn't knock him out. Luna did, actually. But good grief. But Luna with a double dare that knocked out because it had so much force with it. And then on this final stock, man, I mean, Megd was so like frozen and like, what do I do? What do I do? And Luna comes in with that cider knockout.
Wow.
That's the way to win it.
Yeah, definitely. That set is a whole testament to Luna's mental. He kind of shot himself in the foot like maybe 10 different times and was still able to come back and bring it out, even with a comeback on that game 5 and that final stock. And what a comeback it was, really. I mean, Megd was in the best possible position, had built up so much damage on that second stock, but Luna just so solid on those guitars. Those comebacks sneak up on you so quickly. You just, a couple hits all of a sudden stack up, and now it's an even game. Very exciting weapon to watch. And again, I knew it was going to happen. What a set that was. Game 5, such a close game 5 and a great game 4 too. That was a really great set. You love to see it.
Yeah, and I mean, to be quite 100% honest, that's the way you win your set in winter semis. So very, very nice job coming out of Luna and Megd. So with that being said here, let me do something real quick. And we'll kind of see what happens going into our next matchup, which is going to be Impala versus Fakie. That's going to be dope.
Yep. Just the resident Impala fan here, right here. All right, I love Impala. I love watching the way that he plays bow is just so different, so much ahead of like everyone else that you can watch. It's like he's known the weapon since he was born. It's crazy. Just came out the womb with a bow in hand. Impala's so good on it. And Fakie, that was just surprising. I think Fakie was down what 0-2 to Cutie in that previous set. So. I mean, a little bit of bow propaganda there too, because Fakie couldn't do it on the Munin, but had to switch to the Hattori and was able to make the comeback. So definitely a good set there. And I think we've got another one in store here between these two. It could be a bow ditto. It could be Fakie opting to stick to the Hattori. Maybe the higher speed will do it, but I'm definitely looking forward to this.
Yeah, I am too. And Impala being the BCX champion as well, a lot of people look up to Impala and expect him to win this matchup, but I don't know, because Fakie has been dogging through people. I mean, he went through Jetbean, he went through Cutie in a reverse 3-0, and then on top of that beat Phazon before top 32. So I mean, Fakie, looks like I misseeded for this event because he is 22nd seed going against seed number 2, which makes me wonder how his PR is going to shoot up going into Springs. But Either way, the players are getting ready to hop on in. I'm happy for this matchup. I love seeing Impala's gameplay with this Kaya. I love him as a player and as a person. And now going against Fakie, who's got some fantastic gameplay. I just can't wait. It's going to be awesome.
Definitely. Fakie has been on the come up for quite a while. I mean, switching from console to PC and just went, the placings just shot right up. Fakie, I was watching some of the top 32 matches in Winters, I believe, that Fakie was playing. It was very exciting to watch. I think Fakie's Scythe is definitely something to behold. A good amount of offstage, which, you know, depending on who you're watching, because Scythe is such a versatile weapon, you have your AO blues that want to play the neutral and the stage control, and you have people like Fakie who want to be a little bit more aggressive, especially offstage. And on the Mordex, on the I believe this is exactly the patented Sandstorm drip, so Fakie may be making a statement that might be just like the GOAT.
2, 1, brawl.
He's trying to unlock the inner dog in him. I mean, we said it a lot. I mean, especially in twos yesterday when Dog went crazy with Cutie in the 2v2 event and won. But I mean, he's just trying to unlock something in himself. He's trying to embody some of the other players whenever he can, and maybe try to get in the mindset of Impala, just because of the fact that Impala and Sandstorm have faced each other in the past, and I think maybe trying to get into some sort of memory in that regard. But at this current point in time, things are relatively even, and Fakie's being really aggressive with that sights right now.
Yeah, definitely. Watching Impala play, I think, like, if I could characterize the playstyle is like aggressive short hops is what Impala loves to do. Just get in your face a little bit, but not risk any options doing it. And Fakie so far not ready for it, although a little bit behind, but a most even game, particularly because of this really high attack coming from the Mordex and always deadly. Weapon throw untimely from Fakie and is now disarmed off stage. Weapon throw gonna connect. She sees sidelight Sarah. Dude, who is this guy?
Oh
What
my
was that?
gosh.
He reached the jump out of it. Who does that? Who does that? That was so cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Fakie's with no weapon, now in the yellow by Impala. And Fakie does a backward neutral air to try to go ahead and keep Impala away from him while he picks up that weapon. Picks it up, and now Impala, I mean, Fakie, you have to bring Impala off the f***ing platform, because you're going to see stuff like this where Impala's going to come back, get the backward side air, try to do something while you're low where you have to almost take platform control, and Impala knocks Fakie out of that second stock.
Yeah, I mean, it was like 10 hits ago, but I just watched Impala do a grounded sidelight nair on Bo, and I don't know. I mean, Impala might be a man possessed right now. Fakie, it doesn't look doable at the moment. Impala's just all over this stage, in his head, in his face. Fakie just can't get around it. Recovery from the ledge, quite a good option for the Gauntlets, but isn't going to KO. Wallhaven on Mordex is surprising. Impala's still around. Finally gonna get knocked out off the top, but it's such a rough situation for Fakie right now. Impala in such a lead, and we know Impala can play very well with leads. Did not have a lot of people make significant comebacks on him at PCX, so Impala definitely capable in this situation.
It's funny because I remember a lot of players were going in after PCX. Oh, Fakie! What the f are you doing? That scythe combo off the ledge involving that scythe, like scythe combos and everything, those dares and whatever else. Knocking Impala's second stock, making it a little bit better for himself, but that was such a clean knockout option. I'm stunned.
Yeah, just using the Sares there, and Impala dare, and Fakie holds down so his dealer recovered for it, but I mean, that was what you want to see if you're Fakie, although getting recovered here isn't. Another one, and Fakie's still around, still kicking, but not a great position. Disarm. Impala just one strong hit, and although both these weapons are known for struggling to KO, I mean, at this point, just another nair will do it, even on the low attack of this Kaya. Fakie has to play out of this corner so well, gets sared for his troubles, and trying to make it back. Impala clearly just wants one of these strong hits from a nair, isn't taking any significant risks. Fakie wants to take him off stage. Impala spot dodges and wow, able to do it with a D-Light nair. What a brief comeback from Fakie there. The edge guard was quite impressive with those Sares, but not able to.
Yeah, I mean, Fakie overall, though, tried the best that they can. I mean, they got that second stock knockout cleanly, but just could not keep or take or get rid of their disadvantage that they had going to the final stock. They really, really couldn't. and Impala used all the options that they had to get this chip at Fakie's final stock. Because Fakie made it even, like with that fantastic scythe combo that we just saw here. And then Impala goes in with the bow 3-piece. And now we're going into the next game here. We're on Apocalypse. And now if you're Fakie, you gotta be trying something. He's gonna be going on that Mutant, which we've seen him play a lot tonight. And I like how Fakie just called Impala's bluff and just stood there.
Yeah, it's always funny to see something like that. It happens more often than you might think, but I mean, the way that these two players have to play this, Impala had, like, if it's stage control, if it's neutral, Impala's gonna do well. He's been dominating in neutral so far in this game too. Fakie, what a weird dare. I cannot believe that connected. And what was a bad position for Fakie turns into a good one. And that's what Fakie has to do. He has to take him off stage, has to just take Impala out of the comfort zone, out of neutral. But Impala is so solid at maintaining neutral right now. Sidelights him on the landing. Weapon throw not gonna connect. Both players disarmed. And Impala all the control right now on this first stock. Fakie able to make it back, but again, just nothing free from Impala. Fakie cannot get this weapon, finally able to do it, but no dodge, gets sidelighted, and that is done for the first stock of Fakie.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, I mean, Fakie's got to do something. He really, really does. And he's trying to go unarmed against Impala, and Impala's bow has so much range, you can't do that. With how Impala's playing and using it,
Oh, God.
yeah, you can't. But look at this. I mean, Fakie's already in the yellowish orange of that second stock. Now in the orange after that double neutral air by Impala. And these bow attacks are just catching Fakie off guard. Impala with the weapon throw misses that there because Fakie does the counter, gets the grab down, and Impala is out of that first stock.
Yeah, there's so much damage from Impala on that second stock, and I mean, I love watching it. That was so impressive. The bow gameplay. Oh man, it's like not gonna finish it, but Impala playing so strong in this second game, looks to want to make this a quick and clean 3-0, but Fakie might have something to say, trying to build up damage on the second stock and maybe make this an even game later, but not going to do it. Dare just covers the whole wall of Apocalypse. Impala cleans up the second stock, looking dominant in this game too, and already starting to build up some damage. I mean, watching this guy play neutral with bow is just something else. Another class from anybody else, and so good on it right now. These dares, just Fakie can't get in, can't do anything, get end-lighted and nared. I mean, can't build any damage so far. Impala in effectively white at this point, and Fakie already in KO % on this final stock, and Impala has a whole stock lead. Fakie in so much trouble right now. The side sig, not gonna do it, but right into the corner, and Fakie in so much trouble.
Oh, Fakie he went a little bit too slow. Impala's gonna be able to hit him a little bit here. But he is able to come back, tries to weapon starve Impala, unfortunately unable to. I think that might be it of Fakie's final stock here, depending on what happens. Fakie does a neutral air, or a neutral light, I'm sorry, gets the hit by that weapon throw. It's gonna be coming down to this. Can Fakie knock out Impala? That bow, that two-piece combo does not have enough focus or enough knockback damage. And Impala's still alive, gets that 3-piece. Nice neutral air.
Impala just kind of playing around at this point. I mean, Fakie, any hit will do it. Nah, not gonna connect. I stand corrected. The grounded nair. Too low attack, finally. Grounded nair will do it. Impala cleans up the final stock and looking so dominant in the set so far, already up to it.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest. I mean, Impala was just trying their best there with that bow and really showed it. That bow, I have not seen anyone play bows that well outside of them. I mean, just like down to the single frame options.
Yeah.
Like if you're going as the side air, for example, option, he's going just enough movement to the right to go and get him to the other side and all that stuff. So he's down to like the millisecond, so to speak, for his attacks.
I mean, he's GC lighting him on the wall. He's doing grounded sidelight nair. Like, Impala is playing out of his mind at the moment. This is what you love to see. This is the BCX form we saw only a couple months ago. Impala is playing so good against Fakie in this set, and hopefully going to carry it over into his third game as he started. And Fakie, although this is what you want to see, dare to recovery. Impala, I think that's it. Even with the high speed of Kaya, Fakie, it's just 2 hits. And that is how Fakie has to play. He has to take these offstage interactions and win them. Because 1 hit could be a whole KO for him. He knows exactly how to take advantage of what Impala has given him surprisingly already in this third game.
And I gotta say this as well, is when you go over to Miami Dome, a lot more things are impacted in your gameplay. You get platforms, you got how high the ceiling is, you got how the edge is going to be played by different players. They'll change their stuff. And I mean, overall, I think Fakie was currently reading Impala for a while. Impala picks up that spear, gets the neutralite, is going to try to do something. There goes backwards side air. It's that weapon throw, but Fakie's still alive right now.
And Fakie building up nice damage onto Impala. This bit of a rough game start so far for Impala, and particularly with this low attack Kaya not able to find these KOs, and Fakie just dancing around the hitboxes right now, building up nice damage. No dodge for Impala because he's used his gravity canceling. So much damage being built up. Unit with about average attack will still build up quite a bit of damage, and Impala just can't win neutral so far. Fakie able to make it back with only a dodge. Impala Sayer not going to finish it yet. Has both jumps, but no dodge in the weapon throw. Perfect option to select. Impala wants to make this game even, but I don't know if Fakie's going to give it up. I mean, that was such a good lead he built already.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, well, here's the thing. Impala's meant for coming back here, and I think Fakie is just trying their best with these bow options, but the issue is he can't knock out with bow as easy as he can. Well, he probably actually can knock out a little bit easier than sights, but I mean, right now, a lot of the attacks that they're throwing out are just not knocking out. But they go over to scythe. They're like, maybe bow is not the good option for me. Goes for the downlight and gets the neutral air. Nice job. Impala's down to their final stock. But that speed that we just saw from Fakie on that knockout needs to go into every single interaction.
Yeah, but Impala built up some nice damage in this game. While not even right now, is definitely looking better than it was earlier. And Impala, a couple stray hits with the spear or with the bow, if he opts to pick it up, will do it. Side sig, that is going to do it. And this game is just dead even right now. Impala looking so good in the middle part of the game, and has turned this into an even game from where it was looking so bad at the start. Fakie able to pick up a weapon, but Impala already on top of him with these options, hunting for jumps that Fakie hadn't been doing so far in this game. But Impala, no dodge on Fakie, able to get the 3-hit classic combo coming out of bow, and already building up quite a bit of damage. Base out the dodge in, but not able to punish it. Impala with one of his own. And both players just scrapping right now, hitting back and forth into each other, trying to react to an option, and neither giving up a significant option, causing them to be in a rough spot. Although that dealer recovery isn't going to do it, a nerfed move as of fairly recently, but still such good damage and stage presence from Impala that he's able to clean it up. Side signature, not going to connect. Fakie with one of his own, not going to connect either. Dealer recovery, spot dodges, and that is it. Impala with a 3-0, a clean 3-0 at that over Fakie.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Impala and Fakie went at it, and Fakie had the lead in that third game, man. He really, really did. But going back into those final stocks, I mean, Impala just chipped and chipped and chipped away at that advantage. Look, an entire stock lead, tries to get the knockout onto Impala. Impala with that bow side into weapon throw, knocks out Fakie's first stock. And then we see spear gameplay involving that signature. Fakie loses the second stock, making things even. And then Impala with the downlight into recovery and knocks out the final stock. So very nice job overall. And Fakie did 431 damage while Impala did 632. And you really saw that in the gameplay.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that was probably the closest game of the set. That third game, that was Fakie's best chance to take a game, build some momentum, and turn it around. And Impala just steps on him. He can't. I mean, right towards the end there, the comeback on that second stock and just locks it down on the final stock. That's what Impala does. Able to make comebacks and just maintain leads for forever. I mean, it seems very hard to come back against Impala, who surprisingly seems to have like just a rock solid mental ever since BCX. Has just been solid completely on it. But as we go into our next set, I believe it's going to be Pierre and Raydish. Surprising to see Raydish down here this early, but I expect a good form. I believe he got knocked out by Cutie, who then got knocked out by Fakie, who got knocked out by Impala, and now has to fight into Pierre, which, I mean, it's just a testament to how stacked this tournament is that Pierre and Raydish are fighting in round 1 on elimination side of top 8. So I think we've got a good set in here. I think Pierre's going to have some fight in him. left after that previous set, and definitely.
Yeah, and I mean, as well, there's been so many upsets in winter side tonight. I mean, we had, for example, we had Cutie beat Raydish, we had Fakie beat Jetbeam, we had Fakie beat Cutie. We saw a couple other matches as well, winners and losers side. And I mean, here's the thing as well, Pierre beat Anonymous Alex 3-2. That was a game 5 situation. Raydish went against Java, beat Java, beat Jetbeam as well. And I mean, a lot of these players, man, they're really hard to go through. So we're gonna have a fantastic losers top 8 matchup between our next matchup, which is gonna be Pierre and Raydish. It's gonna be dope. I like Pierre's gameplay. I like Raydish's. And with that being said here, I gotta go ahead and get the players' room code and we'll get them all in.
I mean, Raydish, one of the fastest rising players to come out of the scene. I mean, started playing the game when I did, which is a little bit sad to think about for me. And just, I mean, in 1 year, burst out and became probably a top 32 level player. And then from that time, just took off. I mean, all the way up to almost winning the Winter Royale, up 2-0 in Grand Finals. And we know that Raydish is probably one of the best players that North America has to offer so far. The gameplay is so good. Just a nice mix of like neutral and aggression, especially at the top of the screen, because that is where Petra thrives, particularly with gauntlets. And I mean, the Raydish tech with down signature on the wall. I mean, so many options for Raydish to do that are just so strong. And Pierre, I mean, who knows what character we're going to get out of Pierre. I believe it was the Bodvar earlier in Winter's Side, which I always love to see, but I mean, it could be anything at this point. Pierre, I think, has like a level 100 Mordex and plays whoever, whoever he feels like playing. So both players fairly aggressive too. I think this is going to be a pretty good set. I do believe that Raydish is definitely going to lock it down, but I think it's going to, like, Pierre's going to make quite a fight out of it.
Yeah, and here's the thing as well. I mean, Raydish is just coming off that 1v1 winter champion win.
Yeah.
As well, he won winter championships for Brawlhalla of 2023. So I think he's ready to go into this matchup. I think he's just trying to go into this tournament trying to get ready for Springs, because you remember he lost in the Royale as well in the Grand Finals. So he's ready to come with this energy back. He wants to get another dub, and he wants to be invited to another Royale and win the goddamn Royale. I think he can. So
yeah.
With that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and let the players know they can go ahead and start. And Luna says, why Bodvar? Raydish's best character right now. Luna says meta, and Pierre agrees. So I don't know if that's true per se, but I mean, they're doing pretty good with Bodvar tonight, and I want to see how it does against Raydish's Petra.
I believe Java would disagree with those statements, but
yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't. I think Bodvar definitely very strong right now, particularly with the buffs to hammer recently and sword. I mean, forever always the solid weapon pick that, I mean, I feel like cannot be a bad weapon at this point. And I mean, already Raydish getting started with the gauntlets, probably not even the favorite weapon of Raydish on this Petra, but I mean, no matter what, can dominate on it. Could play an entire game and play phenomenally with just gauntlets. So Raydish, the double recovery up off the top of the highest ceiling in the game. Raydish somehow able to do it. I cannot believe that. Pierre barely getting any damage in so far. Raydish already building up some damage on this orb too. Pierre hoping to lock it down. Blasters, or not blasters, hammer can take this KO so quickly, we know, but still tough position for Pierre to get.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think right now Pierre is like realizing, orb go burr, and just trying to find a way of countering it, and tries to go with sword, realizes the range option might not be the best with how sword is more close range than anything. And Pierre is just going to try to play hammer a little bit more, try to bait Raydish into different attacks, because we don't see a lot of hammer gameplay anymore, just because of where the weapon's at right now.
Yeah. Although recently we've been seeing a little bit more of it. I mean, it was completely unheard of at BCX, but ever since then, and the buffs that the weapon has received, is Pierre down to his final stock. Raydish has not lost one yet. And I mean, Pierre onto the hammer, which can find the KO pretty quickly, but oh wow. The GC light recovery into Nair, no dodge on Raydish because of the GC, and Pierre able to find it, but an entire stock deficit for Pierre. And it's going to be tough because Pierre doesn't have the advantage of some of those string weapons like guitars or bow that would be able to make this comeback. Pierre has to do it honestly with a ton of neutral wins, and seems to do it so far. But I mean, trading hits is not where you want to be if you're Pierre right now. You don't want to be taking damage. You want to be able to clean it up, and side lane end lane is going to do it. Raydish seems to, out of all the pro players, burn his dodge with the GC the most, but gets a lot out of it too. Has some of the best GCs in the game without a doubt. So both players trading hits. Raydish in the red, no KO off of that GC deal-it recovery, but one stomp will probably be the finish of it for Raydish going to his final stock. Yup, that GC N-Sig is going to do it again. I say, with these dodges being burned, Pierre has a window back into this game because of that.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, right now, I mean, look at that gameplay from Pierre, but Raydish, that silent recovery. I see another knockout option opening in 3, 2, 1. Oh no! Raydish got countered by Pierre's sword silent. He's going in for that silent option. Raydish comes in with the neutral light with those gauntlets. I see an option. There we go. The neutral signature comes out with those gauntlets, and Raydish takes game number 1 over Pierre. And they're just trying to get straight into the next matchup here. But I mean, overall though, the weapons that Pierre is playing he's just unable to really approach the gauntlets in the orb of Raydish right now.
Yeah, I mean, Raydish in particular, just so dominant around the stage. It feels like just beats out all of your options, which is kind of funny considering the fact that the one time that you almost predicted the Pierre getting knocked out, his option got beat out by a side light from sword. But as we move into the second game, Pierre, that was probably a rough game. You might want to get that one out of your head, and just clean slate as we move to the next one. Pierre, no slouch on the unarmed, has played entire tournaments on unarmed, so we know strong on that, able to build up some nice damage. Both players playing a little bit of just nervous neutral right now, just trying to find some hits, get some good damage, and then we know with the hammer, find the quick KO. Gauntlets, no slouch at KOing either. Generally the Opta's secondary weapon, at least in previous patches, but oh, the ground pound! Raydish barely gets a touch off that recovery. If he didn't, I think that was just dunsies for his first stock, but Pierre still in a good position. Raydish starting to take a lot of damage so far in the second game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Pierre is trying to change the momentum compared to the first game. They don't want to have the same situation happen again. Oh, Raydish coming in with that fantastic combo knockout on the Pierre off the left side of this map. And that's the way you go and take the lead. Heck yeah. Oh, that's the way you lose the lead. And Pierre knocks out Raydish on that first stock as well.
Yeah. Yeah, the game is now fairly even, but I mean, Raydish pretty much stole that first stock, so definitely the more comfortable one is Raydish right now because he was in such a bad position at the start of the game. But Pierre wants to build it right back up, build up some nice damage. The GC game from both of these players is so good. I think that's going to be the defining factor of the set between the two of them. Is just the gravity cancels so much of them. Who burns their dodge in an effective way and who gets punished with some heavy damage. I think that would favor Raydish since sword and hammer not particularly great at catching a dodge, using it effectively, but we know Pierre was still able to find something, able to make it back, had no options, but Raydish just held a neutral signature. The Petra behavior has to hold the signature as he comes back, but Pierre, a breath of life, wanting to be able to find a lot of damage with this hammer. Raydish does not want to stall this stock out because he's in such a good position right now. Neutral signature not going to connect. Pierre with a punish. The Sayer is going to do it. I mean, it was just 2 Sayers from orange to KO for Pierre. Just right on the corner, which is not where you want to get hit by that move. And Raydish now down in the second game.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Pierre definitely is very comfortable right now where it's like, okay, I got my little bit of lead. And Raydish is like, you know what? I'm going to try to punch that very quickly. He tries to go in for these unarmed recoveries a lot, and it appears like you're trying to challenge me unarmed. I'm gonna attack you with unarmed, and then Ray's like, all right, let me just pick up a weapon, knock you out.
Yeah, not where you want to be in an unarmed battle with Pierre. I think out of all the players, that is the least I would want to play against. So, Raydish opting for the weapon immediately. And both players have one right now, neither disarmed, and Raydish in a tough position at the moment. Pierre, a couple hits would put Raydish in the KO %. No dodge, but no punish from Pierre either. Barely misses on that nair. Pierre, with a weapon throw, clearly wants the hammer, has probably practiced this weapon more. And, oh man, that dare, not going to do what he wanted it to do. Probably wanted it to bounce off the stage. Still a ton of damage. Quite the commit on the neutral signature. And now the game is almost even off of that. Bit of a flub coming from Pierre. Now disarmed, but able to connect on the weapon because he got hit by the weapon throw from the orb. Maybe intentionally.
Oh, he just
Disarmed
threw that
once
one away.
more. Such a tough game for Raydish right now. Hit the hammer. Not going to do it. Sidelight Sair. So close, but there it is.
Oh, so
Petra.
close.
Man, it is terrifying to play into this Raydish when you're in KO % and finally able to take it out. But it feels like when you're in KO % against Raydish, there's no hope. No matter what, he's going to find it.
Well, because he's just so aggressive during that final stock, and I don't think people fully realize that, where it's like, okay, I don't want to run into it, and there's that combo that Raydish did for that first stock. But overall, though, I mean, Pierre just had a rough time really at those final knockout options, getting them, and Raydish with that orb dare just controls that entire side of the small fortress of lions and caught Pierre off guard, and Pierre didn't have any more options afterwards. So we're going into game on our next game here, and we'll have to see how it goes out. But this is game 3, and Raydish definitely feeling a lot comfortable here, and Pierre needs to win 3 games in a row to change things around.
Yeah, I mean, Pierre absolutely has been so long. Although those Sairs, he's gonna do it. That floor is so close, and Raydish just catches 1 or 2 jumps, and it's dunsies for Pierre's first stock. All of a sudden, it looks like Pierre may be done, just running at him with a lot of these options. The morale boost for Raydish and tanking Pierre's morale, clearly. Still can't even find a weapon. It's such a rough position right now. Not going to get caught by that juicy endlight. Raydish hoping for a hold in. Pierre able to pick up a weapon, but with this hammer, might be able to even this game back up. Only a few hits, as we saw in that second game, would be able to do it. Pierre definitely able to connect on something like that. Stomp Sair and then a weapon throw. Yep, double Sair.
Nice.
That's exactly what he wants to do in that situation. He loves doing that to find KOs with his hammer. And turns this into an almost even game. Just a couple more hits would do it.
Yeah, and I think Pierre definitely is happy. That's a 1 stock disadvantage that he's came back from. So now it comes down to continuing that and then knocking out what he needs to, because I think he's more worried about hit when he goes into the red, the knockout options Raydish does. 'Cause, I mean, Raydish just goes to extra level of aggressiveness. And right now, Raydish comes in with a jump dare with orb. I mean, Pierre didn't have any other option but to go down. He used all his options, his jumps, and then try to maybe fast fall, maybe kind of avoid it and go with a dodge. But Raydish was just a step ahead.
Yeah, Raydish, the aggression from Raydish is always just such a breath of fresh air, generally in the pro scene. Prior to him coming out into the scene, we weren't seeing it very much, and Raydish just runs at you when you're KO %. Raydish knows that with that force that Petra has, will just clean it up no problem. Even though force doesn't affect signatures, can use it with those too. And Pierre, now hoping to find some KO with his Bodvar and the hammer, has generally been doing good with efficient KOs, but not building the damage. Although the GC endlight, but Chase dodging off of the recovery. You love to see it. Hammer gameplay must be the meta weapon right now. As Pierre, with a taunt, maybe knows that this game might be just a little bit out of reach, although it is fairly even. Only a couple hits will turn this into a 2-1 position for Pierre if he's just able to find him, but still, Pierre needs to get a couple hits, and not a string weapon from Hammer. Connecting on multiple hits in a row is very tough. Meanwhile, Raydish with the gauntlets, we know, build up so much damage with high force and then clean it up as fast as possible. Already has him in almost KO %. I mean, with Petra, I think any percent is KO %, but right now it's looking rough for Pierre.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Pierre is just trying to do something. He's throwing his weapon away. He wants to go on. Oh my God! But Raydish with that jump read. Oh, that was clean. Raydish going in and beating Pierre 3-0, representing Kingdom here, and really showing his gameplay. And says, I don't want to get 7th. That's not my position. That clash from Raydish comes in on Pierre. Another ground pound. Side air into a side air, and that was just so clean on that first stock. But I do gotta give props. Pierre was coming back very, very well. But it just came down to that final stock, man. And it always does with these two. It always does. And Pierre impulse jumps it, or he runs into a situation where Rage gets really aggressive.
Yeah. And I mean, that was a pretty good set from Pierre, considering he's playing probably, I would say, at minimum, a top 2 player in North America right now, based on the winning the Winters, getting second in Winter Royale. So nothing to jeer at, particularly for Pierre. I think he played very well. It was very close all 3 games, just wasn't able to find a couple of wins. But if a couple of situations had turned the other way, Pierre might have been able to take it out. And it was a good set. Definitely between the two of them, even though it was a 3-0, it was probably one of the closest 3-0s I've seen in a while. But Raydish just a little bit ahead with finding the KOs. I think in particular for Raydish, and those are the 2 things I can attach to him as a player that make him unique: is finding the KOs, the efficiency with KOs, and the gravity canceling is so good. I mean, gravity canceling on Orb and Gauntlet is definitely already very good, but Raydish just, I feel like that was the first tech that he learned in this game, was how to gravity cancel, because he's so good at it. Connects on hits that you would just never expect, because it feels like he's playing with, instead of 6 or so options that most people would have in the air, he has like 10, because he could just do a gravity cancel. He knows how each of them works, and doesn't get very punished for it either. But good set all around, definitely. And as we move into the next one, I think it is Hardy and Cutie. Hardy, who was forced to switch off of Greatsword, and Cutie, who had Fakie pull reverse 3-0 on him. I think both players, coming from winner's side, a little bit annoyed at how their sets went, and maybe holding a bit of a chip on the shoulder for both of them. So I think this is going to be a bit of a chippy set between the two of them.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, I don't think he's happy he has swap off, but I think we might see it. I think Hardy is one of those players that is very troll-like, which he's not like doing it like insanely aggressively, but he's kind of doing it passively, where he's like, all right, I'll play Greatsword. I'll do this. I'll throw out these things that you're not used to and just catch people off guard and just take full advantage of it. So I don't know. We'll see. Hardy is very good with that Greatsword, especially off the ledge. You do not usually see a Greatsword player very, very good off the ledge, just because of how the fact that it's very platform based, very map control based. But as we go into our game number 1, we'll see how it kind of goes.
Yeah. Hardy has to play into another Kaya. Cutie back on the Kaya on Bow again, which I would say is a very tough matchup for Greatsword, particularly when you go onto a flat map like this. Although Greatsword seems to be very strong on a map without platforms, maybe against a Bow it can be very tough dealing with the long range of that D-Light and the fast punish of the side light. Although Hardy has done good so far, the end light finisher not going to do it, but N-Sig will. Hardy, what a great gravity cancel there. Salt Taunt immediately. I knew it was going to be like this with Hardy. The stutter steps, he's bringing it out. He wants to get the mental game started. Building up already the dodge in read. That's so much damage onto Cutie. Even with the high defense of this Kaya, I mean, that's such good extra credit for Hardy. Lands first, able to get a side light out. Cutie just can't seem to get in against Hardy right now.
Yeah, that kind of felt like that was going to be a little bit of this right now, because I mean, Hardy is he kind of gave up all his jump options. He's about to do it again, unless Cutie with that side air. But yeah, Hardy is going crazy right now. He gets saved by Cutie, because Cutie needs to save themselves as well, but Cutie's still getting that signature knockout there with that character there. So we'll see what happens, but I mean, it's a start for a comeback, but Hardy, look, he's a troll-based player. The double jump side air on arm into a Greatsword signature? This player is a trip.
I mean, he just knows. Clearly, he just knows. Cutie, I mean, he's got to get Hardy out of his head. Yeah, Hardy is reading him like a book right now. He's done. GG's, fellas.
Hardy MJ throwing Cutie around like a volleyball off that ledge. I mean, if we pop that back up on replay, man. I mean, Hardy gets the first knockout with the gravity cancel neutral with sword, taunts again, gets the Greatsword signature knockout, and then goes off this ledge with a side light, goes off with a ground pound, Tries to do a jump attack, gets the dare instead, gets a second dare, and then Cutie is given a jump but doesn't have any more jumps afterwards and is unable to come back. Hardy got into the mental of Cutie in game number 1.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, if we're talking about stutter step game between the two players, because both of them, after taking the first stock, did a little bit of a stutter step there, I think Hardy has it in Trolls so much better. I mean, in the mental game, Hardy clearly experienced and knows how to play these matchups. Cutie off of bow, which is very funny, but sticking to the scythe, and the fate that we generally know Cutie for the most, with a very nice orb skin. I really like that. It's like a bug in sap, like how they get stored from the prehistoric era. I think that's really interesting. As we move into this game number 2, I mean, Cutie just needs to get that game and Hardy out of his head. But Hardy already with the great sword seems to be right back in there, just reading him so well, catching like the reactions, and when he opts for a read, he's correct. Hardy winning all of the neutral engagements. Cutie can't find a weapon. Cutie can't get hits.
Yeah.
It's such a tough position. Gets side synced, and that is it. Hardy is such a lead in this second game already.
I can't with Hardy. I really can't, because he's just so troll-like.
Yeah.
He's like, all right, I'm going to go straight for this knockout. Cutie's just okay, that dare just landed very awkwardly on that platform. But either way, I mean, Hardy is doing very, very well of controlling Cutie. But as he's going off that ledge, you're seeing Cutie build up Hardy into the red. Hardy doesn't have the weapon, picks up sword, misses that silent, misses the dare. He's whiffing attacks now on sword. So I think Cutie doesn't feel very comfortable trying to knock out Hardymj on that first stock while he gets sword. As soon as he goes over to great sword, it's going to be playing very, very different. And there you go. Cutie with the knockout on Hardymj's first stock on sword. But now we have him probably hopping back on great sword once the weapon spawns. If Cutie will allow it. There we go. And is even game right now.
Yeah, and Hardy, I mean, this guy, little bit of toxicity, a little bit of in Cutie's head, and it seems to be working. I mean, Cutie is already in trouble this game. Did turn it into an even game, but then Hardy picks up the great sword, and it's just such a tough position for Cutie to be in. Maybe just not great at the matchup or something, because Cutie just can't seem to win neutral against these sidelights from Hardy. Although the neutral signature, a nice lead for Cutie so far, but Hardy's starting to bring it back. I mean, Hardy seems to be every hit turns into 3, but sidelight neutral signature from Cutie will clean it up. Opts to stick to Scythe. Wants to build up some nice damage. Has orb prepped for the next stock, but Hardy wants to clean it up right here, right now with this sword. A great weapon for finding KOs. Probably one of the most solid in this game. Ser not going to do it, but puts you in such a good position to be able to edge guard them. Recovery sense is so high, and yeah, no options on Cutie. So we go right back to an even game. Cutie may be making a bit of an adjustment from the first game, looking a lot better in this game too.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, right now, Cutie's starting to read him a little bit more. Hardy, I think, just kind of got in his head with those taunts. Hardy hasn't been able to act a whole lot like he wants to against Cutie, just because of how Cutie's playing. Two-piece comes in. We see a option here. Side leg coming in from Cutie.
Yeah, I mean,
Cutie with the neutral air. I mean, just a lot back and forth.
yeah, both players scrapping right now, but Cutie seems to be taking the advantage so far, right? Because Hardy, in a bit of a burnt orange, moving all the way on the left side, able to make it back with the nair. Such a big hitbox, and able to come back, but gets disarmed. Not where you want to be if you're Hardy. You do not like having no weapon, as very opposed to Pierre. Would really like to have that great sword in his hands right now. Picks up sword instead, and Cutie walling him out with these dares. The GC side like dodges the weapon and gonna do it. Moves the game back to even as we are 1-1 heading into game 3.
I like how he taunted towards the end. He got that potted plan out and was like, yeah, paybacks are gonna be a pain in the butt for you. So very nice job coming out of Cutie there, getting the win. Sidelight sided it with that orb. I mean, realistically, did 456 damage with just orb, and dealing a total of 565 damage as well. So very nice job. There's that potted plant that we saw. And yeah, I mean, Hardy played 371 damage with greatsword.
I think it's a fun taunt that you've got.
Yeah.
You're not even talking, right? You got the plant talking for you. Whenever you bring it out, the plant is the one doing it. That's funny. And I mean, wasn't taunting after taking each of the stocks because maybe not confident that he'd be able to take the game, but after taking the game, yeah. And I think we might see a little bit back into the mental action for Cutie. Hardy hoping to stick to the greatsword. That is what you want to see if you're Hardy. Getting the weapon. The first weapon is greatsword. Hopefully able to get it. Bit lucky for Hardy. And I mean, once Hardy has greatsword, Cutie seems to be in trouble. So we'll see if Cutie's able to adjust, but it doesn't feel like Cutie, even though Hardy's playing from the corner, he seems to be in advantage there against Cutie. He just can't seem to aggress in that situation.
Yeah, I think Cutie, I think this map's kind of messing with the two of these platforms as well. Because this first game that we had, Hardy was on Small Haven, if I recall, that had no platforms in general. So I think that platform is just messing with him a little bit.
Yeah, and Hardy is playing around it quite well, although Cutie, able to find a neutral signature, has played a much better game. Seems to be finding just nickel and diming him with these ordinaires, and then will clean it up. And building up damage already with this scythe. Hardy on the sword, not where he wants to be. He almost, I mean, I'm pretty sure he read a dodge up there, and that's exactly what Hardy did, just not able to finish it. Hardy on the greatsword, does not want the sword. And Cutie disarmed. This is probably the best situation you can be in if you're Hardy. But Cutie is still in, like, orange, and now with a full stock lead, Hardy quite hurt on the second stock. Cutie could clean this up, turn this into a 3-stock to 1 scenario if he just gets a couple extra hits, a side lane Sair, an extra recovery, pick up nice damage. Cutie has to play out of the corner now. Able to do it. That's so bad for Hardy. Double jumps and Cutie reads it. Going high again. Cutie knows, and Hardy gets ground pounded. 3 stocks to 1. Cutie looking dominant so far in this third game.
Yeah, and especially on that second stock of Hardy's getting knocked out. I mean, just used every option that Hardy just could not counter it. Did that well. Daring a weapon throw, but Cutie is going to get punished for that by Hardymj. Cutie is able to come back, but not without getting neutral-aired. It does not get knocked out. Hardy is trying to knock out with that sword and lands it. Cutie going down to that second stock while Hardy picks up that great sword again.
Yeah, and Hardy, you gotta build up the damage here. You gotta reset your mental, particularly with the way that the two players have been playing mental so far. That's how you do it. You don't, I mean, it would be nice to win the game. That's definitely what you want. But even if you don't win the game, you have to make it close so that you don't go into a game 4 getting absolutely dominated in a game 3. You want to make this a close game. You want to make a comeback. You want to feel like you can win neutral in game 4. And Hardy so far has done a pretty good job of it. Cutie maybe starting to lag a little bit here behind on the damage. Still with the full stock lead, trading damage probably where you want to be, but Hardy starting to win neutral, although will get pushed away. And Cutie now, a couple strong hits will do it for Hardy or Cutie, knocking Cutie onto the final stock, but Hardy gets side saved, and 2 stock from Cutie with the salt taunt to boot.
Dude, he's just trying to get back at him. He's like, yeah, you did that first game. Yeah, I'm going to try to knock you out again. And there's the Pog emote in Brawlhalla. All right. Anyways, we're going into game number 4. Players are choosing their characters here, but overall, though, I mean, Cutie did very well in that last game, really controlling what Hardy was really throwing at him and using those signatures to counter Hardy very well. And I mean, Cutie did 532 damage, most of it on orb. Same thing with like a last game, and same thing with like a last game with Hardymj with 291 damage with that great sword. So we're going into this next game. And we're still in Apocalypse. I don't know why Hardy wants to go back to this map.
Might be a comfort thing. With a lot of these maps, players are comfortable on very strange maps, right? I mean, Megd's favorite map is Demon Island. Hardy's probably leading on the Apocalypse, well, Brawlhaven, but when it's not up, we'll opt for the Apocalypse. It may just be that you'd rather not go to one of the multiple platform maps and likes this more than Fortress of Lions. So, I mean, with Cutie already taking a lot of damage from this great sword, Hardy goes to the sword, maybe just looking for a KO, but it's a huge risk to take because that means that Hardy will probably not play as well in neutral, will go back to the great sword, just wants to play what he's comfortable on right now. Game now even, how did that KO? I cannot believe that.
The amount of knockback, man.
Oh,
and so much, well, he was already so low though. He was in the red. And he just did not, he had so much damage built onto him to the point where that knockback from that signature just launched him into outer space.
Yeah, and Hardy able to come back with
Nice.
it. Only took a couple weapon throws to the face. Salt Talk comes out. First one we've seen in 2-ish games. So maybe Hardy's starting to build the confidence back up. In an even game with this greatsword, a couple hits would be very nice for him. But that's what Cutie's getting instead. Although it's Sarah, if that dare had connected, that would have been donezo for Cutie. But able to make it back. Hardy trying to play her on this platform, but a lot of these options are fairly common. These dash off and recover. I mean, Cutie just knows how to space that side signature. Not gonna do it, but Hardy taking so much damage so far.
Indeed, indeed, and it's 2 stocks even. Hardy just trying to go ahead and win game number 4. Trying to get the center control, but Cutie's just yoinking it from him left, right, and center. Very nice job. Hardy coming back to that platform, trying to use it again. Cutie going in the air, Hardy with the read, but it's there. Cutie with that sidelight side air and orb. That's, if I recall, that's either true or 1 or 2 frames off. And right now, Cutie comes in with the falling side air with orb, comes in with the backward dare off ledge and knocks out Hardymj of that second stock. And orb right now is just in one of those places where, especially off that edge, it is extremely powerful. Just because it covers the entire edge of Apocalypse.
Uh-oh. There we go. Cutie finally opts to stop weapon starving. I mean, Hardy could have sat in that corner for a decade. He would have done it. We know. The double stare, maybe a little bit of Pierre flare coming out. Hardy will finish that stock with it and has turned what was pretty rough before into now an even game. Cutie gets a nice weapon spawn right on the platform, just not where Hardy wanted to be. And the delay will catch Hardy dashing away. But both players kind of scrapping at the moment, not finding multiple hits in a row, just one hit, and the other player counter hits them. And so the game is still even, and we could see this go into a last stock, last hit situation between these two players. I think is what's going to happen is both players still just scrapping. Hardy finally taking a bit of a slight lead, connecting multiple hits with this greatsword. No dodge from Cutie, and Hardy reads it with a downlight finisher. And
Nice.
sending Cutie off to the side. A game 5 would be so nice for Hardy. You do not want to end it here back against the wall. Sarah knocks him to the other side of the screen, but Cutie burns all of his options, and Hardy with the salt taunt. We go to a game 5.
Cutie was being read by Hardy, and Hardy got into the brains of Cutie, man. Oh my gosh. I mean, here's the thing though, in that final game, Hardy was having problem with orb, or that fourth game there, right? Where he was getting knocked out very, very easily by orb, sidelight, side and stuff like that. But as soon as Cutie prioritized that scythe, Hardy just read the crap out of Cutie, and Cutie couldn't come back at all.
Yeah, and I'm as we sit in this map select, I'm very interested to see if Brawlhaven gets left over. The players in chat talking about it a little bit, but I mean, Cutie really seems to like that map, but I mean, he got so dominated in that first game, you don't know what's going to happen.
All right, Cutie. All right.
Yeah. And, I mean, Hardy started to build up the confidence. No Brawlhaven. And Fortress, it will be basically Apocalypse 2. I mean, a pretty similar ceiling. You've got a platform that I don't think moves, but still one platform sitting right there. Fairly similar wall size, but one of the only maps akin to Miami Dome where you cannot other side, which is something I think this makes this a good counterpick to Hardy. Hardy loves to go from one side to the other on the wall and not able to do that here. So as we get into this game 5, a surprising game 5 set based on how game 1 started and how game 3 looked. But we thought it would be done for both players at some point, but it doesn't really matter how we got here. What matters is this set right now, because Hardy wants to start it with this greatsword, building up nice damage. They're both playing just a little slow, but Hardy taking a bit more damage than he would like. This connection from Cutie with this orb has been doing so good so far in the set. Clearly the favorite weapon so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we saw it in the past couple of games. Hardy wants to win this game. Does it fantastically with greatsword. Taunts for a little bit of time to get into Cutie's mindset. And Cutie has been running into a lot. And I think Cutie's like, now I gotta play a little bit scythe, but is probably gonna prioritize swapping the orb if they can. But just trying to deal some damage on Hardy whenever they can with that scythe. But scythe comes in, that allows for Cutie to have a little bit more space. Nice recovery coming in. Oh, Cutie with the recovery. Hardy is going to be able to touch that ledge to get this jumps back.
Hardy loves recovering high and got caught for it,
That
but
dodge.
no KO. This might be what Hardy needs to just take this game because it should be done. And like recovery, he's still going to survive. Greatsword recovery, no, does not want to recover early because Cutie was in a good position, and that just means he falls to his demise as we get to an even game. In game 5, Hardy wants his greatsword as fast as possible, but Cutie gets the weapon spawn in his favor. Hardy trying to play out of the corner, not a great position when you're disarmed. Gets the sword instead, just says, no sir, I would rather be unarmed. Wants this greatsword, wants a higher chance with the weapon spawn, and finally gets the greatsword. As Cutie on his favorite orb, this is what both players want. This is the important time in this game where the person who takes the lead would be in such a great position going into the final stock. Both players on their favorite weapon, no disadvantages for each one at this point. It is just how you play neutral, as Hardy seems to be the one doing a better job. Cutie taking so much damage, almost in KO percent, now is one of these finishers, but this is a greatsword which can struggle to do so. A Sarah recovery will do it because options are very slow, as Cutie wants to be able to build up damage, turn this into an even game, just nickel and dime with this orb as he's been doing so effectively. Hardy drops his weapon, Darren and Ensig. Cutie all of a sudden in a great position, but the Nair, which is quite far, Sarah is going to do it. Hardy, Assault Taunt, takes the lead in this game 5.
Indeed, and this is where Hardy wants to be. He wants to take this game 5 over Cutie. And I mean, here's the thing as well. Didn't Cutie win the first 2 games?
No.
I believe so.
Hardy won game 1.
No? Oh, he got one. Okay, I was about to say, I hope Cutie didn't get reverse 3'd. And Cutie comes in and is like, you know what? I'm going to win this game. What the f are you talking about, AJ? And knocks out Hardy's second stock. I mean, we're getting 3 minutes in, and things are even, but Cutie's back on the orb. Can Hardy counter Cutie's orb one final time to win this set?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Hardy, it's only going to take a couple of hits. Greatsword, so much damage. A Sayer, all of a sudden, these hits are starting to connect for Hardy in such a great position. Still playing out of the corner, and Cutie's so good at reading jumps out of these dares and Sayers with the neutral signatures. Been getting so much off of that. No options, Hardy, no punish. Sidelight with the D-Light bridge, but Hardy really wants this KO. Cutie, a Sayer will not do it. Hardy can find an edgeguard, a recovery. He loves to do that in this situation. Oh wow, a GC sidelight finisher, that would have done it. Hardy risking so much, disarms himself. His next weapon is sword. This is not where he wants to be. Cutie, although so hurt, one strong hit from this Hardy sword could do it, but Hardy not on his favorite weapon. Cutie definitely on his. Both players so close right now. A couple extra hits will do it, but a Sayer from Hardy, Assault Taunt, and Hardy wins in game 5.
Bro, Hardymj coming in with that 3-2 over Cutie, making sure that they can go further into this bracket. But it came down to game 5. It came down to that final stock once again, and he was able to counter Cutie's orb. Fantastic gameplay from Hardy and fantastic gameplay from Cutie to keep things even. And final stock towards the end, making broke the matchup there. So very nice job from Hardy. If you look at the stats here, 464 damage with greatsword, and that's their primary like their main weapon, and did well with that. So very nice job. And Hardymj advancing further into the bracket.
Yeah.
Bro, my fucking tongue, man. I keep on mixing these words up.
Yep, I definitely feel you. It was interesting because only 88 damage with the sword, but I think if we had a stat that was KOs with which weapon, I think the majority, even in that whole set, was with the sword. So Hardy pretty much min-maxing how to play the 2 weapons with using greatsword to build up all the damage and sword to finish it. That's exactly why he paid Jaehyun over the Mako, over, say, the Arcadia, because greatsword needs to be paired with a weapon that can solidly KO, and those guitars and the spear do not do it as effectively as the sword. Sword is so reliable for that, and Hardy used it so effectively in that set, was able to find the KO even on that final stock in that game 5. Very strong from Hardymj. A really good set from both players. Cutie, definitely no slouch in that set. It was very good. Came back from getting absolutely dominated in that first game on Brawlhaven. It looked bad. And then Cutie was able to pull it back into a 2-1, but couldn't finish out the set. As our next set is Raydish again. And maybe, I have a theory, AJ, that Raydish might be on a tear right now. As losing in winners might have made Raydish a little angry, and Raydish did not like that at all. And on a complete tear in this loser's bracket, And it was a close 3-0, but still, nonetheless, a 3 over Pierre. Raydish was playing so out of control, out of his mind in that set. Fakie definitely looked rough against Impala, but you never know. I mean, it is Impala, so it's tough to gauge. Fakie could still be playing very good right now, but I think we're going to see Raydish take care of business, playing very well in this elimination bracket so far.
I think Fakie's going to go crazy, just because he faced the BCX champion. He faced seed number 2 and he lost. I mean, he also beat Phazon. He also beat Jetbean, right? All these players on the winner's side. He is a powerful motherfucking player, but you also got to be careful of Raydish. Him being the winner champion of 2023, him being the most recent champion for Winters, that's a big deal. So if you're Fakie, you got to be careful that you can't do certain things against your opponent that you could do to a casual player, all right? You can't go in for those insane combos off the ledge, right? But I don't know. Raydish having that gold medal, that was his first gold medal, by the way, in Winters. So props to him on that.
Yeah, wait, that was Raydish's first gold medal?
Yeah.
Did he not win Autumns? I feel like he won Autumns, no? Maybe, I don't know. I definitely could be wrong. Very surprised though. I think Raydish, I mean, he's so good, man. Watching that last set, and I think it would be very unfortunate for Fakie, because Fakie, if he loses the set, he would have gotten 5th to the BCX champion and the Winter Championship champion, which is a bit of an unfortunate bracket run, but maybe Fakie does not care. And at this point, at some point, if you want to win the tournament, you have to beat everyone that comes into your path. And Fakie, definitely capable of doing so. He's been playing so good so far, with the exception of the Impala set. And now, I mean, you said it, beating Phazon before top 32 and making a great run, beating some very established players in top 32. Fakie is playing well. Can definitely carry that into the set. I think it's going to be a pretty tight set.
Yeah, and correction, he does have 2 gold medals. The Raydish does. He's got 1 from Summers and then 1 from Winters of 2023. In Autumns, he got 5th.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So that makes more sense. And then Fakie got 17th, and then Fakie got 7th in Winters. And actually, they faced it in the Winter Championship. Raydish 3-1 Fakie.
Oh.
Oh, that's gonna be interesting. All right, let me just go ahead and get the players the go ahead, and we'll be good to go. And it should be rather interesting here. I just realized you can use your scroll wheel on the map choice, and it just glitches out.
Yeah, it makes it a little frustrating when you want to scroll the chat and see what's up, and your screen is just bugging out in the background. But
right.
Yeah, Fakie onto the Munin. I believe he opened with the Munin against. Oh no, he opened with the Mordex. So Fakie just any Scythe character at this point. I mean, Scythe Bow, Scythe Gauntlets, I believe was playing just a combination of Scythe characters, hoping for some kind of weapon counter pick. Gets the Scythe immediately. Definitely the favorite weapon of Fakie so far. Has built up a little bit of a lead, but I mean, Raydish on this orb can do wonders, can move mountains, can do pretty much anything. So no lead is safe. As Raydish starts to build one of his own, just connecting on 2 of these hits, the way he uses the Scythe signature, even when Fakie is in just light orange, is very interesting to me because it covers so much. It's very hard to punish. Raydish able to throw out a lot of these signatures that most players would not. I mean, with the exception of maybe Stingray and a few others, but a neutral signature is going to KO there. Raydish, I feel like he knows the exact KO percent on these maps because I'm so surprised that KO'd, but Raydish probably knew. I mean, with all the levels on the character, it seems to be doing that to great detail with finding these KOs with such efficiency.
I mean, he probably knows how much damage it takes to knock out on each of those ceilings, the floors, and the sides of these maps and stuff like that. So I think he's definitely doing very well with that. I mean, we saw that in the first stock of Fakie. But now Fakie has that Scythe, and maybe that Scythe will do a little bit better. That Gratitude's neutral signature does not knock out, even though it looked like it should have. But the Starlight comes in, and Fakie is trying to control neutral.
Yeah, as Raydish with quite the lead so far, and Fakie on the Scythe not where you want to be. And I would say Munin, the weapon combination, a bit of a weakness is that neither of these weapons are particularly great at KOing, but if you find the read, if you believe that they are not going to dodge out of Endlight, which is a very common option at a high level, that Fakie is able to get the Endlight recovery. Raydish's stock is vaporized in a second. He gets sent all the way to Brawlhaven, and Fakie trying to build this into an even game, but playing from behind against this orb. If he goes into KO %, we know Raydish will take advantage. We'll just sprint at him, basically, in his face, and we'll find the KO with ease. Fakie not able... I mean, how do you make it back in that situation without getting hit? Because you get down-sigged if you recover early, and if you recover late, you get dared. It's such a tough position to be in. And again, Raydish dashing off, turning around and daring. So good at edge trapping it with this orb. So strong in the weapon, and Fakie just can't seem to figure it out.
Absolutely, and Fakie's just having a rough time against that orb right now. He's just trying to do something. Oh, but Raydish is trying to get very, very aggressive against Fakie at this current time. And I mean, Fakie tried to do something right afterwards, but just didn't want to follow up after. And right now, Raydish coming in with that orb. Sidelight, side air. Maybe into a weapon throw? Yep, into a double weapon throw. He should have weapon star Fakie. Oh, that weapon throw launched Fakie into Raydish's neutral signature. All right, well, that's an interesting way of taking things. Look at this. Hold on, let's pop the replays up. Look at this.
Such a dominant game from Raydish. Yeah, I mean, you will definitely see from these replays that Raydish finding KOs at the earliest percents possible. Neutral signature basically an orange. This dare fairly red, but I mean that edge guard was forever, and this neutral signature, I mean, he just jumps into the weapon throw. It's unfortunate for Fakie. Raydish sets it up. It's like he's playing a different game. He's throwing items. He's everything to get you to not be able to make it back to stage. He's so good at that, and Fakie opts to switch to the Hattori, which is how he made the 3-0 comeback against Cutie. Was switching to Hattori, so might be able to make quite a statement in the second game with the Hattori.
Yeah, for sure, and we'll have to see what happens. If Fakie did this, actually won his winner's side matchup, if I recall, with Hattori in the winner's quarters against Cutie. So I think this Hattori pick is definitely going to be a good option for them, especially with how fast he needs to play against Raydish, and he's already got Raydish in the orange.
Small thing, but I mean, the way that some pro players are able to wake up out of options, he got dared by Spear and immediately pressing Nair on Gauntlets, and it worked. I mean, something like that is so impressive to see, the way they understand these hitboxes, how much frames they are left after stun, and what they can do afterwards, depending on the option that Fakie picks. And Raydish, although he's playing from behind, can definitely build up damage with this orb, and then find the KO ASAP. So good at it. Fakie going all the way down for this recovery. Dares him as Raydish is on the wall. Raydish getting edge guard. Nothing he can do in that situation. Surprised he didn't get a touch, but Fakie cleaned it up with the spear dare and has taken a lead in this game too.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Fakie is just trying to get more and more of the advantage because he knows how Raydish is. And Raydish is like that. He's just able to launch Fakie in outer space, and Fakie does not want to get knocked out quickly where he loses his advantage. Raydish with the gauntlet neutralite. Oh, the unarmed jump side air. He was so comfortable with that. I mean, here's the thing. If he missed that, that would have been completely the opposite way. He would have got knocked out.
Such a... Who's this guy? Like, who goes all the way out there? Who does that? Just goes all the way out unarmed and could have completely lost the situation, but Raydish, on top of things 24/7, just knows whenever they're in KO %, a sixth sense tells him exactly what option they're going to pick, knows when he's going to jump. Raydish in his head right now. Is Fakie already taking damage? Although building up nicely with these nairs, starting to juggle him. Raydish doesn't want to dodge towards the stage, and Fakie gets caught by it. Raydish, both players scrapping right now. Raydish in a bit of a deficit, but I mean, Hattori, low defense, might be able to get KO'd early by this Raydish orb, but Fakie's starting to look strong with the spear, building up nice damages. Raydish with a deficit, but a dare that is very important, goes all the way out there, not going to connect, and now both players have to reset neutral. Such a scary situation for both of them. Within 5 seconds, Dare Sarah will do it. I swear, is it spear or is it blasters? You can't tell, as Fakie able to clean up that stock and take a nice advantage in this game too.
Yeah, and Fakie, I think, is very happy about this too, but he needs to go ahead and keep on building this up. Because gauntlets from Raydish, or just unarmed in general from Raydish as well, can be very, very powerful. We've seen it in the past. We've seen it at this event, right? And Fakie is just trying to maximize on the advantage that he has. Raydish comes in with, I believe that's a true Sidelight Cider combo onto Fakie. And Fakie is now down to the final stock and has a half stock lead, and that's what he needed to do while he was still in that second stock. But he needs to do a little bit more because now Ray just made it even.
Yeah, Raydish starting to mount a bit of a comeback. I mean, it wasn't a huge deficit, but Raydish doesn't really matter. The killer instincts get in there. Raydish with sidelight Sarah catches him. I mean, this is where you don't want to be if you're Fakie, right on the wall. The worst situation, able to make it back just barely, and now can hopefully build a lead, get him into the KO percent, and finish him with a spear. A delight, some kind of falling Sarah or a recovery would do it, but opts for such a heavy option, such a commitment. Raydish punishes, and now Fakie again in the worst situation. This is not where you want to be against Raydish. As Raydish goes for the tech, Fakie with the rare punish, and finally able to finish it. Recovers early, gets dared, and 1-1.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, even if you go back to that whole match, I mean, Fakie really controlled it, especially for the first stock of Raydish. Really try to keep that lead. And that's a very small lead, and Raydish is making comebacks. It all went down to that final stock where Raydish goes off edge, and Fakie just felt so comfortable with that sword and won that game. So we're going to game number 3. Raydish going to try to make these knockout options when he needs to, and Fakie's going to keep on doing what he did last round.
And I mean, Fakie fairly impressive on the spear, but I mean, the scariest position to be is on the wall against Raydish. And as Raydish, when you're on the wall, you're actually fairly comfortable, especially with this orb. That neutral signature just covers everything. You really cannot threaten it unless you're Fakie, who somehow is able to punish it with the dare. So both players start to make good adaptations to each other's game plan, as Raydish opts for quite the option off stage and gets punished for it. Fakie building up some damage, but the cheesy sidelight. I mean, this guy, his rapid cancels are so good. I don't know how he does it. And building up nice damage. Raydish with stage control on this orb. Fakie barely able to land. I thought that was going to get caught by a sidelight. Both players just seem to be, one takes stage control and the other one is able to make it back. Oh my god, he reads the dodge in with a GC sidelight Sarah. Raydish, I mean, sidelight into nothing. It just terrifies the opponent. And Raydish, Fakie uncomfortable in this set. As Raydish finds a Sarah, takes the lead in this game 3. And Raydish looking so good so far.
Yeah, and Raydish is definitely doing a lot better compared to round number 2. He's really kind of realized what Fakie was kind of getting him on, especially after that second stock of last game. And currently, we're a minute 20 in. Raydish trying to come back to that platform. Fakie's trying to knock him out with that spear. You see him go for these sidelights, and I think Raydish is expecting that. And now Fakie's in the orange of that second stock, trying to do something. But oh my goodness, Raydish now knocking him into the orangey red. Oh, misses the option, and Fakie with a knockout there on a Raydish. This comes down to those exchanges.
I think Raydish has done that twice in this set and been punished both times, which is otherworldly from Fakie, because most people are very unable to punish that option from Raydish. So a very good adaptation for Fakie so far. Probably came prepared for that option, knowing that that is Raydish's favorite thing to do when he's off stage on that wall, the GC neutral signature. But even with such an advantage that Fakie had in that point, just, I mean, a full stock deficit now. That down signature is Fakie on the wall, not where he wants to be, and Raydish collects on that stock. Takes himself quite the advantage, already building up damage onto Fakie, who is on his final stock, not where he wants to be, trying to make it back. But I mean, both players trading hits. That's exactly what Raydish wants to do, because Raydish wants to get him into the KO percent and knows how good he is with that lead. And a full stock advantage, Fakie can't seem to find these openings against Raydish. And while Raydish is only getting 1 or 2 hits per interaction, it doesn't matter if he's able to maintain stage control, and Fakie can't make it back.
He really can't, and Raydish is keeping up with them. And Raydish has been doing that for most of the games. And I mean, Fakie is just getting aggressive with Raydish while he's off that ledge, and he's getting these knockouts. I think that's what got Fakie that final knockout. So if he's able to keep that damage up, keep Raydish off the corners of the map, he can knock Raydish out and make things better for themselves. But you gotta get the damage build up first.
Yeah, and Fakie could definitely make this comeback. I mean, Hattori high speed can maneuver around the sword, but I mean, you're on the wall, you're in KO percent. This is the worst possible position to be in, but able to make it back. Raydish would rather weapon starve, and that might be his downfall as Fakie starts to get hits, collecting just a couple of extra stray hits, but he's gonna start to mount some damage so that Fakie's able to make this comeback. Raydish, the weapon throw gets interrupted and he gets disarmed, able to get the orb back. Sidelight Sarah will do it. Raydish almost lost the game, but was able to clutch it back out, and Raydish with a 2-1 lead in the set.
I'm not gonna lie, the more I see Raydish's orb, the more I'm seeing how broken Silent Side Air is. Because, I mean, these players are just running into it and having a rough time. But, I mean, going into this game number 3, he really controlled Fakie off that ledge. Fakie was able to take him off edge a little bit, but overall, though, I mean, as soon as when Fakie had to get his damage build up, he wasn't able to because Raydish was going crazy with that orb towards the end. So nice job by both players going into that game number 3. But now we're gonna go into the game number 4, and also Raydish only did 14 damage with gauntlets.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes when you are in a rough situation, you go to what you know best, and Raydish's orb was perfect for him in that 3rd game. And Fakie wants to stay on Spear, opts for the Kaya, thinks Bo might be really good. I believe he's got a level 100 Kaya on console, so Fakie, I mean, no slouch on this character for sure. Surprised he switches to it because it's so comfortable on that scythe. And, I mean, the Kaya in the set against Cutie was not working the way that you would hope it to. But the damage, the GC N6, so good from Fakie. What an edge guard.
And that was so clean, too. I mean, I think he knew Raydish was not ready for Bo. I don't think he was ready at all. And I think he's like, uh-oh, now I'm going to come back with this bow mindset. Still running into that bow attack. What is Raydish going to do? He's going to move around left and right so he can do something. But he's also on those gauntlets, and Fakie is just taking advantage of it while he can.
Oh, man. Almost had him there. Sarah and Adair would have done it. Raydish barely missing. And now in such a terrible position off stage. Only has one option.
Gosh.
The ground pound not going to connect. But neither is Raydish's. And so, as we get back to neutral here, Fakie stares at this massive advantage he has. Because Raydish is in deep red, the ground pound is not going to do it yet, and the Sarah doesn't connect. Raydish still kicking. Fakie's still around somehow. I can't believe he made it back. We're back to neutral, and Fakie was such a lead. A Sarah could take us into a 3-1, and a third one, and a third punish. Dude, Fakie is playing out of his mind in this 4th game. He wants a game 5.
Where the f was this character, Fakie? Out of all the matches you've had tonight, you pull it out at the possible final matchup that you have in the final round? I mean, he's popping off. He's got a 1 stock lead over Raydish.
Yeah, Fakie playing so good at this 4th game. I mean, when your back is against the wall and you turn it on, that means he is activated right now. He is playing so good in this 4th game. He wants this to go to a game 5. He wants to take this set up. He does not want to go down 3-1. That would be such a rough position. Dare gets a recovery. Not opting for any kind of edge guard, just wants the damage, but his recovery gets caught. The ground pound catches it, and now Raydish, I mean, it's not a completely even game, but it's a much better position than what he was in just a couple seconds ago because Fakie's recovery just got sniped. It was such a rough position to be in for Fakie, and now a scary position for him because Raydish, a couple of hits on this very high attack Petra would put this into a completely different game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Fakie's really showing the power Kaya has. Oh my gosh, that knockout almost landed there on the Raydish with that knockout, of course, but just didn't knock out. It launched Raydish into outer space, but not fully to the point where it could kill him. Right now, Raydish with that platform control, Fakie needs to take that away from him because how Raydish plays does not want to go back off that ledge. He respects it, drags Raydish to the platform, gets that bow 2-piece, and Raydish is out of here, and we're going to game 5 in the quarterfinals of Moose Ward's King Crusade.
Wow. What a game from Fakie. I mean, the complete mental reset from that game 3 to just turn it all the way around, bring us to a game 5. Maybe the Fakie Kaya was the way. Maybe it was what to do all along, and he just wanted to make it close. You know, he just wanted to make it look close because, man, did he look good in that game. And hopefully Raydish comes back with a different mindset in this game 5 because even though he was able to get it to last stock, I mean, for most of the start of that game, Fakie was all over him. Raydish could not do anything. He was in such a deficit, and Fakie, both players already in neutral. Fakie just wants to get a repeat of that last game. They go back to the same map, go for the same options, already on the spear. Both players just kind of scrapping a little bit right now, building up hits one after the other onto each other, but no player connecting on multiple in a row. Both players winning neutral back and forth, and it's a fairly even game so far.
Yeah, and bow is one of those weapons that catches players off guard when they're playing orb. I mean, it's one of the main weapons that counters it. You can't go in, for example, with guitars and expect them not to throw out a silent side air. Stuff like that, where it's like, okay, you gotta be very careful of how fast bow is. It's very unusual compared to the other weapons. And I think Raydish is running straight into the speed of Fakie's bow, and that's just yoinking him into outer spaces here.
Yeah, definitely something I've noticed in this set is both of these characters are very high speed, and this is a pretty fast-moving set. I mean, both players are just kind of running at each other with this bow, with the spear, with these gauntlets and the orb. I mean, it's such an aggressive set, and Fakie, that seems to be favoring him so far in this game 5, because Fakie just seems to be getting the reads out of these sidelights and Sarahs. He's reading these jumps from Raydish, which has been the difference maker in this set, catching him with the neutral signatures. Another one, not going to connect, but no punish. The first time Raydish does that, and it doesn't get punished in this set. So Fakie, maybe a bit of a slouch, maybe just wanting to play it safe. Another one from Raydish. This is what he does when he is in a deficit. He wants to draw the game out a little bit, play along this wall, do a lot of these unpunishable options that Petra has, which doesn't hit, but isn't going to give an advantage towards Fakie either. And that being said, I mean, they are trading hits, and that's so good for Fakie because Raydish in the orb sidelight there is going to connect, able to punish the neutral signature, but Fakie's still exactly where he wants to be, just about a half stock lead over Raydish right now.
Yeah, and I think Raydish is starting to catch him a little bit, but as I'm going to say that Fakie might come in with an attack to counter what I said. We'll have to see, but at this moment, Bo is very good, but Raydish trying to do stuff with orb, a lot of back and forth, a lot of different movement. He's trying to jump out of a lot of what Fakie's throwing at him. He's realistically, once Fakie does a bow sidelight, he has a lot of recovery for him. So I think Raydish is kind of being like, hey, I'm trying to counter you a little bit.
Yeah, and they added some in the previous patch, but still, I mean, Fakie maintaining his lead, although the gap is starting to close a little bit. The neutral signature will do it though. Fakie in burnt orange, and this is such an important moment in not just this game, but the set in general, because if Raydish is able to close this out, make this an even game, then the game would look so good for him. Fakie could start to run away with it if Raydish doesn't close out the stock immediately, but we know Raydish, the killer instinct is so good for him that he is able to clean up these stocks with ease, and so far, Fakie, Sarah is going to do it. The game goes to even, and that's what Raydish wants to see. He wants this game to go completely even. He wants Fakie to start playing from an even game where it was so good for Fakie earlier. And Raydish with this orb is gonna start building up damage. As Fakie starts to lose neutral, back and forth, only able to find a wake up, which is not really where you want to be. You want to prove to yourself that you're able to win neutral, and so far Fakie just hasn't been able to do it.
They're whiffing attacks. I mean, they are. The movement from both players is catching each other off guard. Like, where are you gonna step next? You're gonna go here? Okay, no. What?
Player 2
That wasn't just me, right? No. Okay.
No, that was me too. Hold on. We gotta look at that.
Uh-oh. What happened to
That
this?
was interesting. Let's me figure out what's going on here. Did game just completely crash like that?
Did the servers crash? That would be the worst thing that could
Was that on your point of view too, on Brawlhalla?
Yes! I thought I
Alright,
lagged or something, but I'm on Ethernet.
Let me go with the players on Start GG. Let's talk on Start GG.
I mean, they haven't said anything, right? The two of them?
That is the... What? Let me ask that. I wonder if that actually happened off game. Yeah, that was me as well. There's a couple point of views for that lobby. We're trying to figure out what happened, chat. Give me 1 second here. Raydish and Fakie, if you guys are in chat, hop on the losers quarterfinal chat box there for Start GG.
It's not.
I'm gonna charge my headphones.
I think that's the first time I've seen that happen in a very long time. The servers are just out. Definitely not good.
Sorry, my headphones died. All right, let's see what happened. Luna said Fakie won.
Yeah, I don't know if he's joking or not. It's hard to take people seriously in post-game chat, so, I mean...
Yeah, I'm gonna start to chit chat. I haven't seen him yet. I'm gonna DM him in Discord.
Based on the fact that Fakie is still here. Raydish left. I'm going to assume that Fakie did win, but I don't know. I really do not know.
Let me message Fakie. That's the first time I've ever seen that live happen. Why can't I pop up Fakie's DMs and DM them today?
Usually the way I can tell is if whoever lost started to rage tweet or like post something angry and NSYNC, but I cannot find it.
I'm gonna assume that because a lot of people are saying Fakie won, and the way Rage left. I'm gonna assume that happened. Let me see if I can get a hold of Fakie. I gotta double check. I have to have him verify for me. Just tournament ruling wise, I gotta make sure that's all good. Whether it be through Raydish or Fakie. It does look like I'm gonna assume so, but I'm not gonna fully say it. Wow, okay. I'm trying to get a hold of him. Here we go. Let me see if this is him. That's Fakie. I got Fakie. Let me message him. Yeah, Fakie won. Wow. All right, congrats, Fakie, on winning that set. Congrats, bro. Yeah, unfortunately, in chat, everyone's spectating even streams. Mine from Brawlhalla, A-Surges from Brawlhalla, completely crashed. That's never happened before. So, congrats to the Fakie. He definitely deserved winning that, and it will be advancing further in the bracket. Wow. So that's the way to go ahead and win that.
Yeah.
That sucks when they get that final stock, though.
No kidding. I mean, it's unfortunate we didn't see it, but that is still quite an impressive showing from Fakie, I guess. Yeah. I mean, coming back from 2-1, back against the wall, playing so good in Game 4, and from what we saw in Game 5 was playing very solid, and I would definitely consider that an upset. I think Raydish might have been a favorite for the whole tournament, or at least to go to Grand Finals. So Raydish going out of 5th is very surprising, and Fakie with maybe a loser's run on his hands, or an elimination run. I mean, he's still got to go through the winner of our next set, which is Megd and Hardy. And Megd, who was playing so good in winners, just couldn't clean it up. And Hardy, who was in basically a dogfight that set against Cutie. I think we're going to have another one of that on our hands. I mean, I think Megd knows the Greatsword matchup much better, might be able to lock it down better than Cutie did, but still. Hardy, absolutely no slouch, so I definitely think we've got a good set on our hands.
Yeah, for sure. And with how Megd and how Hardymj are as players and how Hardy plays, I don't know if he's going to get into mental of Megd. That's the one question I have for whenever Hardymj plays. Will he get into the mental of his opponent? Because if he does, he wins. That's just how it is. That's how I've seen it every single time, whether it be casual gameplay or pro gameplay. If it comes down to Megd, it's going to really come down to, can he get that neutral control? Because, I mean, he really knocks off the ceilings of the map. Are they going over to the map that has very high ceilings? Is it Demon Island? Are they going to Small Brawlhaven? Stuff like that. So, they can go ahead and start whenever they like. I just gave them the go-ahead there. And they're choosing their maps right now. And let's see what maps they start out. So, knock out Western Air Temple, Small Brawlhaven, Small Enigma, and Miami Dome. And Hardy chooses Apocalypse. And he must really like this map a lot. Yeah. Because we've seen it so much tonight.
There is zero chance this entire set, I would bet money on it, that we ever go to Brawlhaven. I think Megd does not like that map at all. I think a lot of Megd's gameplay boils down to wider maps that he can play more space around. I think he plays well around platforms and surviving as long as possible, and a map like Apocalypse, highest ceiling there is exactly what he wants to play on. Demon Island, another comfortable map for him, so I was not surprised to see those left over as we go into game 1. And both players, I mean, based on how Hardy was playing the last set, Hardy's playing this a little bit slower, waiting not throwing out the first option a lot of times, but the second that both players are in the corner, Hardy aggresses. It's where he wants to be, which is surprising for Greatsword, just generally likes to play around on these longer ranges, but Hardy absolutely knows how to do it. Particularly, I think the best option that he picks is he'll dash in and turn around inside light, and that is his best opener because it puts you in the corner, and he's able to catch something off of that, and either you go off stage and he reads it, or you go back on stage and you eat a lot of damage, which so far Megd has been doing, although both players fairly even at the moment, just a little bit of scrapping between the two of them. Megd clearly knows how to play against this Greatsword. A little bit of a commitment. Megd gets dared by the Greatsword, not something you want to get hit by. Pretty similar to that spear dare, where you can almost just go back there and do it again. As Hardy still pretty damaged, and with the sword, Megd might be able to clean the stock up. I mean, with either weapon that Megd has right now, he'd be able to find this KO. Both gauntlets and sword, very effective at it. Deal it recovery, not going to do it. This is Apocalypse after all, but Hardy's still in such a rough situation. The Sair, dash up Sair, catches his jump. Megd takes first blood.
Indeed, they do, and I think it comes down to, I mean, how Hardy's going to really... Oh! Comes in with that signature. Taunts a little bit. I don't think he taunted long enough for it to get into Megd's head. But, hey, I mean, he's liking that platform a little bit. It's that little two-piece there. I think he's happy that Megd can kind of get up there, but at the same time, I'm like, all right, well, wouldn't it be easier to fast fall and hit you in the head from that platform? But either way, right now, Megd is knocking Hardy in a little bit of the bright yellow. Megd's now in the orange due to Hardymj's greatsword. But I don't know. I think Megd needs the platform to get those sword combos that he's known for getting. Hardy's just trying to bait Megd into a greatsword attacks at this point.
Yeah, and as you can tell, Hardy clearly wants to play the side of the map that does not have the platform, because even whether or not Megd likes platforms, when you're playing against Greatsword, that is your home. That is where you want to be. Greatsword hates that, as Hardy dodges away on the ground. Pretty interesting, gets caught, and is going to get KO'd for it. Megd just hunts him down at that ground pound. Megd not known for going off stage that often, but in a situation like that, it's pretty much free to do so, and Megd knows he takes what Hardy gives him. Hardy able to... Megd able to find that KO. Hardy in a bit of a deficit, and this is the best situation for Megd. Just a small lead that he can drag out as much as possible with stage control and paper cuts. These end lights, these nairs, just hunting for him. Just a little soft recovery. Hardy playing the grounded game, not able to find a KO. Opts for the sword, which is much faster for it. Able to find the KO there, but the NSYNC not going to connect. And Megd playing very aggressive, surprisingly get into Hardy's bubble, which Hardy probably not ready for based on the fact that he's playing Megd. But Hardy just a little bit of dancing in the corner, and that's not what you really want to do in this situation. Is Megd able to just get a couple of straight hits, deal a recovery, it drops, and the Nair isn't going to KO. Hardy would have gotten that KO and been in a nice position to make this game even, but now Megd gets to play out of the corner. GC Endlight is not going to do it. That's so surprising. Megd somehow was able to dodge out of that. Such a tough move to dodge out of, and Hardy all of a sudden this game might be out of reach. Able to find the KO. Got knocked down to the floor, pretty much. But still a tough position for Hardy.
Yeah, Hardy definitely doesn't like being where he's at, but we've seen him do zero deaths with greatsword like crazy. So if he can kind of get Megd to the right side of that map without kind of trying to bait him over the platform side, he might pull that out. I mean, Hardy's now in the orange, getting into the red of that final stock. Now in the red, Megd having sword. I see a Val side signature coming out, maybe. Sword side air coming in. He's gonna beat him into it. Sword combo instead. Okay. Hardy's gonna have to come back. Oh, his spacing was off by a fraction. Megd knocking out Hardymj with some very, very nice spacing. Good job to him. Yeah, congrats to him.
Yeah, a clean game from Megd. Basically gets to play his game, where he is able to take a bit of a lead, and although it was pretty even towards the start, he just takes a small lead and then never loses it. That's how Megd plays. I kind of take it akin to like a snake that like kind of wraps itself around you and slowly suffocates you, because that's what Megd does. He's not fast. He's not Goichibu who can just clean up a stock lightning fast. Megd will take forever, but you just will never be able to take a lead against him. It's very demoralizing to play against, I imagine, for sure. And Hardy, I mean, was playing the mental game earlier, but I think that works a lot better against Cutie than it does against Megd. Megd knows how to keep composed. Megd playing so well so far, was able to clean that game up and has taken a bit of damage on this second game, but still in a good position, catches the dodge. These Sayers are starting to work wonders, but I mean, Greatsword's so good at catching landings that sometimes those landing Sayers can be trouble against this weapon.
Yeah, for sure. And I think right now, I mean, Hardy's just trying to, like take Megd off edge while also not trying to go off edge because of that reason. Megd's Val comes in with that sword side signature knockout, and I mean, realistically, he's got to stick with platform, but Megd's taking that neutral control so much.
Yeah.
And Megd is kind of trying to regain his. You're trying to gain more footing over Hardymj. He's also trying to make sure Hardymj does not pick up that greatsword anymore. And right now, Megd with the neutral leg comes in, does the weapon throw. Hardy with the jump neutral air and grabs that greatsword finally, but I think Megd was trying to do that because he's trying to make sure that Hardy gets knocked out with the greatsword so he can have more of a lead later.
This set so far, and especially this game, has been a Megd clinic in exactly how he wants to play the game. Take a lead and hold it. Megd, I mean, he hasn't even lost his first stock, and he's not going aggressive trying to take out the second stock of Hardy because really what he wants to do is build damage. And D-Light Dare Recovery, I feel like, what is this, like 2021, something like that? That combo, kind of nuts that he was able to do that. I think Hardy had no dodge, still doesn't have a dodge. The 4-piece combo off of it on Sword, very surprising. Hardy finally able to clean it up, but Sword, one of the weapons considered pretty bad at punishing someone who doesn't have a dodge, and maybe doesn't care. he'll do it anyways, and Hardy clearly frustrated, I think, with the fact that this game is gone. And I think, I mean, we talk a lot about Hardy and the way he plays the mental game with taunting and the stutter stepping and you know, the post-game chatting, but I think Megd does too, but without, it's not as obvious that Megd's play style is the mental game. He takes everything away from you so slowly. I mean, it kind of takes the joy out of the game for whoever he's playing, and that's so good to watch. It's so fun to watch. It makes him very interesting to watch, despite the fact, like, the way that he plays, because you can watch the other players slowly lose confidence in their ability to win this set. Because, I mean, it started so well for Hardy just a little bit, and then Megd ran away with it. I mean, took the first stock, and this game has not looked the same. It looks out of reach for Hardy at the moment, as Megd trying to clean it up with these Sayers, trying to just finish it. Uses his dodge, will get double Sayered, but Hardy took so much damage on this final stock that it's just so tough for him right now.
Yeah, and Brawlhalla is 90% a mental game. You can know all the combos, you can know all the strategies in the world, but if your mental's not right for you to be able to land those attacks, you're going to get countered extremely, and I mean extremely hard. So right now, we're seeing Hardymj trying to do something with Greatsword, and Megd is just trying to chip away at Hardy's final stock. Not going too aggressive. He knows Hardy's going to be aggressive countering him, and Hardy's trying to go for this Greatsword recovery, but just has so much like frames to build up that Megd's able to kind of space him out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Hardy looks desperate at the moment. He was going for a lot of these side lights and end lights to try to build combos, but now he's just hunting for aerials. I mean, this is what Megd makes you play like, and he's able to find the side stick, send Hardy way out there, and up 2-0. I think Megd is in a phenomenal position right now to take the set.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, I mean, Megd goes ahead and knocks out Hardy's stocks there with Sword. I mean, it's Sword just catching Hardymj off guard. I mean, he did 374 damage with Sword that game. So, I don't know. Hardy's got to find some type of way against it, find some type of way to get into the style of how Megd's playing and kind of counter it.
Yeah, Hardy, that's how he can make a comeback in the set, is if he establishes the way he wants to play, right? He's able to play a lot of this more grounded game, able to get into the corner and make Megd approach, which is, it makes the game kind of turn into this, because Megd really doesn't want to. Megd is very happy with center stage, and Hardy seems to be very happy with the corner. He kind of wants you to get there, but Megd does not bite. And I think that's the difference between this set and the previous set that Hardy played, because when Hardy stays in the corner, Cutie would bite. Cutie would go and fight him in the corner. And Megd knows. He wants to stay on center stage. He wants to play his gameplay. He wants to exert his style of play onto Hardy, and Hardy just can't seem to be able to deal with it at the moment. Every time he just stays in the corner, and Megd doesn't want to go there. And it seems to be working out for Megd so far. I mean, he's building nice damage onto Hardy, although at the moment Hardy with a bit of a lead, starting to get a bit of these hits connect. 4 hits in a row for Hardy, and maybe might be able to take the first stock and build himself some momentum in this third game down 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I like how you brought up that Megd was inserting his style, but I think he's just inserting his dominance right now. Look at like he was down a half a stock, now makes it even, has gauntlets, Hardy has no weapon, he's going to try to get the knockout, and plus he's got 2 games to his name, so unless Hardy can land some type of light attack to knock him out, I don't know, we'll have to see.
Yeah, and Megd, I mean, this is kind of the game he wants to play, and even though Hardy's like in a pretty good position, right? He could find this KO. Megd is still playing exactly the game he wants to play, and this is not good if you're Hardy, right? This is not where you want to be. He gets dared again by unarmed, and Megd just covers it completely, and now that he's taken this stock, we can see Megd run away with it potentially, do exactly what he wants to do, and what he did in that last game, already building up damage. These nairs reading the hold down. This must be so frustrating for Hardy that he just can't find this KO. Enlight isn't going to do it. And Megd goes all the way down. There's no hope of Hardy finishing this until he finally finds the recovery, covers the entire wall. And now it's even, and Hardy right back to the corner.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, I like how there's a picture going around of Megd and Hardymj getting ready for their set, and then there's 2 people saying no because of how they play. Megd's more of a player that kind of baits for different attacks, and Hardy doesn't like tolerate that type of stuff, but he also doesn't want to get smacked, so he's going to be a little bit more careful with how he's going to aggress, just because of the recovery frames with greatsword. So we'll see. I mean, right now it's really even, and Hardy wants to take at least 1 game over Megd here.
Yeah, and I mean, greatsword, that's where you want to be, right? It's probably one of the best weapons playing out of the corner because that delay is just so long and fairly tough to punish. But for Megd, like, he's not going to go there, right? He knows his spacing on greatsword. He knows how to play around it. He's not going to aggress over there. Not able to find this and didn't have any options on Hardy, but somehow made it back there. But still, I mean, Megd just paper cuts. Again, these small hits. And Hardy, although this game kind of looks even, it feels like Hardy is not playing the way he wants to play. And ground pound barely makes it back. And like from Hardy, not going to find the KO. Not disarmed yet, but will opt for the greatsword. Catches the side signature from Megd just barely. That would have KO'd him for sure, but Hardy not able to find the knockout there. Megd making it back, getting the gauntlets. Now Hardy, I mean, he can't play in the corner when Megd's in KO percent. He has to aggress. He knows, because Megd can just start nickel and diming him, and he does, finally. Megd, another lead. He's going to clean it up. And again, Megd is forcing Hardy to not play the way he wants to play. He's forcing him to play in center stage and not out of the corner. And Hardy feels so uncomfortable whenever Megd is in KO percent. And that is exactly the way that Megd wants to be, right? He wants to take this lead and run away with it. And so far, he's done such a good job of it in this stock.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Hardy is just trying to maximize with that sword. Knocks out Megd of that second stock. And there's that taunt. Will it work? Will it affect Megd? And we're going into that 1 stock all situation, which we're seeing kind of both of the players trying to go to the corners of the map. They're kind of trying to eat themselves back and forth, but I mean, Hardy just needs that control of center stage if he wants to build up damage, and I think Megd knows that extremely well right now.
Yeah, definitely. And Megd with a nice lead. And when you play from the corner like that, Megd, you just give up center stage, and Megd's so happy with that. You can see Hardy starting to adjust. He knows that he has to play a bit more aggressive into Megd, start getting into his space so that Megd can't be so comfortable, but it's still not working. I mean, Megd barely touched on this final stock, and Hardy, it might be too little too late with this adjustment. Able to dare, goes to the platform, but Megd's still in such a great position. Any stray hit from sword could set up an edge guard, and there it is, an end light. Hardy comes back with a weapon throw, able to make it back, but he's not going for these grounded opener options. Finally able to do it. That is his bread and butter. That is what is getting him this damage. With the Sair, Hardy off stage has only one option, and Megd, a rare miss on that spot dodge, just committed a little too hard, wasn't able to finish it, but Sair's gonna do it, and Megd just cleans it up 3-0.
Yeah, Megd really having fantastic control over Hardymj, especially in that final game. I mean, really making sure Hardymj did not have any options to really come back to the platform and get the damage build up. Megd with a nice dare into dare option for the first stock. Goes ahead, goes back and forth with Hardy, then gets that 3-piece, which involves that silent recovery knockout of Hardy. And then right towards the end, that sword side air, because how much Hardy was lit, knocks out Hardymj's final stock. And I mean, it just came down to that platform control. Megd knew that, and he took full control of that. And you could see that in the damage done and damage taking differences.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Megd may be a bit of a playstyle counter towards Hardy because Hardy just gives up center stage to him mostly for free, and Megd loves that. That's exactly what he wants, and we saw that for the whole set. I mean, Megd played. It's kind of a clinic from playing from center stage and stage control in general. And every time that Megd was able to push him off stage, he would get 3 to 4 hits. Hardy would never get back for free. It was a very good set from Megd, and he moves on to play in the elimination semifinals against Fakie.
Yeah, and that's going to be interesting overall as well, just because of the fact of how Megd plays, but also how the next player that he's going to be facing, which would be Fakie, plays. Because Fakie's aggressive, and he can be when he wants to be. We saw that in Hattori. We saw that on the lovely Mutant as well with Incise. So I think right now with where things are at, it's going to be a very, very fun to watch loser semifinals. And if we could have it on stream here, when Fakie faced Raydish, we didn't see that last game, but Raydish decided to post a picture in a Discord. And this was the picture right up here. It came down to a Kaya signature that knocked out.
Oh.
And you can see that right there. It was down to the final frame, and it came down to a Kaya signature. And I can't imagine how Raydish feels after that. But hey, I mean, at least we know Fakie won that set. Congrats to Fakie once again. And we'll see him play a little bit later, further in the bracket. But what we're going to go and do, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a small 5-10-ish minute break. And then what we'll do is when we come back, we'll go ahead and have the last 4 sets on stream, which are going to be our good friends there to Luna and Impala. Seed 1 versus Seed 2. That's going to be a fantastic matchup to watch. Then we're going to have Fakie versus Megd. And then from there, we'll figure out who's going to be in the losers final and the grand finals. And do you have anything to say before we hop off to our break there, A-Surge?
Just that I'm very excited for these sets coming up. I think this is some matchups that I've been looking forward to.
Yeah, for sure. I can't wait for them. And with that being said, don't go away. We'll be right back in about 5 or 10 minutes for you guys. Feel very comfortable trying to knock that Hardymj on that first stock while he got a sword. As soon as he goes over to great sword, he'll be playing very, very different. And there you go.
Knocking Cutie onto the final stock, but Hardy decides it. And all of a sudden, a great position from there. White R Sarah is going to do it. Hardy is so lucky and he gets disheartened. Able to get the orb back. Sidelight Sarah will do it.
Sword combo instead. Okay. Hardy.
Spot dodge just committed a little. on his own, not going to connect either. Dealing recovery, spot dodges, and that is it. Impala with a
Unarmed? I'm gonna attack you with unarmed. And then Rage like, alright, let me just pick a button. I feel very comfortable trying to knock out Hardymj on that first stock while he has sword. Because if he seriously goes over to great sword, it's gonna be playing very, very different. And there you go, Cutie with the
knocking Cutie onto the final stock, but Hardy gets sidestep.
Wow.
And all of a sudden in a great position with the nair. Quite far, Sarah is going to do it. Hardy is surrounded and he gets disarmed. Able to get the orc back. Sidelight Sarah will do it.
Just beat him into it. Sword combo instead. Okay. Hardy's gonna have to come back. Oh!
Spot dodge just committed a little too hard. Wasn't able to finish it, but Sarah's going to do it. Megd just making it still turn this into an even game with just a couple hits because it is Val, but man, Luna playing so good so far in this first stock. Megd should be done.
And I guess it's just the ceiling of. It's funny because I remember a lot of players were going in after. It gets really weak around that platform option because there's a lot more options that Megd has to cover and he has a rough time against them. So I think Luna's to get on the right side of the
Megd gets set up quite high, not going to KO, but recovery will do it. Gets caught landing on
jump. Oh, Luna with a downline recovery, and that's cut.
Megd can still turn this into an even game with just a couple hits because it is Val, but man, Luna playing so good so far in this first stock.
Again, I mean, that's the thing that Luna's been catching him off guard with, and now that Luna's not even on the platform, Megd can't really
Way not able to get it there. Delay recovery is
Oh my god. And I guess it's just the ceiling of. Oh! Megd touch? No shot that signature makes him touch the wall. And I guess it's just the ceiling of.
So hard to find this. Pierre gonna set him off stage, double dare.
That's gonna knock out.
He's gonna finish it. He's not gonna do it, but Luke in such a good position, making no weapon. Just the headlight catches a dodge in with the reverse Sarah, and Megd is done. What a comeback from this. Always deadly. Weapon throw untimely from Fakie, and is now disarmed off stage. Weapon throw gonna connect. She sees sidelight Sarah. Who is this guy?
You have to almost take platform control. And Impala knocks and Fakie out of it. It's funny because I remember a lot of players were going in after BCX. Oh, Fakie!
Wants to take him off stage. Impala's spot dodges and wow, able to this first stock. Fakie able to make it back, but again, just nothing free from Impala. Fakie cannot get this weapon. Finally able to do it. No dodge. This is sidelighted, and that is a dodge on the second stock. And maybe this is an even game leader, but not going to do it. Dare actually stand corrected around it there. Slow attack finally. Neutral so far. Fakie able to make it back with only a dodge. Impala Sarah not going to finish it. Yet has both jumps, but no dodge. Off the obstacle, you're not going to do it. Side sig, that is going to do it. It was just not going to connect. Fakie pull out of zone, not going to connect either. Dealing recovery, spot dodges, and that is it. Impala, favorite weapon of Raydish on this Petra, but I mean, no matter what, you dominate. You can play an entire game and play phenomenally. Just not. So, Raydish, the double recovery off the top of the board. BCX, but since then, and the rest of the weapons received is
like with those gauntlets, I see option. There we go. Yeah, absolutely. And I think Pierre is trying to change the momentum compared to the first game. We don't want to have the same situation happen again. Oh, Raydish! Cut unarmed? I'm going to attack you with unarmed. And then Raydish like, alright, let me just pick up weapons. That was so close.
man, it is terrifying to play into this range when you're in KO percent and finally.
Pierre needs to win 3 games in a row to change things around.
I mean, Pierre absolutely has been so long, although those Sarahs he's going to
Rest of this. And right
God.
now, Ray comes in with a jump
do it.
there.
Doing good with efficient KOs, but not building the damage. Although the GC headlight, but shit, he's dodging.
He's throwing his weapon away. He wants to go on.
Oh my God.
But Raydish would feel great. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Moose Wars King Crusade 1v1s powered by Brawlhalla. I'm AJ Moore, and I'm casting with A Search for the final sets of this tournament. Before we went on break, we went ahead and talked about our next upcoming sets: Luna versus Impala and Fakie versus Megd. And boy, we have a fantastic matchup here first in front of us there. A-Search, how do you feel about Luna versus Impala?
Man, this is it, right? This is the king, literally, with that title. And then, I mean, at BCX, sort of, I guess, the up-and-comer, and now it is two titans fighting, battling it out. It is Seed 1, it is Seed 2. This is exactly what you would love to see in a tournament like this. We all love upsets, but this set is going to be phenomenal. I'm very ready for it. Both players clearly playing very well. I mean, Impala was dominating in that set against Fakie. And Luna, I mean, it was a very close set with Megd, but still, he looked very good on that Lucian. So, I mean, I always, partial towards Impala, but I think Luna is going to play really good in this set. I imagine it's going to go 5 games. I can tell it's going to be last hit. And reach a point where the first 4 games really don't matter, because this is where we are now. So I'm very excited for this set for sure.
I am too, with how Luna plays as a player, with how Impala is with his Kaya overall. I'm happy for this, because I think if Impala beats Luna here, that's going to set a preset of how Impala would do in the spring championships that are coming up next week, by the way. So Luna overall winning the Winter Royale and going ahead, not winning Winters, but got top 3. And then now going against Impala, the BCX World Champion of 2022. So I'm happy for this. I can't wait to see this one. What we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to pop up predictions up on the Twitch chat for whoever is doing that on Twitch. By the way, if you guys are watching on Twitch, we are streaming live on YouTube. If you guys want 1080p 60 FPS frame rate, because I know Twitch tends to limit that. But with that being said, we're going to put the predictions here for Twitch chat. We're going to start a new prediction, because this is Winners Finals. This is a big deal, and I cannot wait to see how this goes. I'm very stoked for this one.
Yes, definitely. I mean, you are the TO of this tournament. This is probably the exact set you wanted to see.
Yeah.
Seed 1, Seed 2, Luna, Impala. And I mean, Impala was playing so good. Doing the classic, I think we didn't see it in BCX or Winters as much, but before, when Luna... particularly, I remember, if you remember last chance qualifiers of 2020, I want to say 2021, when Impala made that crazy losers run, when a bunch of game 5s and got second. The way that he was playing bow, just a bunch of very strange option selects that they're just new to the weapon entirely, and that's what we were seeing in that last game. I'm very excited for that. I think Impala has probably worked in the lab a little bit since these bow nerfs, and will maybe bring something new to the table, or at the very least bring out some options you may not expect from this bow. And I mean, not to say too much about the bow, the spear definitely very competent in the hands of Impala, and Luna on these guitars have been so good, and the blaster is so good at keeping out his opponents and already getting it started. 5 hits in a row for Luna. So opts for the guitars, definitely a better matchup into this bow if he picks it up, but the spear, maybe not so much. But Impala already getting shoved around a little bit, not where he wants to be. Hoping for some stage control to get a couple hits, but Luna built up such a nice lead already that Impala kind of already has to play from a deficit.
Yeah, absolutely. But he is able to go and make things a little bit more even for himself, making both these players in the orange of those first stocks. However, now Luna comes in with the guitar sider on Impala, gets the dare, and knocks out Impala's first stock, while also risking himself losing that first stock as well, but comes back up. So 45 seconds in, Luna's doing very well of controlling that neutral. As soon as Impala picks up that bow, though, Luna comes with these 3-piece combos here and there, and Impala's running into it, but comes up with that bow and just tries to knock out Luna.
Yeah, and Luna's already starting to build damage with these blasters. He's getting some good reads. Impala not getting the reads, which is probably going to be the difference maker in this set if he's able to get a couple of these reads out of sidelight, but no. GC D-Light Recovery not going to do it. Pretty rare on this map that a D-Light Recovery doesn't KO, but Luna a bit unfortunate there. But the D-Light Recovery from Impala isn't going to do it either, and the Nair still Lucy has such high defense, and so it's such a rough position to be in if you're Impala finally able to find the KO. A nice lead for Luna still, but Impala able to clean it up, wants to build up damage with this bow, has it up on the next weapon as well. Luna with a spot dodge does not get punished by Impala. That's probably gonna be really rough for him as Luna gets nice stage control. Opts are a pretty risky option. It gets punished for it, but still a down signature, and Impala on his final stock in game 1.
Yeah, and this is definitely where Luna wants to be. That neutral control is how well Luna does. I mean, those guitars just catch everyone off guard, and I would believe that guitars are one of the fastest weapons right now in close range. It's also one of the, like, it's one of the better ones right now just because of where it's at. But as I say that, Luna is kind of getting into the orange of that second stock, but Impala's starting to get there too, but not without Impala saying, you know what, Bo comes in and gets the signature knockout.
Yeah, that's a very important thing for him to find in this set. He's able to read a spot dodge from Luna. I mean, it covers a lot. There's a lot of things Luna could have done, and the down signature would have connected. So Impala kind of thinking his lucky stars, he's able to get the right option there and not have to play from such a deficit, although still quite damaged, but starting to get some juggles. But then Luna answering with his own. That ground pounder would have been so huge. Not able to connect on it. Luna with a dare of his own, not going to do it. Impala, not a lot of options. Recovery sets up really high. Luna thinking he would hold all the way down. Impala, no dice, but Luna with the GCD light recovery is going to do it, and he's able to take game 1.
Player 2 wins.
Yeah, for sure. And Luna doing that very, very effectively, making sure that Impala does not have any options to control neutral, and does that very effectively, knocking out Impala's first stock off the ledge in a very risky way. Comes in with his guitars, getting that down signature knockout, and then going down to that final stock where the grad gets a downlight recovery. And I've seen that downlight recovery land so much over the past in 2v2s and 1v1s. It's been mind-boggling me recently.
Yeah, and I mean, it's, you know, a little shades of Van Thurl with the GCD light recovery. He doesn't drop those, and now no one drops those. Luna so clean with it, able to find the KO. Was doing it earlier too. A very strange clash there. 2 nairs connect, and Impala gets sent up despite being the one that hit below. But Luna not in the best of positions right now. I mean, still getting these random stray hits with guitar nair that are fairly good for him, and Luna with the blast just goes quite off stage. Impala with definitely a good punish, and Luna's still trying to play out of the corner. Impala's struggling just a little bit. Finally, delay recovery, not going to do it for Luna. Side sig, he's hunting, doesn't connect. Impala trying to find this KO as fast as possible. Luna, ooh, the delay barely doesn't connect. Just the other way, definitely might have hit there. So Impala now a bit of breath of life into this first stock. No punish on that GC. Both players off stage. This could be the first stock, and it is. The weapon throw connects for Impala, and he takes a lead from where he was looking so rough earlier.
Yeah, I think it's a lot more comfortable, and I like how both these players are on small Brawlhaven. They're not going to Apocalypse. They're not going to Demon Island. They're going on a map that's very, very, very similar when it comes down to the ceilings, the sides, and the floor of this map. So very easy to knock out all sides compared to most. Right now, we're seeing Luna trying to approach with those guitars, and Impala's starting to counter him a little bit, but a little bit more movement situation there not too long ago. But at this current moment, I mean, Luna comes to the downlight side air. That downlight has been catching everyone off guard, man. Holy cow.
Yeah, Luna seems so good at hitting that move, and I mean, Impala is still in such a great position. He connected a lot of hits there and already playing from stage control. With this spear, hunting Luna around. Luna trying to play out of the corner, still no weapon, very much disarmed. Finally able to find the blasters. The D-Light is not connecting the situation. Luna loves that move, loves trying to hunt with it. The D-Light for Impala is able to connect. D-Light recovery on Brawlhaven. Not going to do it in this situation for Impala, but another one might just clean it up. Impala, an N-Light still doesn't connect. Jump ground pound, quite an odd option, but hey, if it works, dash off dare will do it. Luna jumping up towards the stage. Impala with a full stock lead.
Yeah, for sure. Very nice job coming out of Impala there. Oh, Luna getting risky, but Impala doesn't punish on it right now, man. And the issue is, when Impala didn't do that, that allowed for Luna to go and knock Impala into the orange of that second stock and take neutral control a little bit over an Impala. Impala's a little bit more in a stretched mindset here, and then Luna takes advantage of it and gets that guitar recovery knockout, making things one stock all as we get to the 3-minute mark.
Yeah, Luna opting to stick with the blasters. They've been working so well for him in this set so far. Impala, of course, on the bow. This is definitely where both players want to be right now. Although Luna very apt with both weapons, could play either of them in this situation, and Impala just trying to hunt for these side legs, these stairs. He wants these directional moves with Bo that would put Luna in a situation where he has to dodge, so that Impala might be able to react to it. Bo is such a great weapon at putting him in those situations. As Luna dashes in, gets a D-light, finds a side light, but nothing off of it. Impala hunting, making it look like he's gonna go for a nair or recover with his bow, but he doesn't. Luna, man, the spacing for Impala against these dares is looking so good so far. Luna hasn't connected on nearly any dare so far in the set. It's mostly the grounded options that Luna has been able to do, and Impala's just knocking him around in the air, not letting him land, not letting him stay on the ground at all. In the neutral signature, he reads the jump, Impala makes it 1-1.
Yeah, very nice job coming out of Impala, just making things even as much as he possibly can. They do not want to have a 2 under Luna. So very nice job coming out of Impala. Big game number 2, and overall, that Kaya that was done very, very well over Luna. Those weapon throws were very involved as well. Knocking out Luna's first stock, coming in with a helicopter ground pound into a bow backward there, knocking out Luna's second, and then going down to that final stock when everyone was even on 1 final stock remaining, and that Kaya neutral signature comes out. And that signature's been coming out a lot tonight from Impala and from other players as well.
Yeah, and of course, sorry, my connection failed, but Impala, I mean, he made such a good comeback from that first game that looked a little rough, and he was able to come back to it. So definitely a good situation for Impala so far.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, I mean, Luna coming with the neutral light, just trying to control the platform as much as you can. And right now, I mean, Impala has that bow. He's trying to get back to platform and center control to get that build up with bow combos, but Luna just makes things even between them and Impala. Impala comes in with that bow neutral light, another neutral light there. On platform, silent into down light recovery. Luna does not get knocked out by that, however. And at the current moment, Cider comes in, and Luna comes in, neutral light.
Situations are so funny off stage. Both players will, one player will be edge guarding the other, and all of a sudden the situation's completely swapped, and the other player is edge guarding. Luna able to find the D-light recovery, takes the first stock in this game 3. Definitely what you want to see if you're Luna. Very comfortable situation so far. If he could just extend this lead a little bit, it would be so good for him. And Impala wants to clean up this immediately, hold the center stage, able to find the nair, is going to do it on Brawlhaven. I love these sets where probably all 5 games will be on Brawlhaven. So aggressive between these 2 players.
Absolutely. And right now, currently a minute 30 in, Impala comes in with that bow neutral air. He's trying to do some type of center control. Gets that 2-piece. Very nice job. Picks up that spear. Neutral light coming in from Luna into a silent by Impala. Tries to follow up with the down light. Luna with the counter.
Yeah, Impala trying to hold center stage, trying to extend this lead that he has built up with the spear and the bow and weapon throw into end light. Impala playing such good neutral so far, able to connect on a lot of these. And down signature punishes really tough situation for Luna to be in right now, trying to come back against the spear that's so good at cleaning up, and Impala's been so good at finding these KOs so far, although Luna's starting to push him around a little bit, finally gets a hit in on Impala, just hoping for this edge guard, but Luna so aggressive from off stage, able to make it back somehow. So close between these 2 players. It was looking so good for Impala just a couple seconds ago, and now it's just Sair one way, Sair the other way. Both players, recovery barely does it. Impala recovers from the bottom of the screen and somehow makes it back and finds another one. A terrifying situation for both players in the span of 10 seconds, and Impala comes out on top.
Yeah, for sure. And this is a very, very big deal there for Luna. They need to go and knock out Impala's second stock, and they want to make things a little bit more even for themselves. They did not want Impala having a lead over Luna. Luna commit back with that backward sider knockout with those blasters, making things 1 stock all. And at this current point in time, good dare coming in. We're seeing blasters come in as well, back and forth, but Luna's just been building his damage with guitars on the platform. Is trying to do that off the platform right now. Luna's able to come back, gets a sider, and Impala tries to go on the other side of the map. Oh, that weapon hits Impala, but Luna was unable to follow up with that. And right now, it is getting very close to having someone have a lead.
Impala's just sniffing out these jumps and almost got him, but Luna just does an immediate spot dodge, does not get hit. That would have been such a rough position for him to be in if that D-light had connected. And now disarmed. Luna still with an advantage. So this might be a really rough position if Impala's able to extend this weapon star. If he could turn this into an even game, Luna fairly orange this moment, and like reads the hold down with a Sair. Impala's so good at reading people who hold down with bow. He's very effective at it. It's a very good tactic against bow, and Impala, the counterplay is always there. Finally, Impala back on the bow, doesn't want the spear, holds the nair. Luna, it's not going to KO for a little while, but Impala is going to find the side sig, and it is going to do it barely in the corner. Impala takes a lead. What a close game.
Yeah, very nice job coming out of Impala, really showing what he's made of. And you can even see it right here, going in even to the first stock. Coming in with the bow neutral air, knowing the range and the damage that Luna was on. Got that knockout, comes back in with that spear, gets a spear recovery, lands it perfectly, and then comes in with that bow and gets the bow signature with Kaya, showing what bow on Kaya is made of. And we're going into game number 4 with Impala up by 1 right now.
Yeah, and Impala, I mean, Luna's back is against the wall at the moment on his winner's side. It's looking a little rough for him, but that game was so close that I know that Luna could easily clean this game, fix a couple of mistakes, and take out this game 4, bring us to a game 5, especially with these blasters so far that have been putting in work all set, but Impala with this bow just seems to be able to read every time Luna burns an option. Impala is there. He knows these Sairs, these dash jumps in, and the recoveries are so good for Impala to read these options. Side signature, punish so close to not hitting. He's able to find it, does not KO, but that neutral signature, he got hit by the weapon. And Luna down pretty far so far in this 4th game.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're Impala right now, you're feeling very, very comfortable. You do not, I mean, realistically, Luna is just trying to pop off and go with this guitars, but Impala is trying to really counter that very, very well. Luna's gonna go in for down signature. He's gonna go in for it. Look, what I tell you, he went right for it, is trying to knock him out with some sort of signature just because he doesn't know what to do. He's trying to do these different light attacks that are not knocking out, and Impala's in a bright red, but these sires are just not landing by Luna.
Nobody juggles like Impala. I mean, Luna cannot touch the ground. Finally able to find a Sair, but Impala's been doing so much work. Everything he has that can hit up, he's using it. These recoveries, these neutral signatures, these end lights, working so effectively for him to be able to keep Luna from touching the ground. That's exactly where Impala wants him to be, in the air, and he wants to be below him so that he's able to connect, because Bo is so good at finding that spear. Another weapon very good for it. Down signature will push him off, hunts for a Sair, pretty bold, and able to just find a trap with that weapon throw, and so he throws a down signature below it, and Luna has pretty much no choice but to get hit by it. And such a great setup from Impala. Luna in so much trouble, barely falls down. That would have been so much damage. He was able to connect with that side light. And still, I mean, Impala is connecting on so many of these hits that Luna, the set just feels out of like control for him. He has to get it back in order, but it's still so rough. These end lights are not connecting. Impala reading, holding down after holding down. Luna just getting red. And this might just be it. Although Luna starting to build up some nice damage. GC D-Light Ground Pound is going to do it for Luna. What an option there. And, I mean, it needs a lot. He has to climb a mountain here, but guitar is absolutely the weapon to do it. Just a couple of hits, start to connect, and it starts to go to lead. The down signature not going to do it. That's so good for Luna. This high defense, able to survive. But he has to make it back. Impala trying to hold center stage as much as possible, while Luna, he just wants to eat this out, just want to get a couple more hits onto the blasters, which has been putting in so much work so far. There, Impala holds down and Luna does not read it. Luna is trying to read hold down, and now Impala going the other way. Impala just picking the correct option every time. One straight hit from Impala will do it, but he's picking the wrong ones, and Luna is starting to build up damage, but he recovers and he gets nailed, and Impala wins it 3-1.
And that goes to show, being too risky has its side effects. Luna tried to go in for that blaster recovery, went too far in for it, and missed the option, and Impala had the perfect counter with that bow recovery. And Impala overall, man, I mean, that bow just caught Luna off guard a lot, and even like, look at that, there's that recovery, there's that bow recovery counter. Impala knew he was going to do that and got him with a fantastic knockout to go ahead and win that set. 3-1 in the winners finals of Moose Wars King Crusade 1v1s. That was awesome. How do you feel about that set overall, hey Serge?
Oh my god. Even though it was 4 games, it felt like an amazing set. I mean, Impala played so good, and Luna absolutely could have taken that to a game 5. It was just one overcommitment was too much, and Impala cleaned it up with a nair. So Luna, I mean, definitely when he goes down to that elimination side, he's still playing amazing. He's going to throw hands with whoever wins out of our next set, but Impala looks to be kind of dominant at the moment. He's playing so good. So I think as we move into our next set, we have Fakie and we have Megd. And I, like, based on the set before with Megd and Hardy, with how Megd seemed to be playing with stage control and Hardy was just giving it to him, Fakie's not going to do that. Fakie loves to just run at you as much as possible to try to take you in an uncomfortable position, and I think this is going to be a much more intense set than the one before that Megd played, because Fakie knows how to play into Megd, can definitely take him out of his comfort zone and put him in situations he doesn't want to be in, and I think it's going to be a very good set. I don't know about you, AJ.
Definitely, it would be a fantastic set to kind of see how realistically we'll have Fakie approach Megd. And Fakie, man, I mean, BC number 3. That's huge for coming out of Fakie there. And now, I mean, he beat Raydish 3-2. I definitely see him beating Megd here, but it comes down to how he can counter Megd's playstyle. Because that playstyle for Megd has been catching everyone off guard tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just a question because Megd has been playing very well, right? Both of them have been just steaming through this bracket, with the exception, I mean, they were the two who lost in the winter semifinals, but both of them prior to that were playing really good. They just made dominant runs. I mean, Fakie, who beat Faison and just beat some very established players through top 32. Megd played a very intense set against Luna and was playing well prior. I think this is where the two steaming trains run at each other, and whoever wins this set is probably, I mean, they're playing so well, both of them. So I think both of them could take it to Luna. Whoever wins, I think this set is going to go the distance. Definitely a very exciting matchup between the two.
Yeah, for sure. And I know chat wasn't ready for the previous match that we had, Impala versus Luna, because Impala had 34% of the vote. So whoever voted 64% on Impala, or I'm sorry, on Luna, just gave their points over to the Impala voters. So hey, I mean, the Impala voters are eating good right now. And with that being said here, like you said, we're gonna have our next matchup, Fakie versus Megd. And Fakie has been proving himself through the entirety of this event and going overall. So I cannot wait to see how his scythe, I can't wait to see his bow, his spear pop off in his next matchup here. I'm stoked. So we're just waiting on Megd right now, and we'll get things rolling. And I'm happy for this stuff. You really don't.
I mean, these two players, they've never played each other before, at least in officials or like higher tier community tournaments. Fakie, relatively new to the higher level scene, right? He was still a very known player, but I mean, wasn't consistently top 32. And the difference between these two players is very interesting. Because Fakie plays mostly Munin, right? I mean, he whipped out the Kaya, the Mordex, a couple others, but his main kind of character is the Munin, whereas Megd will play whatever. He's been playing, I mean, right now he's on a Val kick, but he was great on Caspian, he was great on Surrey, Ember, all of these. The difference between like how many top 32s, I mean, Megd has 19 to Fakie's 2. The earnings difference, I mean, with all of that together, right? With the fact that there's like a huge difference between these two players, this is still such an even matchup, which is a testament to how much Fakie has risen recently compared to how established Megd is within the scene. So I think this is sort of it's weird to say that Megd might be old guard, because the old guard would generally be your Boomies, your Sandstorms, people that went to lands prior to COVID, but Megd is a much more established player now, so it would be kind of an older guard versus a newcomer, which I think makes for quite the matchup between the two.
I think Megd is kind of this gatekeeper going into this matchup. He's gatekeeping the opportunity of getting top 3 in this event. I think he's one of those players that is a good gatekeeper, so to speak, and I think that they're ready to go. And I think they're prepared for this matchup, but I really feel Fakie will go crazy. And with that being said, they can go ahead and start, and we'll see what happens. It'd be really, really dope.
Yeah, seeing Megd leave open Demon Island, of course. All these maps, Megd's so comfortable on the Demon Island and all the highest ceilings in the game, right? Your Demon Island, your Apocalypse, your Small Fortress with either one or no platforms, a lot of room to move around, and a very high ceiling right to the Demon Island.
2,
As
1,
Megd and Fakie go at it in this elimination semis match, both players, I mean, there's nothing left. This is the elimination bracket. Whoever loses is done. So this, I mean, no holds barred. You have to throw everything at it here.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, I mean, Fakie really needs to show his Kaya, and I think he's ready to do that, especially with how well he did with it going against Cutie. I think he's really prepared to be like, hey, go time. But Megd's not allowing them to do that, though. And we're seeing that now where Fakie's already in the red of that first stock. Megd trying to get a knockout option there on the Fakie. Misses that side air. Fakie's able to come back to that ledge. But, I mean, just a very big lead for Megd going into these first stocks.
Yeah, I think a lot of it so far is that Fakie is trying to literally fake out Megd as Megd finds the delay recovery, and such a good stock play from Megd. Fakie is trying to to scare him with chase dodges, getting aggressive in his face, and Megd just doesn't care. He knows you're not actually going to throw anything out, so Fakie literally trying to fake it out, and I mean, it's in his name, so I think Megd knows what's up. He's playing so well in this game so far. As Fakie just can't seem to find these consistent hits. He might have to throw out a bit more of a commitment in this situation, which is kind of what Megd wants you to do, right? He wants you to throw out more aggressive options that he's able to punish with his good spacing. So Megd already asserting his game plan onto Fakie so far in this game one.
I mean, we said this in a couple games prior. I mean, Megd is trying to insert his dominance right now. I mean, his style is his dominance at this current point. I mean, Fakie's already in the red of that second stock. You know Megd's a lot more comfortable going in this matchup because he knows the play style of Fakie. And Fakie's just, I mean, he's being so aggressive that it's counterable by Megd right now.
Yeah, this is, I think Fakie's aggression has to get a bit more calculated. It feels like he's playing a lot more recklessly into Megd, and Megd just is fine with that, right? Because Fakie is clearly, like, he's just going down there every time Megd is down off stage. Megd doesn't want to recover high, he wants to recover low. Fakie goes down, and Megd punishes. He's been playing so well off stage, able to find the recovery. I mean, this is what he does. He takes a small lead, and he just runs away with it. He makes you come at him for everything because he knows you want this KO, and he's able to space around it. And, like, will finally do it even on Demon Island, and the low force of Kaya will still do it. So Megd up a full stock. We'll see what he does with this lead, though we know Megd plays so well with a lead that this game is looking out of reach for Fakie right now.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, I mean, currently with where things are at, he's starting to come back a tad bit, but Megd is up by a stock right now. And Fakie's going to have to really be approaching Megd a little bit better, but also make sure his attacks land, because Megd is reading the other options that Fakie's missing, or even going for that matter. I'm seeing it now where his sword's so fast, it's countering a bow side air that's coming out earlier than his sword side air. So I don't know. Right now, Fakie's in the orange. Megd getting his fantastic sword recoveries there on Fakie as well. And Fakie tries to get the knockout, but the ceiling is so high on Demon Island. I think it's kind of messing with Fakie right now.
Yeah. And, I mean, Megd just holding on to the stock. For so long, he's going to hold on to it. Fakie tries for the dash in and the spot dodge approach, but Megd, aware of what's happening, just seems so on top of the way that Fakie plays the game that Fakie just can't seem to find a KO right now. I mean, even with that recovery at the bottom of the screen, he's not going to do it. Demon Island, I mean, fairly high ceiling, and Megd just survives. You can't give him these maps, and Fakie will finally take him out, but Megd got so much extra credit on that stock. It's really rough for Fakie right now. As Megd disarm, this is the best possible situation for Fakie, but he finally gets a weapon, and now Fakie has to play neutral against Megd, one of the best at it in this situation with such an advantage. But Fakie just wants to get in, and Megd's not going to let him. He gets a D-Light Sarah. Fakie getting edge guarded. GC D-Light not going to do it. Weapon throw now disarmed. Fakie in a tough situation, but playing out of the corner very aggressively. Megd wasn't aware. Both players taking a minute to breathe as they wait for the weapon spawn. It's right on Fakie's head. He's able to grab it. Both players now armed. Fakie just wants something from Megd, some kind of overcommitment that he's able to punish, but Megd punishes something with a side signature. He's able to find the KO and take game one.
Yeah, for sure. Very nice job coming out of Megd and inserting his dominance, his style on Fakie. And it just comes down. I mean, Megd is very much a bait style play style overall, and Fakie's more an aggressive one. So when Fakie's being all this aggressive, it allows for Megd to have the opportunity of being like, hey, I'm going to counter you very, very quickly. And I mean, Fakie was coming back overall in the final stock, but he needed to do that early if they wanted to go and take this next game.
Megd, again, we say it every set that Megd plays it, that he is asserting his game plan, his style of play onto the other player, and they just don't seem apt to it yet. I mean, the only player that was so far was Luna, and even in that set, it felt like Megd got to play his style the whole game, that Luna was just playing it better. So Megd still, I mean, now he's playing very aggressively. He's hunting after each of these hits, which is not what you would expect from Megd, but that's what his playstyle allows for. No dodge on Fakie, double delay, weapon thrown, and Fakie with no options. Megd, a little bit of a silly option off stage. Fakie no punish though. It's Megd back to stage control. A lot of damage on Fakie. Megd, if he's able to find this stock, I mean, this could be the lead that he takes all the way to the bank for the rest of this game and go to a game 3. Who knows, though? Fakie hoping to make some kind of comeback so far in this first game. This feels like the first stock is the most important against Megd. You have to get that early lead or else he's just going to suffocate you for the entire game.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, Megd is going to keep on doing what he's doing. Look, Fakie's just trying to bait Megd now, and Megd's being a little bit aggressive, but I think Fakie definitely knows what's going on. He knows what's happening. He's going to try to take advantage of it. Gets that lovely Kaya signature, thinks it's going to knock him out, but does not. Picks up bow, misses that side air, misses that side line for Megd to pick up those gauntlets, but I mean, Megd's so low. I think Fakie's going to do it bow backward there, but doesn't. He actually throws the weapon to try to catch things off guard, but it's very close first stocks right now.
Yeah, and Megd, both players, they really want to find this KO. Sword and Light is going to do it, and Megd with the lead. Not what you want to see. He could just run away with this. Fakie has to clean this up right now. You have to find this KO as soon as possible. Gets the bow, but these hits are starting to mount for Megd. 4 in a row, and Fakie now in a tough position. Has to find this KO. Megd knows that he has to aggress on him, and this is exactly where he wants to be. He wants to be in a position where the enemy is desperate, where they really want to find this KO. Sarah is not going to do it. Sarah's such an easy move to hit on bow, but that's the curse of bow, is that it's not going to KO. It's very tough to deal with. And you have to hunt for these nairs, these recoveries, end lights, a D-light, some kind of combo like that. And Fakie just can't do it. And Megd getting all these hits. Fakie onto the spear. This character, the two weapons do not KO that well. Both of them can struggle to do it. And Megd with a weapon throw, GC D-light ground pound. It got so much extra credit onto Fakie. It's such a rough position. It's basically identical to the way it was, but both players have lost a stock. And now Megd, if he cleans this up, I mean, it'll be a full stock lead.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Fakie's got to be careful of that, and he wasn't careful enough and got signature there by Megd's sword. And it's just a playstyle difference. Fakie's having a rough time adapting, using his gameplay. But what happened on the final stock of last game? He was able to turn things around. He's just having a hard time replicating that, especially in this game. So we'll see what happens. Downlight Sider comes in. Neutral light comes in by Megd. I mean, we're seeing a lot of back and forth. Very nice job. And Megd's edge guarding. Fakie's able to come back, gets the neutral layer onto Megd to allow him to get more jumps. Megd throws him off the ledge again, though, and just edge guarding him to death. Oh, he's gone. Megd with that two-piece knockout on the Fakie, and Megd taking this game to their name. And that's the way you win that game. It was a very, very nice edge control overall. And that sword, 512 damage. He did 14 damage with gauntlets and 19 damage with unarmed. Someone's got to find a way of countering Megd's sword.
Yeah. It's pretty tough for Fakie right now. And, I mean, he had to make an adjustment and go to Demon Island. When he gives you the Apocalypse and the Fortress Alliance, which have a higher ceiling than Demon Island, this is what you're forced to take, but still, I mean, you really don't want that. You would rather opt for an Enigma, for a Brawlhaven, and Megd just doesn't let it through. And now, I mean, Fakie, he had to make the adjustment. He had to go into the Hattori, and it was working, and all the previous sets that he would switch to it, but this is a completely different beast. This is a different animal. Megd is playing so well into any speed. He was playing well into the high speed of Kaya. I guess he had to switch to the sword so he would be able to find the KOs faster, but still, Megd, I mean, he's built a nice lead. He's found himself a neutral signature. Fakie off stage. I mean, Megd isn't the scariest off stage, but Gauntlets and Vala, anyone is scary holding that. So Fakie in a tough position, finally knocked off stage again. Megd, the side signature, perfect for this map. It covers the entire wall. Fakie had no choice but to get hit by it. Megd with another lead that he might just take forever.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna have to. He's going for these different options that are extremely risky and rewarding for Megd. So, double sword. We'll have to see Fakie's sword, see how that kind of goes out. Megd gets it a little bit aggressive off the side, allows for Fakie to go and punish him. Megd having to come back to that ledge. Fakie knows that, goes in for ground pound, but oh, Megd with the sword signature almost lands the second one. But Fakie just not punishing Megd's first stock when he has the opportunities.
Yeah, and Fakie just can't seem to find this KO. This first stock is the most important against Megd, and Fakie just can't seem to find it. Finally able to with this pogo, but I mean, Fakie's still playing from behind, not that hurt. Could definitely mount this comeback, make this an even game. But Megd with the lead is one of the scariest players in the game. This is terrifying position for Fakie on the wall already. Megd just holding center stage. This is how he does it. It's center stage. It's all stage control. Weapon starving galore. He loses his weapon on Fakie, and this is the worst position to be in. No options. Barely makes it back with a dare with somewhat of an extended hitbox right there. Spot dodges, it gets sidelighted. Megd still holding center stage so effectively against Fakie. And even though it feels like Fakie's getting some hits in there trading, which is what Megd wants, he finds the recovery. Takes us to last stock. Fakie on his tournament stock here, he has to turn it around. He has to make some kind of adjustment because nothing has been working in any of these games so far.
Yeah, and he's trying to with that sword, and we're seeing him try to counter that. You're seeing him be a lot more aggressive with it. But now Megd has him on the corner. I think that was more of a bait, and that was definitely a bait. Side signature. It's a grab against a side signature again, launching Fakie into the orange. And Fakie just punishes Megd a little bit. Megd's unable to come back to that ledge. It's one's tuck all, but Fakie, you gotta be weapon starving the heck out of Megd right now. Does not go for it, mistimes the weapon throws, and allows for Megd to pick up that sword again.
Yeah, it's tough for Fakie right now, but maybe the switch to sword will do it. I mean, he can still do the same thing that Megd does. He can play stage control, he can nickel and dime him until he makes this an even game and make a comeback. I mean, definitely doable for Fakie, but the stray hits are starting to stack up. He's already into red on this map, which, I mean, the ceiling's still high, but not that high. It could be higher, and Megd is just gonna find this KO. The thing about Demon Island 2 is that the walls are so close, and he has delayed Sared, and that is it. He used every option to recover high, and Megd just 3-0s him. He had a lead that entire set. He'd never give it up.
Absolutely, and it just came down to the approaching of Fakie. He wasn't trying anything new. He was kind of staying the same way, and very nice job coming out of Megd and going crazy. So very nice job. And even if we look at the replays there, I mean, that was a very fantastic matchup coming out of Megd, and it came down to Megd's sword. It really, really did. And yes, Megd played a little bit more gauntlet, but not that much compared to what Fakie just really needed to counter that. That was the main thing. And a lot of people are having problems with it, and especially with where Megd is at. There's a reason why he's here. So very nice job coming out Megd with a 3-0 over Fakie as we advance and move towards King Crusade.
Good set, though. I mean, I was hoping for a bit of a closer set, but still, I mean, it's kind of a Megd clinic. It felt like he started with a lead in the first game and then had the lead the entire rest of the set. He never gave it up. That's exactly what Megd does. You have to push him out of his comfort zone. You have to take the lead away from him. You got to make him play from behind. That's where Megd can struggle, and Fakie was never able to put him on the back foot. So Luna, on the other hand, very adept at putting him on the back foot. And I noticed this in between from the last time they played. So at the mid-season championships, they played 3 times. And Megd took a set. And since he took that set, he has lost now 9 straight sets against Luna. So, although the set count was in his favor, I believe it was 7-5 prior to mid-season championships. It is now 8-14 for Luna. So I believe it might be time to call this a bracket demon. It is hopefully that Megd is able to shake this off, because those sets were so close. I know he's able to do it, but just an intense, between the two of them, it's back and forth, but so far Luna has had his number.
Yeah, sorry. Luna, what the f are you doing leaking the room code? I have to say that, man. All right, let's see. We're gonna make a new room. Give me a sec. Yeah, that game Brawlhalla chat was getting crazy. We're getting a new room set up. All right. Let's get this all figured out. But yeah, both players are in the room. They're ready to go. There's gonna be losers finals coming up. Let's see how.
Three, two, one.
Luna's not checking his BMs. All right, well that's funny.
Ah, that is very interesting. The set has started. We're not
I'm
able to
gonna.
get into the room,
All right.
so
All right. Well, they're in the same room. That's fine. Let's go ahead and commentate it. I don't. That's not gonna happen again. If it does, I'll do DQs. I'm tired of that. That's the 10th time it's happened. So let's get the room code going. Let's see how it goes. We should have a fantastic time here.
yeah. This set is definitely going to be very intense. It delivered in winners, and I think it's going to deliver in eliminations. So, as Megd starts to take a ton of damage, Luna, yeah, I mean, Megd overcommitted, Luna punished. It was just that simple. Luna has not taken much damage on this first stock, and now, for the first time, and I think his past 3 sets, Megd has to play from behind. And we'll see how he does it. This is the back foot. It's not where he's comfortable. But the stage control, it's working out. He hasn't taken much damage on the second stock, but Luna, after the same playstyle that Luna has, where he can just nickel and dime you, he can take these straight hits that will turn you from white to red in a flash, it feels like. But really, it takes a whole minute.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, I mean, Luna is up 1 over Megd right now, and I think if you're Luna, you're feeling a lot more comfortable. Megd trying to get his knockout there on to Luna, and he's just having a rough time. Luna's already got Megd in the orange with that second stock.
Ooh, snipes it with a weapon throw, and Megd brings it back to 2 stocks apiece. So definitely a doable for him, but I mean, the lead for Luna is starting to mount. He's able to get some unarmed hits. Megd answers with sword attacks of his own, but trading hits is not where you want to be if you're Megd. You don't want to get into this KO percent that Luna has already brought him to, and a pretty important spot for Megd right now. Luna reacts to a dodge out of end, like he's so good at that, but Megd with the phenomenal recovery was able to punish Luna just overcommitting above him, and now Luna, who should have been able to clean that up no problem, is starting to catch some damage, maybe turn this into an even game. No, the Sayer falling as Megd tries to make it back, tries to sneak his way back to stage. Luna says no, kicks him out of the club, and puts him on his final stock.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, I mean, Megd is starting to come back a little bit here, kind of knock Luna into half stock disadvantage. Hopefully, we can go ahead and knock out Luna and make things even. But the longer Luna is on that second stock, I mean, Megd is going to have more and more and more of a disadvantage. So we'll go ahead and get things going. And right now, I mean, we are at the 2-minute 50-second mark. Luna is up 1 stock over Megd, and Megd is just not able to get these knockout options on Luna.
Yeah. I mean, finally, just to deal with recovery, but on the highest, one of the highest at the very least ceilings in the game, it is going to be tough. I mean, this is not what you want to be doing right now. If you're Megd, you don't want to be trading these hits, as all he wants to do is find this KO on Luna. But Luna, I mean, he's just avoiding them so well. Finally, a recovery for Megd will get him. He got caught on the platform through the delay, and Megd was way too far below him. But Luna, on this fresh stock, Megd trying to hold stage, but it's just not effective. Luna gets the weapon, side light, end light, no reaction there. Finally, Luna tries for a read this time, isn't able to connect, and Megd playing from behind, not where he wants to be. Side signature is going to punish, and Luna takes the first game.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. And right now, I mean, props there to those players there on doing so fantastic in that last game. And And Luna, I mean, just overall controlled it. I mean, Luna was just had the stock lead, and Megd was able to bring it back here, and then Luna would grab it again because Megd wasn't able to get these knockout options on the Luna quick enough, and it made it more in Luna's favor. So we're going into the next game. We're going into game number 2 against Megd and Luna in the elimination bracket.
Yeah, and it's easier said than done, but you have to take a lead against Megd. That's how you're able to get him on the back foot. Not where he wants to be at all. Much worse at playing from behind. He loves to play from ahead, so that he's able to take these advantages much farther. And Luna's done such a great job of taking an early lead, prioritizing this first stock, putting as much on it as he can, so that he can take this lead, put Megd on the back foot, and just run away with it. That's what he did in the last game. And this time, Megd wants to lock this first stock down. He wants to be able to take this lead so that he can run away with it instead of Luna. And he's starting to put up good damage onto Luna as he's holding stage control. Luna trying to make it back, and will do so aggressively with the dare. Luna reading such great options that GC sidelight there. Luna neutral signature, not going to do it. High ceiling of Fortress, but still Luna building up so much damage. Has turned around this first stock from where Megd was doing so well, and now Megd can't get in at all. He's just hunting for these aerials. Luna finally overcommits. Oh, gets sidelighted, but no follow-up from Megd, and Luna with the falling Sarah will take it out.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, Luna has this very decent lead over Megd. Now, comes down to how Megd really approaches Luna. Is he able to go ahead and pick up a weapon and say, hey, we're going to make things even? Or is it going to change more so into Luna's favor? I mean, the more damage Luna builds up, the more damage Megd has to come back from. And right now, he gets the backward neutral light. He's going to try to get the knockout option on the Luna, gets the sword combo, launches Luna into the air, but Luna does not get knocked out. Luna with the guitars now, the sidelight downlight. Nice little 2-piece. Sword combo coming in, and Luna is knocked out that first stock. Megd is still a half stock disadvantage right now, though, so he's got to be careful about that.
Yeah, and this is the important part, right? This is where Megd's able to clean this up, turn this into an even game. He can take the lead, and he's so good with it. But if Luna cleans this up, if Luna himself is able to take such a significant lead, take this stock, put himself at a full stock lead, it is so rough for Megd. We know this neutral paper cut playstyle is so rough when you're behind, and Megd still, I mean, he's just getting pushed away by these blasters. It's so tough for him to get in against these nairs, these sidelights. Luna's spacing is so good, and Megd just can't seem to deal with it right now.
No, and right now, man, I mean, it's getting very... I mean, Megd's made it a little bit more even. Those gauntlets are coming in, just catching him off guard, and now Megd doesn't have any weapon. Luna has his guitar. He's going to go for knockout option recovery. Lands it. And right now, Luna comes in. Megd with the unarmed neutral is barely able to survive on that second stock. Having that sword combo coming in. Luna's not out off that second combo that just did knock him off that ceiling. And comes in again with a combo. Goes through the downlight of Luna's blasters as we continue to the mark.
Yeah, I think that was just an unfortunate, the way that blasters works, that the first hit that comes out is the closest one on downlight versus sword, which, you know, the first hit is the long swing. So sword was able to outrange it. A good situation for Megd there. Now with a lead, we'll see what he can do with it. If he's able to exert his playstyle onto Megd in the second game, he can turn this into a complete 1-1 set. And right now, Luna can't seem to find this KO. The blasters struggle so much at it. No dodge, double delay. Recovering high, Megd seems like he was going to be able to shark it out, but no, he gets dared, he loses his recovery, and that's going to go down to last stock, but Luna still playing from behind.
Yeah, and this is where Megd wants to be. He wants to have this lead, and I mean, those gauntlets were doing very well against Luna too, so I think now with Megd picking up the gauntlets, once he spawns back in, still do a little bit of something here, but I mean, Luna's close range gameplay is really showing how well it's doing, but it's not doing well against those gauntlets right now.
And I mean, Megd maybe made some significant adjustment, or it might be just that a couple interactions went his way early on, and now he's built it up into this monstrous lead. Although Luna's guitars, Luna is very apt at making comebacks like this with guitars. He's so good at it because he's connecting these hits. He's so good at reacting out of these grounded moves, these end lights, these D lights, and he's getting such significant punishes onto Megd, who is now terrified. He gets D light recovered, and that's gonna do it. Up 2-0 is Luna.
Yeah, very nice job coming out of Luna there, taking that second game. And overall, though, Luna did fantastic with knocking out Megd, turned things around into his favor, even with being at a 1-stock disadvantage. That blaster downlight recovery is just so powerful right now. And if we look at the damage differences there, with it being a 30 damage difference, it could have been anyone's game.
Yeah, and it's just unfortunate that's the way that it went. And now Megd has to play from down 2-0. Though, I mean, we've seen him come back from these in the last Moose Wars. He came back from 2-0 against Guichibu, and definitely has a great mental game of a player. This deficit does not affect him as much as it might other players. Megd still very strong, but such an advantage for Luna is not what you want to see no matter what. As Luna already building up the damage with these nairs, Megd just doesn't want to get around him. He doesn't want to burn his dodge so that Luna might be able to find it with some kind of sidelight recovery or D-light recovery up the top. And Megd instead just takes a bunch of damage. And it keeps happening now that Luna is forcing these hitboxes onto him. He's just getting into space and then pushing him away from where he wants to be. And it's such a problem for Megd. He's taking so much damage already.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, I mean, currently with the way things are going, it's even. It really, really is. And right now, I mean, neutral air comes in. Neutral air comes out. Luna, the dare comes in as well. Side signature coming in. And right now, downlight comes in. Megd comes into the neutral light. A lot of back and forth coming in between both of these players.
Both players know that you have to take this stock. This is the important one, and Luna is the one to do it. Finally, he takes the first stock. He has the lead, and with this guitars is what he's going to stick with. He could build a nice advantage onto Megd. Megd, if he's able to find the weapon, he could clean it up, but no. Luna continuing this weapon starving. Gets pushed away, but if you're not finding the KO, it's not an issue for Luna because Megd doesn't want to go out there and finish the edge guard, and therefore, if it doesn't KO, Luna doesn't really care. And so, Megd just struggling to win in the situation. The weapon throw is going to do it. Finds a KO completely off of just a weapon throw off a platform. Definitely an interesting way to do it, but still very important that he was able to find that KO. Luna just a cheesy down signature from the wall. Megd gets clipped, and now Megd in such a rough position. He's taking so much damage on the second stock. This lead from Luna is growing and growing. And now Luna with this ground pound, the weapon throw. Luna is cleaning up this stock. Up a full stock has not been touched on his second stock, and now Luna with the advantage. This seems like it could just be a 3-0.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, man, I mean, Luna is just trying to take this entire game to themselves there, and they don't want Megd coming back, and Megd's gauntlets are just not doing enough against Luna as we get to further in this matchup. Because look at Luna's guitars just go off against Megd. Look, the neutral airs, and the weapon throws, and the downlights, and side airs, and everything coming in from Luna. But Megd trying to make a little bit more amends, gets a double neutral air, tries to go for a third one, but is unable to. Luna rushes back to the side of the back to the platform here. And right now, Luna misses that combo on the Megd. Didn't space it right. Megd with a two-piece coming in on Luna, and then the recovery by Luna as well. This is getting close. Megd with a jump neutral air, down light in the neutral air again. And the down sing by Luna. Luna is winning this set 3-0 over Megd, and man, that was a very dominating set for Luna.
I said the last two sets would be close. My predictions are very wrong. Do not Google my March Madness bracket. Very rough game and rough set entirely from Megd. He had a lead in that second game, and he was able to clean it up and finish it and win the second game. I think this could have been a very real set, but Luna, I mean, he just closed in. He smelled blood in the water. He's a shark. He ran right at it. So good at controlling a lead, controlling a game, and just not the way that Megd wants to play into. And that is now, what did I say? I think that's 10 straight sets for Luna against Megd. That is definitely a bracket game at this point. So very unfortunate for Megd, but moving on to our grand finals. Luna versus Impala. It probably had to be this way. These two players, they played what was a fairly dominant set by Impala. I mean, Luna was able to take the game, but Impala looked so good for that whole set. The combos, the way he played neutral, the stage control was so good against Luna. And Luna, maybe with a breath of fresh air, breath of life with this momentum that he has coming off that elimination finals, maybe we'll be able to turn this into a real set.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, we're going to go ahead and go to a small break. Do not go away, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go ahead and get ready for the grand finals of Moose Wars King's Crusade. And man, we're going to have a fantastic matchup. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with Moose Wars King Crusades 1v1 $1,000 event powered by Brawlhalla. I'm AJ Moore. Today I'm casting with Surge, and we are now going into the grand finals of this tournament. Luna versus Impala. Impala being on the winner's side and Luna being on the loser side. Luna's been doing a fantastic losers run so far, and now is up against Impala, and this is Seed 1 versus Seed 2, and I'm stoked to see this matchup because of both of these players' play styles. How are you feeling about this matchup there, Surge?
I'm excited because although it was good, definitely a good set in winners finals, I think Luna, if anyone can adjust, it's Luna. He's so good at it, so good at coming back from losing a set, from some kind of elimination side run. I think Luna's going to come back with a vengeance, especially after just dispatching of Megd like he was nothing. So I think Luna, this is going to be a very interesting set, and it's very possible that Impala locks it down, but I don't know, man. I think the set's going to be very exciting.
Yeah, for sure. And I think right now between Luna and Impala, they're definitely trying to win this event. There's a decent amount of money on the line, and they're basically doing a money match right now with Impala having an advantage. So they're taking that into consideration. Luna with those 4 gold medals, Impala coming in with those 2. And with that being said, the players are striking maps. Good luck to the players, and they can go ahead and start right now.
Absolutely, that's what they played all 4 games in winners finals, and in grands, yep, you know it's going to Brawlhaven. It can't go anywhere else between these two. I'd love to see that. Those are my favorite sets. That map, so aggressive, it lends itself to such an aggressive playstyle, and between the 2 players, I would say both of them are very aggressive. Impala especially, probably one of the most aggressive players in the top, like, highest echelon of gameplay. So definitely both players very comfortable in this map as we get into it. Impala just looking a weapon starve, not able to do it, but with this bow, both players just kind of grinding it out, just trying to collect a little bit of damage on each one. But Luna so far with these guitars is connected on much more, and Impala wants to clean it up with this bow, see if he can find stray hits, these sares, these side lights that he can turn into some kind of dodge read, dodge reaction, and gets more and more damage off of, but so far not able to.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, I mean, it's 30 seconds in. Things are being even right now between Luna and Impala. Luna coming to the downlight recovery. And that signature gets dodged by Impala's weapon throw. And we're in the 50-second mark. And things are very... I mean, I thought we were going to see a knockout option coming from Luna, but I mean, Impala just got saved. But Impala comes in with that knockout option on the Luna's first stock as we get to the minute mark.
Impala's so good at weapon throw setups, and it's so funny that in that situation, it was a Luna weapon throw setup that got him to survive. Impala is so good at mind games, he's getting his opponents to save him. I mean, very well played there. Very lucky for sure. Gets knocked out by a down air, and Luna a little bit behind, but I mean, as we saw, very good at playing from behind too. I mean, a lead does not phase him. He can build up a lot of damage. Just guitars or the blasters. Very good at both of them. No dodge right now. Not able to punish too hard off of a unarmed end light though. He's Impala hunting for a weapon. Not able to find one so far. Finally one spawns basically right in front of him. Able to pick it up. It's a spear. And he wants to juggle these nairs. The D-light Sayer able to do it. Luna goes right to the wall. Holds down as much as possible. Impala doesn't go down there just yet. Finally fighting him around the ground pound. An odd option. Luna was not ready. The weapon throw catches a recovery. And Impala a surprising quick stock.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, Impala definitely going ahead and having a very good lead over Luna. I mean, a 2 minute mark here right now, and Luna tries to come back. The platform has that neutral control. Neutral air comes in. Very nice job. Nice recovery.
That was alive.
I know, right? So it is kind of surprising seeing how lit Impala is, how he's not getting knocked out by some of these attacks. Sidelight comes in. Nice there. Nice neutral air. Nice ground pound.
It's a big deal. Luna wants to go to the other side. Impala almost hits him with a dash off dare, not able to connect, and Luna with the immediate punish. Impala could have cleaned up that stock a number of times, but with the bow, not able to do it. Luna's dodges are just on point right now. He's able to avoid everything. Even with that, Impala has a nice lead. Oh, Luna gets a nice read. The half pipe working out so well for him. Impala wants none of it. Dodges up and away, and Luna not ready. And now we go to an almost even game. Luna, the GC D-Light, picks up the blasters. We know he's so good at building up damage with this weapon and pushing people out. But Impala was so good against it in that last set, so who knows? As the game is just barely even right now on a knife's edge, these two players, just a couple hits would knock them out, especially on Brawlhaven. Impala wants to build up so much damage. The end lane sending Luna around. Luna falls on him with a Sarah. GC side sig, and he gets punished. GC dealing recovery, Phantom special, and he gets hit, KOs him. Luna wins game 1.
Absolutely. Very nice job coming out of Luna there, really showing the gameplay that he has. And nice dare coming in, locking out Impala's first stock. And Impala wasn't able to come back. But overall, I mean, Luna's guitars are really showing a lot of power, building up damage. And Luna pulled his blasters out for the knockout options and got them very well. So very nice job coming in, Luna, as we go into game number 2.
Yeah, Impala, very good in that set. Was able just barely got edged out by Luna's daily recovery. Just played a little bit better, and Luna already wants to build up the lead again. With this weapon. Guitar's so good off stage right here. Impala in so much trouble, finally able to make it back. The down signature. Luna wants it back on the other side of the wall. Impala plays out of the corner with the nair. So effective, such an aggressive option against Luna. He was starting to get hit a little bit much for his own liking. Not able to land these juggles from Luna, or from Impala against Luna. Luna just struggling to land. Finally, a nice dodge. Almost got hit by that. Really wanted to jump, but immediately got out of dodge. And not enough from Impala. The weapon throw snuffs his recovery. Impala in so much trouble down there, and Luna, 1 stock lead.
Yeah, very nice job coming out. Luna so far as we get to the minute marker. Impala coming in with a signature on the Luna, not knocking out yet. The helicopter grab pound tries to come out, but I mean, we're just seeing a lot of dares coming out of Luna. Weapons are coming out as well, and just a lot of back and forth at the moment there, Research.
Definitely. I mean, Luna, like that's not what you want to see if you're Impala, right? You're playing down. You don't want to be trading hits. You don't want back and forth. You want to clean up the stock as efficiently as possible, and Luna just can't, or Impala just can't do it. Because, with the bow, he just wakes up out of guitar delay. Quite the risky option. Could have eaten a lot of damage for that, but instead, Impala, deep orange, dare into nair. Luna does not want to dodge that right now. Does not want to give it up for even bigger damage, because if not read by Impala, it would have been so much more. So Impala finds a Sair. Luna with no dodge, but not threatening him. Impala decides he wants to go back center stage. Neutral signature, not going to do it. Luna back on the guitars, struggling to kill, but honestly, both weapons that he can hold right now do as well, though these dealer covers are working so much for Luna. So who knows? He could find some kind of GC D-Light in this situation. I know he's looking for it. Barely dodges a grounded D-Light. So close to spacing from Impala, not enough as the Sair connects Luna with just the same lead he had previously.
Yeah, for sure. And Luna doing very, very well right now with keeping that lead that he's had so far in these games. And Impala's just having a difficult time and really approaching what Luna's throwing at him. Luna's coming in with these dare with guitars off the ledges, trying to keep this neutral control, but actually goes off ledge a little bit, gets that guitar recovery, then takes back neutral control. So Impala's just having a rough time grabbing his things and trying to touch the platform and regain his jumps.
Yeah, and I mean, this is Impala has to clean this up because you do not want to go 2-0, even or down 2-0. Even though you have the reset, it's still such a tough position. Getting 3-0'd in a reset is not good. It's so bad for just the mental game that you would be playing into. And so Impala really wants to clean this up, but Luna's just not letting him. Luna's shoving him out. Finally gets a side signature, but he's alive. Doesn't get KO'd off of the right side. The heavy defense, even on Brawlhaven, works for both these players, but Luna finally loses his stock. It's dared. A dash jump dare from Impala. It works forever. Covers so much on that wall. Bo's so good at that, but now Luna, a stray hit, any stray hit will do it. Impala gets Sared, and that is it. Luna up 2-0, and it smells like a reset to me, AJ.
Yeah, and if you're an Impala going into this, you gotta be thinking, do I want to do 3 games in a row to beat Luna, or do I want to kind of go into that reset too I mean, he's playing very, very well. He's making things even. But now, I mean, look at the down light dodge by Impala, too. Look at the frame dodge that he got. But overall, though, Luna did very, very well winning that second game and trying to make this into a reset.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a tough situation playing if you're Impala, and because you have the extra room of that reset, it means that this is a time in which you can try some stuff out, in which you can make some adjustments that and find out whether or not they are successful and play that towards the next set. Or you could just win this and try to turn it into a reverse 3-0, which we have definitely seen because Luna himself did it in grand finals of the Winter Royale just a few weeks ago. So Impala, as he edgeguards him, starting to play a lot better in this game than he was in the two previous, but Luna building up damage now. Impala would have really liked to finish that edgeguard, and now it hurts. The end light recovery. I mean, Luna just doesn't let him land with these guitars. Impala is struggling so much. Luna is beating him at his own game. He is juggling the bow player. It is very impressive what he's doing right now, but Impala just can't seem to connect on these hits. Reads to dodge in, but still nothing after it.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, I mean, we're going into this and Luna's just having this lead and Impala's just trying to get these knockout options on the Luna, but is unable to do the damage buildup just until a little bit now. Trying to get these signatures landed, but I think Impala's relying on that signature knockback a lot going into it. And we're seeing him get these bow neutral airs here and there as well, but Luna is just trying to kind of bait Impala into different attacks right now.
Yeah, and Luna's putting on a clinic in this game right now. I mean, he's got a full stock lead, and Impala struggling so much. He can't connect against these sidelights, these shove away options that Blasters has. I mean, Luna's so effective with them, trying to hunt for a dare off stage, gets weapon thrown, and man, he gets KO'd by a weapon throw. He was so hurt. Impala, such a rough position to be in. Already a KO percent pretty much. If Luna finds a weapon as fast as possible, this is just, he could go down to one stock immediately. But Impala might have something to say about that, trying to build up some more damage with this bow. Even if he can't get the KO off of this, if he builds up enough damage, he could turn this into a comeback. He's got 2 stocks to work with, and right now Impala seems to be connecting on more and more hits, although there could be a fact that Luna wants to find a KO, so some of them are not available with him as he finds the GC down signature on the other way, catches Impala just sprinting through him to the other side of the screen. Impala gets caught for that, and Luna with a nice lead in this game 3.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, I mean, Luna's doing very, very well. And Impala's trying to go in for these different attacks, trying to find ways of finding openings on the Luna. And is just having a hard time following up, running into even the neutral light. That neutral light builds so much damage coming in from Luna. He's doing a fantastic job of keeping his advantage and building it up more and more while he's on that second stock.
Yeah, Impala threatened him a little bit off stage, but not enough to get Luna to bite on something. And now, I mean, Luna's built up so much damage. This might just be go to the next set pretty much for Impala. He's not able to connect on that dare. Luna makes the recovery back and gets snared, but it's still not enough. A lot of the struggle with bows and some of these aren't going to KO, but he's able to find it off of it. Because while you're not able to KO with that bow snare, you can hunt them down. A lot of great options for that. The weapon throw into the unarmed snare is going to do it, but Impala's so hurt. Luna playing so well in this third game, and the set in general. Impala's staring down the barrel of getting reset, and he does not want it, but it doesn't look like he can put a stop to it right now. He's so hurt. Sayer going to send him so far. Luna just trying to hold center stage, find the KO with this, gets the guitars back. Impala fights his way back on stage with that nair, but still, he has such a mountain to climb. Catches a dodge, able to find a nice 3-piece, but he has to do so much. He has to do that 3-4 more times if he wants to make this a close game. But Luna, the D-Light Sarah, is going to do it. Luna cleans it up, a 3-0 and a reset.
Yeah, very nice job coming out of Luna, resetting the grand finals of this tournament and trying to really show Impala, hey, I'm here to go ahead and play, and showed it with that fantastic guitar gameplay and blaster gameplay overall. And that exchange with those guitars onto Impala, the down signature there onto Impala did very, very well. And it came down to the final hit with the downlight side air. And man, we're going into this next game on a reset, and this is the final best out of 5 match in Moose Wars King Crusade. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, it all came down to this. We had 400 entrants in both of them, and this is the final set. It all came to these two in this set right here. We go into an Impala with a drip switch. Maybe that might be enough to give him confidence he needs to take this game, as he's already getting started pretty nicely, building up more and more damage onto Luna. But Luna, I mean, both players are so high defense that these scratches they're giving each other is just not enough to build a significant lead, as Luna's just able to claw back, make this into a bit of an even game, hunting with these guitar moves, these nair, these sares, as Impala, who had a nice start to the game, is now fighting on the back foot. Gets back to stage with the side light, and Luna just juggling him. He can't land against this guitars. Guitars are so effective at keeping you from landing. Same with Impala and the spear, hunting for the jugglers, but Luna just wants to stay grounded. Gets for the end late recovery, and Impala down again in this first game.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, I mean, Luna is just trying to go and have this knockout, or trying to make sure they don't get knocked out there by Impala's signatures or attacks, and just trying to get some damage build up. But he's comfortable, and we're seeing that with his unarmed gameplay, where he's willing to give up that one weapon that he's used to build up damage and go a little bit crazy. But Impala maximizes on that with that spear and knocks out Luna's first stock.
It's looking better for Impala. He's turned this into an even game after the rough start that he had, losing his first stock. But Luna, I mean, Luna is hunting for these dodges that Impala is not giving him so far, but it doesn't really matter because Impala's not able to connect on a punish, and then Luna is able to punish himself. Ground pound's a big deal though. He almost went for a second one. That would have been the whole stock. The weapon throw just cut him off. So effective, such a great way to recover. Weapon throw is so good in this game. As Impala trying to play center stage, no player has a significant lead right now. That dare does not connect somehow. So close. Gets neutral sig, and up off the top, Luna goes. Impala takes the lead back in this game one with this bow. Luna unarmed. Impala just wants to hold center stage, drag this one out a little bit. Luna wants this KO right now.
Yeah, for sure. And right now the side air comes in by Luna. Impala trying to stay alive on that second stock to make sure he can get some more damage build up. And things have changed a lot at this current moment, with Luna originally having the lead and now Impala having the lead over Luna. That neutral light misses, but allows for Impala to stay alive. Luna's just going to go for a knockout option. There you go. Greg gets a signature knockout there onto Impala. And it is one stock all between these players. And it's going crazy right now.
Yeah, Impala got caught going for too many dash jump aerials in neutral, and Luna just backed up and punished him. And Impala knows with this spear, he just has to build up a couple more hits, a bit more damage. Opting on the Brawlhaven again, he can KO fairly early compared to most maps that are left in the pool now that they've taken out some of the early KOing ones. And Impala building up nice damage already. I mean, it's the juggles that are doing it for both players pretty much. If you're both on the ground, it's whoever is able to get the first hit that can connect on more, but the side signature just runs up and cleans him out. Impala takes the first game.
Yeah, very nice job by Impala, and they're going straight to small Brawlhaven already. And look at these replays though. Overall doing a fantastic job, and really having that, gets the side air with that spear, tries to go in with some bow, and gets that neutral signature. And the neutral signature with Kaya is one of the main things that people have been getting caught on. And that unarmed side sig, man, you can't not bring that up. And hey, I mean, Impala's doing things that catch Luna off guard. And what was that exchange there, A-Surge?
Oh my god, dude, he just did. I don't even know how to describe that. That was like a Sair and then grounded chase dodge dare the other way. Pretty similar to grounded D-Light nair, D-Light recovery on Rollins, except nobody is doing that on Bo. Impala is so unique. The way he plays all of these hits, he just knows what to connect on. I was so not ready for that. And Impala, I mean, the problem is that he can do all of that. It's just 2 hits, whereas Luna just seems to be playing neutral a little bit better in this game, and Impala's already quite hurt. And Impala disarmed, but no problem for him. D-Light ground pound with Luna with these blasters. The weapon throw barely dodges it, but it means he doesn't have a dodge. He can't get out of that dare. Luna knows what that weapon throw sets up for and is able to find the KO for it.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, Luna doing a lot better. But we saw this going into the first game too. Oh, Impala's recovery did not hit Luna in the sky. It was a little bit too high, but I mean, things are still more in Luna's favor. He's going to try to go ahead and get some more damage build up. But right now, Impala's just trying to get the knockout there on the Luna. Gets the neutral air. Tries to go for a follow-up option. But Luna's neutral control knocks Impala into the orange with those guitars.
Yeah, and this is a rough game for Impala so far. I mean, he cannot find this KO. He's already into the orange. A couple more hits from this Lucian will put him into KO %, and then the delay recovery goes to work, or a dare off stage. Recovery's not going to do it. I mean, the force from Kaya, it's kind of a blessing and a curse with Kaya stats, but this low force is such a struggle. And light recovery, and Luna 3 stocks to 1. He really wants to take this to an even set so that he can put the hurt on Impala, and Impala finally able to find the nair. Luna respawning, but Impala down an entire stock. We'll see what he can do, but it's such a rough situation to be in right now.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, well, here's the thing. Luna had the lead at the beginning of this game, and Impala last game was able to come back from it, but it's had a rough time staying alive on the final stock, and Luna takes game number 2 to his name, making this an even 1-on-1. And we gotta look at the exchange again. I mean, Luna coming in with those blasters, getting that dare knockout onto Impala, then going into that second stock, side light, neutral light recovery, very clean 3-piece combo, and then the guitar double nair knocks out Impala, and Luna wins that game. So now going to game number 3, Impala's got to be very careful against Luna's guitars in general. I mean, on platform or off platform, because Luna is going to allow himself to go on both.
Yeah, and Impala, it feels like the way he's playing this is he wants to hunt for these landing aerials, and while it seems to be working for him, a lot of the struggle is that Luna wants to be catching these landings, and it's not great because a grounded attack will always beat out an aerial, so Impala seems to be using neutral a bit much. I feel that maybe he should be opting for a lot more of these grounded, these side lights, these D-lights, but again, those moves are fairly punishable and readable for both, so it's just a tough situation to be in this game 3, where Impala just down only a little bit, but in a pretty rough matchup. Bow into guitars. Luna, so aggressive, just does not want to give him stage for free. Does not, oh man, he went down there, but not able to connect on anything. Impala finally fights his way out of the corner, but it was such a tough position to be in. Now both players fairly even recovery, not going to do it. The defense of both of these characters is just insane. The side signature isn't going to connect, but Luna too far away to punish. Dealer recovery, not going to finish him. Both players struggling to find this KO. Finally a weapon for Impala. Might be able to find it. A down signature, some kind of D-light, some sort of Sair, but sidelight is not going to be enough. Impala needs to connect on something important, and Luna's just not giving it to him. You can see by his spacing, he's okay with getting hit by these sidelights. It's not an issue for him. It's the downlights. It's the aerials that he struggles where he wants to get KO'd. Dare is finally going to clean it up. Luna, the spacing pays off. He's able to take the first stock, and the lead came through.
Yeah, he was able to apply that stress onto Impala going down there, and the more he built it up, the more he was in that situation, the more likely Luna was going to be able to follow up. But as soon as Impala comes back, he comes in with this recovery knockout on Luna on the ceiling of Small Barrel Haven and do what he needs to do. But now if you're Luna, you got to be like, I don't need a space now. I need to pick up this guitars. I need to be very aggressive with what I do and counter what Impala's bow attacks are doing, because he almost has to pre-step his attacks against Impala.
Yeah, and Impala starting to get beat around a little bit. I mean, guitar nair is so good in the bow. It's just phenomenal into a lot of the options that Bow wants to do. Creeps in that space where Bow doesn't want you to be. And now Impala's so behind in this game. This might just be it. Yep. Wants to avoid the delay, but instead avoids being alive as Impala goes down to final stock in game 3. Not the position you want to be in. Still disarmed. Luna with blasters trying to build up as much damage as possible before he loses the stock, but the delay making it tough. It feels like every time one player loses a stock, the other one is able to clear it right back up, but Luna might have something to say about that. Impala, though, hunting him down. The difference between these two is that Luna seems to really want to play into him off stage and not give him stage for free. Impala would rather just play neutral, play stage control. And it doesn't seem to be working right now, although nairs him. There was nothing else he really could have done there, which is very unfortunate. Finally able to find a dare. In that situation, there's not much you can do except nair him, which is really unfortunate for Spear. He was finally able to clean up the stock and bring us to last stock.
Yeah, for sure. And if you're these players right now, you got to be like, okay, this is going to be, we got to try our hardest, especially on this final stock. And I mean, they both want to have the advantage going into game number 4. And Luna's trying to be aggressive with his guitars. He's landing it pretty well. And Impala's dropping stuff. So Impala gets knocked into that orange, picks up Bow, and is going to try to do something against Luna. But look at Luna's jumping up and down. His spacing is up and down like crazy. It's catching Impala off guard. And Impala's trying to go for these different attacks here and there, but he's just not able to follow up with them a whole lot.
Yeah, Impala, I mean, he's very hurt, but he's done a really great job of playing his way out of the wall and out of the corner. These nairs are so good. Tries to hunt for some kind of spot dodge, dodge in, but nothing doing from Luna. Although, Luna with not a lot of options. Very scary for him. Gets snared, but he's able to find the touch, and Impala disarms himself. The D-lane into the recovery. Gonna do it. Luna takes a 2-1 lead.
Luna doing fantastically well against Impala in game number 3, and props to him, man. I mean, his guitars and blasters have been doing fantastic that game, and I mean, his movement was especially catching Impala off guard when he was going into this final stock. So very nice job. 319 damage with guitars, 180 damage with blasters, and a total amount of damage dealt 531, but he took 570. It was down to that final stock red. So while Impala had more damage dealt, he didn't win because Luna took those options from him.
Yeah. I mean, the damage, there's a reason that it's not how much damage you do to them, but how many stocks you take. At that point, Luna, as far as he's concerned, just find the KO, and he's been doing such a great job of that. And Paula seems to be struggling to find these KOs. Spear and bow, not great for it. He loses all of his options. That's not what you want to see. Again, not much damage. So this KO efficiency from Luna, he's able to find the stock so early. He's done such a great job of that before. Particularly, I remember the third game of the first set. And now, Impala, I mean, it's not where you want to be. Your back is against the wall. You're down a full stock that you lose really early. He has to bring out something important. Try to drag this game out as much as possible so that he's able to find this stock. Down signature, not going to do it. Interestingly, Luna hasn't hit him at all. And this is a completely even game. Both players just wiping out stocks in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, this is going to be a close one, especially with Impala realizing this could be the final set of this tournament with him on winner's side. So he needs to pop off if he wants to go ahead and beat. Oh no! He uses all of his options off that ledge. And Impala trying to get their spacing together, trying to get their mindset back together. Luna seems to be having a read onto Impala's mindset here. I mean, look, bow two-piece coming in. Nice recovery. Nice bow piece coming in. Luna having that neutral control. Impala just needs to be able to get that neutral control from Luna. Has the opportunity right now, but starting to backdash a little bit. Gets a little bit aggressive where he needs to. Gets attacked by Luna. Needs to get the knockout option. Silent comes in. Isn't able to follow up, though, Surge.
Yeah, I mean, just unfortunate the way that this has played out. And now Luna, it feels like this might be getting out of reach for Impala. Luna, ground pound, he might have tried for some kind of dash up recovery there, but he just maybe missed inputs or the ground pound into recovery, maybe, I don't know. But I mean, Impala is struggling right now. No ground pound that would have KO'd, and now Impala all the way down there. Luna, dealing recovery is gonna do it, and Luna is your champion.
Luna is your Moose Wars Kings Crusade 1v1 champion, beating Impala 3-1 in the winner's side of Grand Finals reset. Beating Impala, man. Props to Luna, showing what skill he has overall, going into all these knockout options, guitars, and as soon as it went down to that final stock with those blasters, going crazy, getting that dare knockout option, and then getting the gravity cancel, down leg ground pound knockout. Very clean, very nice overall. And I mean, Luna did very, very well, and he only did 278 damage done. I mean, he didn't need to do a whole lot, especially with how well he was playing, and Impala just wasn't ready for the playstyle of Luna going into grand finals. So props to Luna on getting first place, getting $500 in this event. Congrats to Impala on getting second. Congrats to Megd on getting third. Fakie on getting fourth. And then Raydish and Hardymj getting fifth. Congratulations to you guys. You guys did fantastic this event. This was a very, very good event to watch. Hope you guys did enjoy it. And with that being said, man, that concludes Moose Wars King Crusade. So that was an awesome event. How did you feel about it there tonight there, Serge?
What a snark tournament. Some of those sets were so good. I mean, particularly early on in that elimination side, you know, Fakie and Raydish, the Luna and Megd winners, some of the Megd sets, just very enjoyable to watch. What a tournament. And what a stacked tournament too. Such good players, and still Fakie with a fourth place, very surprising. That's what I'm going to take out of this. And also Luna is still the king. The doesn't matter if you knock him out on winner's side, he's going to come back with a vengeance. We saw that winner Royale. We saw it now again in Moose Wars, and we may see it in Springs next weekend. Definitely looking forward to that as well. So really good tournament, and definitely very enjoyable.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Luna did fantastic tonight. He got a lot of really, really good knockout options, had a fantastic bracket run going in. Yes, he lost to Impala on the winner's final, but overall though, man, he came back in loser's final, beat Megd 3-0, did not even give Megd an opportunity to come back, and went into grand and said, I'm winning this event. So very nice job. And like I said, man, that was a very, very, very nice event overall. We appreciate all the players that came in, all the viewers that were watching on all platforms, all channels. We appreciate you guys all coming in, enjoying the event. And with that being said, we're going to go ahead and conclude the event for tonight. Once again, we appreciate you guys. And I think do we have one more Moose Avatars, one more Moose Wars Avatar there production? We'll have to see. I'll have to see if we have one or not. If not, I'll give them one so we can do one on stream. But on your way. All right, we got production giving one real quick. And yeah, so I'm Moose Wars Avatar pop up on screen for you guys. We appreciate you guys. We'll be giving away more hopefully in the next event as well. I think we're going to be playing on 15 except 10. But yeah, so overall, very, very nice job. And yeah, so we're going to go ahead and get ready to pop that up for you guys on screen. And with that being said, though, what was the best match that you felt we had tonight there, A-Surge?
I definitely enjoyed Luna and Megd, I think. In winners semis was very good. It didn't deliver as much in the elimination side. I think Luna's powered up, but it was very good. Definitely a close second is that Fakie and Raydish set, which is unfortunate. I think the only reason it's not number one is because we couldn't see the end of it. But yeah, I mean, Fakie switching to the Kaya and looking dominant after getting dominated earlier. I mean, a testament to Fakie's mental, particularly because he was able to reverse 3-0 in winners top 32 as well. So definitely, I think that would be mine. How about you, AJ?
Well, first we got a Moose Wars Avatar in the bottom right corner of the screen. I want to see who's going to be getting that. Let me know in the Twitch chat. But I don't know, when it comes down to these matches, I really felt, I definitely agree when it comes down to Fakie and Raydish. I felt like that would have been one of the best matches that we've had tonight. It was so close down to the wire, and the fact that Fakie won that off of like Kaya neutral signature was insane. Hardymj and Cutie was also really good. Yeah, winners, was there any winners quarters that I thought were really good? Fakie and Cutie, that was a really, really good matchup because Fakie reversed 3 games Cutie, if I recall. So that, I would say that was one of the best ones tonight. So that's what I feel. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you guys had a fantastic event watching this event tonight. We appreciate all of you guys. P-Dave98 got the Moose Wars Avatar. Congrats, brother. Congrats. And by the way, if you got an avatar tonight, go on Twitter, type in hashtag Moose Wars with your Twitter post, put the picture of you getting it, and we'll retweet on the main account for Moose Wars as well. We appreciate all of you guys. And with that being said, we'll have another event being announced coming up in April. We're working on that stuff right now to be fantastic, and we should have a good time with it. So with that being said, have a fantastic rest of your night, and we will talk to you guys in the next event that we host. Peace out. However, now Luna comes in with the guitar side here on Impala, gets the dare, and knocks out Impala's first.
In a breath of life, it's first stock. No punish on the GC. Both players off stage. This could be the first stock, and it is. The weapon throw connects for Impala, knocking him around in the air, not letting him stay up front. Oh, the neutral signature he leaves. Impala recovers from the bottom of the screen and somehow makes it back, and he finds another one.
Going into these first stocks.
I think a lot of it so far is that
Fakie is trying to literally fake out Megd as Megd finds the deal recovery.
thing from Megd, some kind of over-commitment that he's able to punish, but Megd punishes something. He is now terrified. He's delay recovered, and that's going to do it. Up 2 low force. It's such a struggle.
And might recovery and
I mean, Impala is struggling right now. No ground pound that would have KO'd, and now Impala all the way down there. Luna the dealing recovery is gonna do it, and Luna is your champion.
Luna is your Moose Wars